Good morning.
Or good afternoon for you.
Yes.
Did you get some sleep?
Well, not too much. When we finished, I had to go. I had to be at the doctor's office at 8 this morning, so that didn't. But no big deal. So I had 2 lectures just now, and my students are eager to join. So the YouTube link. Oh, here we go. Can I just copy that up there? I want to have my.
I'm going to put it in the chat.
But yeah, you can click the button in the top left to copy the link.
Perfect.
And send that to them. If you also want to send your students our virtual thesis exhibition,
correct.
That are already forwarded. It was a Nikolaus. Nikolaus sent it last night, right?
That's me.
Yeah, perfect.
The German version of Nick that we know.
Nikolaus.
Love it. All right, well, good luck today. I'll be watching on YouTube.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, Harrison. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Ready for the big day?
I am.
Ready to get this over with?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a couple more minutes and then we'll get started.
It was fun last night, so thank you, Cordula.
Well, thank you for staying up so late.
But Cordula kept texting me in between, are you awake? Like, yes.
Just making sure. Well, it was 1 in the morning almost by the time we finished, so I just wanted to make sure that you were still with us. Although you were speaking, so, you know.
That usually means that I'm half awake.
Correct. For those that have joined us already, the YouTube link, we're streaming live. The YouTube link is in the chat in case you want to send that to friends and family who would like to watch the presentations. And we're going to wait for a few more reviewers.
Good morning.
Mazia, good morning.
Good morning, Mazia. How are you?
Hi, everyone. Cordula, Ruth, Amar, and everyone else.
Jason, we have Jason too.
Jason.
Good morning, Jason.
Jason, hi.
Going.
Very good.
And
We have Iñaki as well. Good morning.
good morning. Amar is in the same space as he was the last time. He never leaves that room.
No.
That's exactly what I was saying about you. I remember that picture frame.
It's a gas station on Route 66.
Cordula upgraded to a nicer
Yeah,
pad.
I'm in Seattle.
Yeah.
Oh, you're in Seattle, right?
Yeah, I like it here. Good books.
I looked at all the links that you all sent, including the kind of 3D walkthrough of the studio space with the projects in it. That's a new one, right? Is that the first time you guys have done that?
We did it
We
last year.
Yeah, we did it last year as well. It was by Nick Likowski, who has done a great job, you know, pulling this together. It's a little bit more refined this year. Last year was the first time due to the circumstances that we tried it, but it's quite effective.
It is.
Did you like it?
I did. I looked through the space, and I also looked at the Dropbox link and all the projects on Dropbox. I did my homework.
I can tell, but I didn't expect anything else from you, Mazia.
I'd like the dean to give me a grade for my
performance. Well, let's wait and see till the end of the morning session.
I see.
No preliminary grades.
No preliminary grades. I see. Okay.
Hello, Marcella. Hi, Ben.
Hello, good morning.
How
Good
are you?
morning.
Thank you for joining
Hi.
us.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Good
Hello.
morning, Eve. Great. I think we do we
Have full
have
house.
everybody?
Is Ruth in Munich?
Yes.
I'm in Munich,
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Incredible.
but I'm coming in July, so you better hide. I shall find you.
Good. I look forward to that.
A client of mine showed up and he showed me a container house saying that that's what he wants. And I said, I can connect you to the architect directly. I was quite
Yes, I've become the king of containers.
Yes.
Well, you know, it's good to be the king of something.
King of
I
something.
guess. For those that just joined, we are streaming live on YouTube. The link is in the chat. Thanks again to Nick for setting all of this up and also setting up the virtual thesis exhibit, which is also in the chat. You can check that out, and in lieu of our physical printed presentations in-person presentations that we normally would do at this time of the year. But we think it's actually quite impressive and working quite well. So we're going to get started because we have a packed schedule this morning. I wanted to welcome everybody to the final presentations of the undergraduate thesis at the Tulane School of Architecture. We'll be reviewing the final presentations of the candidates for Master of Architecture in 2021. First, I wanted to thank Amar Eloueni for co-conducting this spring semester with me. We shared the responsibilities and we co-taught all the students and supervised and advised all the projects that are presented today and were already presented yesterday. And I also wanted to thank Dean Iñaki Alday for sharing these responsibilities with me in the fall semester. We co-taught the thesis seminar that was the prerequisite to the proposal development the spring semester. I also wanted to welcome our critics and thank them for making time this morning. We have with us Mazia Baruz. He's a graduate from Tulane and also Cornell School of Architecture and the Institute for Architecture and Urban Studies. He's an advisory board member at the Tulane School of Architecture, a guest curator at the Parrish Museum of Art on Long Island, and a member of the AIA Peconic, where he served as a past president. Mazia is also the founder and principal of MB Architecture, an award-winning firm on East Long Island and also in New York. The firm focuses on master planning and residential innovation. Ruth Berchtold is the owner and founder of Yes Architecture in Munich and New York, an interdisciplinary architecture and research firm concerned with multifamily residential, commercial, and product design. And she's also a professor at the University of Applied Sciences in Munich. Hello, Ruth. Hello, Mazia. Also with us is Marcella Del Signore. She's an architect, urbanist, educator, scholar, and the principal of Extopia, a design research practice that explores the intersection of architecture and urbanism with technology and the public, social, and cultural realm. She's an associate professor and director of the Master of Science in Architecture, Urban and Regional Design at NYIT School of Architecture and Design in New York. Hi, Marcella.
Hi, good morning.
Jason Harrell is with us from New Orleans. He's a New Orleans-based architect and founder and principal of Harrell ADC, with projects that focus on large mixed-use developments with multiple stakeholders in the public and private realm. The projects often have an emphasis on community-based urban design and also the pedestrian experience. Jason also has taught at the School of Architecture in recent years. We have taught together, which was always a great experience. Yves Naché is joining us from Nice. He's an architect and an architecture critic, and mostly the director of the Forum d'Urbanisme et d'Architecture. My French is a little rusty. In Nice. He was formerly in charge of various architecture centers in France. He was also the cultural attaché and head of French cultural centers abroad, as well as an expert for landscape architecture educational programs for UNESCO. And he also has an education in a master's in music, I think, which I would like to hear more about, but another time. Well, there you go. Maybe you can entertain us at the end of the day.
Nobody's perfect.
And finally, we have Ben Smith with us. He's the director of graduate architecture and an assistant professor of architecture at the Tulane School of Architecture. He's a scholar, designer, and educator whose work locates advanced practices for architecture. And his scholarship has been featured nationally and internationally, and has centered on the disciplinary evolution of architecture through institutional and pedagogical developments in education. Ben also leads the graduate thesis studio this spring semester. So I think that was everybody. Welcome. And just quickly, I wanted to give a brief introduction to what we'll be looking at today and how the year is structured. So I'm going to share my screen. Bear with me for 1 second. Can everybody see this?
Yes. Yes.
So we'll be reviewing the final presentations of the undergraduate thesis this morning and this afternoon. These are our reviewers that I just introduced. The thesis at the Tulane School of Architecture is explored by first researching an architectural topic and also developing a position on that topic, a thesis, and then following that through a proposal through which the topic is explored. The year is broken up into 2 semesters, a fall research semester, where the students study general principles and parameters that are embedded within the discipline of architecture that then become relevant for the development of their proposals in the spring. So the research again in the fall consists of 3 parts. This is a new structure that we introduced this year, where we extract the thesis in a variety of different projects, asking what are the issues investigated and addressed through these projects. The students then position their personal work up until this point in the same manner and try to identify a thesis within their projects that they have developed so far. And then the third part was selecting a project prompt from several options and choosing one that is most aligned with their interests and their area of expertise as established so far that will be developed, that they developed in the spring semester. And in the spring, the proposal is developed, which consists of a design presentation, which is what we're looking at today. They worked on this all semester through a series of deadlines, establishing a thesis, embedding the thesis into a project and testing challenges. And then also a final document, which is kind of the capstone of the semester, which is due tomorrow. The pedagogy involved consists loosely of 3 components. It's developing a position which is based on personal trajectories and interests that can be found in the larger field of architecture and the surrounding environment in regards to cultural and political societal thinking. Identifying a framework in which the architectural project is situated, the research as well as the proposal in the spring semester, and then finally translating these 2 components into a proposal in the spring semester that ultimately has the charge of contributing to current and also historic discussions within the field of architecture and, broadly speaking, society. So that's what we're hoping to discuss today. These are some of the diagrams that were developed in the fall, looking at larger, frameworks, architects' projects, and putting them all into context, and then also throwing in the students' own work, and again, extracting potentials for a thesis out of this. And in the spring, we offered the students 4 different briefs to choose from, to give them a little bit of again, a framework to work within. Some students and some proposals stay pretty close to these original briefs, and some deviated quite a lot. But loosely, brief 1 situated itself in Lake Charles, which is a city destroyed and affected by recent disasters, specifically a hurricane. It's situated close to the Gulf of Mexico, and potential themes for here were resiliency, coastal environment studies, adaptive reuse in relationship to some of the existing buildings, growth, degrowth, equity, and local identity. We also offered a site in Haiti, where topics of material exploration, building systems, again, resiliency, housing, modularity, etc., were encouraged and might play a role, or might have played a role, in the development of the proposals. The third brief was the ACSA Steel competition, with this year's focus on workplace wellness, which is pretty important considering the current environment we're existing in. Physical and mental wellness, steel as a material for exploration, right? And then looking at the contemporary workplace. And then a fourth brief was, the Evolo skyscraper competition, and using that as a point of departure for thinking about, facade, structural systems, materials, digital technology, and commercial, civic, residential programs associated with that. So that's quickly the overview over the last year. And we have 6 projects this morning, so we need to keep a little bit of a look on time. And we're going to start with, the students will be sharing their screen, and we're going to start with Harrison, I believe.
Yes.
I'm sorry, are there any questions in regards to the general setup or projects, information that I published before? All clear, great. Okay, Harrison, you have the stage.
Okay. Can everyone see?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, my name's Harrison, and this thesis is titled A New Edge, Breaking Down the Bulkhead. Climate change and global warming is a pressing issue for cities around the world, but especially for coastal cities and their relationship to water. Here I analyze 6 of the largest cities in the United States that are most vulnerable to the chronic conditions of climate change, such as sea level rise, groundwater table rise, tidal inundation, as well as the climate events such as storm surge, extreme precipitation, and heat waves. As you can see in the table to the left, while New York City's 100-year floodplain, highlighted in burnt orange, is relatively small in terms of the total land area affected within this zone, because of its high population density, it affects the most number of people of all 6 cities. However, in order to evaluate any type of solution to such a large-scale problem, an understanding of urban waterfront transformation, coupled with an awareness of the environmental complexities of climate change, will offer a new potential for reimagining a resilient yet productive coastal community capable of accommodating a diverse range of urban programs. Manhattan's waterfront has evolved numerous amounts of time ever since it was colonized in the 1600s. By 1750, the waterfront shifted from a place of settlement to a location where George Washington moved his troops in to defend Manhattan and the New York Harbor during the Revolutionary War. In 1850, the creation of piers was established for the purpose of European immigration, as well as industrialization, and continued to develop its maritime program all the way up until 1965. By this time, the waterfront pier started to become dilapidated and unused due to the shift in economic transportation. Finally, in 1980, the environmental quality of the waterfront became a part of the nation's agenda, and water was seen as a valuable resource for open space and recreation. This fueled the desire to live, work, and play near the waterfront. Because of this programmatic shift from maritime use to residential and commercial use, a few waterfront neighborhoods were created through landfill expansion where their bulkheads or retaining wall along the waterfront were built at a much higher elevation because the accessibility for large boats wasn't a priority anymore. However, Lower Manhattan revealed just how vulnerable it is to climate change when Hurricane Sandy swept through the city in 2012, revealing its original shoreline from the 1600s. Manhattan and the surrounding region therefore faces a dilemma. Vibrant urban centers poised for continuous growth are simultaneously threatened by their waterfront locations. Out of catastrophe, the city established the Lower Manhattan Coastal Resilience Project, which consisted of a three-part study that identified the threat that climate change poses to Lower Manhattan and evaluated solutions for the climate hazards to which it is exposed. Simultaneously, Bajarka Ingalls Group proposed a strategy to convert 10 miles of Lower Manhattan's waterfront into a continuous urban flood protection infrastructure known as the Big U. On the most basic level, the task is to create a barrier of a certain height. However, at the core of these design challenges is the requirement that it be done in a way that does not look like concrete barriers, but as an upgrade to both the social and urban condition. Aimed at mitigating water inundation, three types of primary flood protection structures are proposed: earthen levee berm, T-wall concrete structure, and deployable wall structure. While these systems are productive in areas where the waterfront bulkhead is at historic low elevation, different systems must be established for more recent waterfront neighborhoods built at higher elevations, such as Battery Park City, which is inverted on the map and negated from this proposal. Battery Park City is a residential and commercial neighborhood located on the Hudson River and is Manhattan's most recent landfill project. More than a third of the development is dedicated to parkland, and the remaining built space consists of 10.7 million square feet of commercial office space, 7.2 million square feet of residential space, 4 public schools, and 3 cultural institutions. There is also a continuous esplanade that runs the length of the neighborhood, connecting each of the different park spaces along the waterfront. Constructed after the waterfront program shifted towards a more pedestrian agenda, Battery Park City was built up using land excavated from the adjacent World Trade Center project. While little of the neighborhood was affected by Hurricane Sandy because of this elevated bulkhead, the storm surge rerouted to the ends of the site, forming 2 breach points that funneled water into West Street, the highway separating Battery Park City from the rest of Lower Manhattan and the adjacent low-lying neighborhoods inland. Aligning with the neighborhood sustainability and resilience action plan of being an inclusive community, remaining a vibrant public space, creating a safe and climate resilient place, and demonstrating leadership of the future, Battery Park City will envision ecological infrastructure as a means of protection by breaking down its bulkhead. Rather than building it up even higher using hard infrastructure as a divisive barrier between water and land, through new absorptive landscapes collecting, filtering, and dispersing floodwaters during storms, a new softened edge/transitional zone that acts as a sponge will test the relationship between the built and the natural environment. Breaking down the existing bulkhead and implementing 4 different natural landscapes will act as the first line of defense against the next projected 100-year storm. Not only does this proposal create a productive landscape, but it positions itself with the Big U proposal's efforts to create both a protective yet social environment. The new esplanade will peel off its continuous path, providing different experiences and interactions with the water. At Rockefeller Park, you will find yourself surrounded by water. At the North Cove, you can walk along the water. At Rector Park, you'll be able to walk out onto the water. And at the South Cove, you can walk 20 feet above the land and find yourself amongst the trees with breathtaking views of the Hudson River. Starting at Rockefeller Park, which is located to the north end of the neighborhood, contains most of Battery Park City's wide lawns, as well as large playgrounds, plantings, and gardens, and several public art pieces. After analyzing the existing program and edge condition, I proposed to break down the large lawn into an archipelago of dunes and protective breakwaters. This new porous shoreline will blunt the destructive forces from storm surges while hosting plant life and encouraging the whole ecosystem. A series of walkways will allow for pedestrians to meander through the dunes and provide access to these newly formed wide lawns. The next location is the North Cove, located outside of Brookfield Place Shopping Center. It provides direct access to the waterfront for private boat owners, as well as recreational space such as a dog park, volleyball courts, playgrounds, and areas to eat alongside the esplanade. Currently, the hard edge surrounds the private marina, lacking any sort of green space. Breaking it down by introducing a permeable and terrace revetment system will not only help to absorb the energy of incoming water, but will provide zones for pedestrian activity and access to water for all. The third location is Rector Park, which consists of twin gardens that are both private and protected and offer a quiet place to read or rest. By sinking the park to a closer elevation of the water and creating a more of a wetland park will help to keep the sense of privacy that it currently holds, as well as provide a buffer from the effects of coastal storms. It will serve as a critical ecological resource for plants and wildlife, as well as act as a water basin during storm surge events. Here, the esplanade juts out onto the water, nodding to the waterfront piers that once existed. Finally, South Cove, which is a place-based artwork with winding paths and curved jetty and distinctive seaside plantings, creating a sense of reflection and meditation. Here, I'm extending the existing line of trees and plantings down to the water to create a maritime forest condition that can tolerate high salinity and sandy soils, as well as prevent erosion and act as a buffer from wave energy. The extension of plantings will further enhance this cove as a place for pedestrians to meditate, relax, and physically touch the water, but also rise high above the ground plane and into the trees, providing a new perspective of the Hudson River. While these 4 new edge conditions only provide a first line of defense in terms of the next projected 100-year storm, the whole neighborhood will act as a productive landscape. The various inner blocks and wide streets will adapt to this new sponge model, collecting, filtering, and dispersing rainwater through various strategies to make sure it doesn't end up in the city's sewer system. For example, Teardrop Park, which is located between a cluster of residential towers, will utilize water squares and permeable paving, while the median of North End Ave will convert into a bioswale and natural wetland when flooded. Finally, West Street, the highway that separates Battery Park City from the rest of Manhattan, while it has its own set of problems, extensions of Battery Park City's green space and tree canopies across the street will create a stronger visual connection, promoting accessibility, connectivity, and engagement with this new edge. Thank you.
Thanks, Harrison.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I start with a question, Cordula? Because we're so many, I'm asking for permission.
Of course.
So, Harrison, it might be your lucky day or your not so lucky day, because I used to live down there, and you showed a few locations that are very dear to my heart. And whenever something changes, without you making the change yourself, it hurts a bit. I think that I'm sure you have heard about the big project, who by now I think won all of the water line to do the landscape. So you basically are working in a corner where very soon we're going to see a new development. I think that aesthetically it's extremely pleasing. But I have 2 questions. How did you come up with, for example, the lawn at Battery Park? This is where people play soccer. This is where everybody hangs out and about. They used to, at least before 9/11, and it went right back after that. And also the Rector Park that you put lower, that's like the dog park in the neighborhood. I used to live in Leonard Street, and that was, so to speak, my neighborhood. How did you do the research? How did you talk to people who live there? Do you come from New York, or how did you find out what you can do and what kind of functions you might be not destroying but changing? How did you go about the research?
Yeah, so I'm actually from New Jersey, and I actually live in Jersey City. So Battery Park City is the view from my apartment, and I'm always there. So I've been to the site many, many times. Because Battery Park City has like these extensive park space and green space along the waterfront, this site provided like a great place to not only keep the park space, but also make it a productive landscape. So while I am, for example, at Rockefeller Park, which is the wide lawn, breaking it up into a series of dunes and breakwaters, they're still pretty wide. They're like 200 feet long. So there's still places for recreation. People could play soccer, all those things, as well as what you were saying with Rector Park, because it is this long park that kind of expands the whole site longitudinally. By bringing it down, kind of gives it the space of privacy and kind of meditation that it is currently, but also allows people to kind of like interact with the water and touch it. So while it is sunken, it still functions the same as it does currently, but just becomes productive and in the event of a storm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I ask you one more question.
Yes.
So Harrison, in your proposal, there is not any additional, let's say, mass or building that you're proposing, correct?
Correct.
And are you working with any of the existing?
So I am not touching any of the buildings. I'm leaving them where
Okay.
they are. So I'm just working around the spaces around them.
Yes, so I think that's very important to say it. I mean, I think it's clear through your presentation, but your proposal really starts to again engage literally the existing edge and how the edge start to extend. And so I'll start with a few comments. So I think the presentation is very clear. I think there is a clear logic in the way in which you started, looking at the macro scale of New York City as a whole, as an ecosystem, looking at the edge, but also how this relates to Battery Park. I think you start to touch upon, very important issues and that relate again not only to mitigation, but also how water can become a productive strategies, not only for climate change, but also can be seen as a social infrastructure as well. I think that to me, the strongest strategies in your project is the fact, and this I think connects with what Ruth was saying, is the fact that you begin to break down your proposal into archipelagos, into smaller zones that connect locally or might connect locally, and that might be a question for you, to the existing. So even though there is a notion of continuity in terms of how you begin to redefine the edge, and I think you have different type of spatial strategies or performative strategies in the way in which you erode the edge, or the edge start to either be divided into smaller islands or is replicated. So I think there are different strategies that you adopt along the intervention. And I think your project starts to provide a double reading. So on the one hand, can be seen and experienced as a continuous experience, let's say, but at the same time start to provide localized interventions or proposal that can and might connect locally with the existing programs or buildings that are there. That's why I ask you, what's your position towards the existing? Because I think that's quite important, because right now the project to me operates literally creates almost an edge. So really taking the edge that is there and extending the edge, and towards the water. I'm wondering how your project set up the possibility of actually extending inward, not physically, but even programmatically and socially, I think. So I think my question to you, it's how also your proposal and the way in which you clearly to be articulated the different events that happen, you've broken down into 4 or 5 events along the path, also can become a potential for a social infrastructure that's linked to the existing. And so that part to me, it's a potential, and it's a little bit missing, I think, in the proposal. And it seems that your project focused more, again, on looking at these events along the way and how these provide a different type of spatial condition, but also performative condition in the way in which the archipelagos are shaped, really, are morphed, because we're talking about even redefining the morphology of the edge. But I think very clear, and I really appreciate the clarity and the steps, and I think has the potential in the future, maybe in your future projects, to again begin to link back with the urban fabric more in depth.
Yes, if I had more time, that's definitely where I was going here on the last slide, starting to bring some of these conditions to the inner blocks and the courtyards and creating this. But definitely this is the place to take off where I am right now.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is great, Harrison. This is Ben talking. Yeah, it's really good. It's really clear. It's really well developed, and the drawings are all super consistent, and everything makes a lot of sense. I've got one kind of big, maybe fundamental question, and it's probably rooted in my own ignorance of this as a subject, really. But I'm wondering how architects are equipped to really address this project. When there's no buildings, let's say, and there's no real identifiable program being designed, and it seems that the social infrastructure that Marcello was just, sort of suggesting could be a real sort of possibility for deeper exploration and sort of evidence of opportunity. I'm curious who else you would have to work with to really understand the parameters that would govern the design of something like this. You know, landscape architects, civil engineers, I'm not really sure, but it seems like there are better people in some ways suited to develop this kind of proposal. Now, again, that could be rooted in my own ignorance, but it's one thought I have. Secondly, I'm looking at slide 12 of the presentation, and this seems to be the greatest attempt at design. And so I see biking, sports, playground, ferry, food and drink, boating, lounging, biking, fishing, bird watching, meditation, playground. And that's all fine, but could I swap those around? Like, could I say, ooh, I want to do bird watching where lounging is, and I want to put lounging where bird watching is? Or how do you sort of come at the rationale that dictates those are the appropriate locations for those programs?
Yeah, so the way I thought about it is looking at the spaces that I created. So bird watching, for example, the path or the paths that break off from the esplanade are up throughout the trees. So you're kind of like up where the birds are. The sports, you can't really, for example, at the North Cove Marina, there aren't these wide lawns for people to play soccer or basketball, but the archipelago of islands are wide enough for actions to of sports or some type of recreation like that to take place there. So yeah, while you could be bird watching anywhere, I kind of just placed where people would want to like be up in the trees and watch the birds there. But yeah, any of them could be switched around for the most part.
I'll delete this in a second, but like, so I just drew a little pink circle around where you have sports.
Yeah.
And right now I see a bunch of mounds. You know, I see a graphic landscape without evidence of a field, you know, that would support that point that you just made. And I don't see it further developed later on to support that rationale. So I think, like, you know, if it's an if-then sort of scenario, like if I want sports there, then how do I demonstrate the possibility for it? I think the then part of that, you know, logical diagram is missing at present. And I think it's not to say that it couldn't be there. It just hasn't been given a proof of concept to support the claim.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, I started to like kind of look at what it might look like in these sections. So at the top, a basketball, people playing basketball up there. But yeah, it definitely could.
Those are beautiful drawings. And I think those could develop more rigorously to be more suggestive of the types of activities that you're proposing in that kind of, you know, 1,000-foot view or whatever you want to call it that we were just looking at on slide 12.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
I think it's interesting set of comments, kind of how the story of all the critics right now, how we're a little bit linear. It's interesting. I think we've also, this makes me think, I think Ben, everybody's been commenting kind of like, how do you corral this thing? Where does the project start? Who do you collaborate with? How do you program it? And I guess I'll also try to comment just on architecture. It makes me think a little bit about, with architects in these types of projects, we're kind of in the decorated shed category here in some ways, because really what we're doing is like decorating civil engineering. And I'm going to be, that's cynical, I know. And but these days, instead of doing it with like styrofoam cornices, like postmodern people, we're doing it with like social programs because we're obsessed with that. And even though it's kind of hard to maintain a lot of all that grass and stuff, it really increases budgets. I guess that's where I am too, with kind of where architecture falls in. We're kind of decorating engineering, and there is a landscape architecture, at least in the US. I know other countries do landscape architecture maybe a little bit differently, but in the US, the drawings that are on the screen right now, which are, by the way, they're really well rendered and they're very clear. Those would be in someone else's drawing set. In a big project, the drawings on this screen are not under the A section of the drawings. And we are sitting in an architectural thesis where this is your main piece of design. And I do think architecture schools have to start answering the literal question of that and saying, what is it that we're trying to do with ourselves? We already have a lot to do. We already have a lot of liability. And it's just, where do we fit into this? And it's interesting. We're always stretching our brains. That's why we're interesting people at cocktail parties. But we're like, we do have to ask ourselves those deep questions. And I think us, even on the panel here, have to be able to say, kind of weigh in and put ourselves out there a little bit. Say some stuff that's like, I don't think it's relevant. I think that's either a landscape architect's project or a civil engineer's project. And I also think we're not even decorating the shed with architecture. We're decorating the shed with program. And that's what's even more eerie about it, because I don't think we have the political leverage to do that. And I think it's fun to pontificate about, but I think we're like, our skis are getting a little too long on some of these things. And I ask it because this is a great project. You've done a really good job. And I also think over the last 15 years, we've gotten really good at making those little icons. And we use them a lot, like that one drawing. The icons are really good these days. You're quick at it. They get out there and big. Maybe the Dutch people kind of got really good at it 10 or 15 years ago. I think we use them as decoration now, frankly. I'm willing to just say we use those little icons to decorate urban maps. And as Ben was alluding, when you jump scale, are those icons more than just a pretty cool Disney map? And that's where I'm going to just say it's decoration. I don't see it. It's verbal decoration or something. That's all. That's where I am. But it's beautiful, by the way. You did a good job with those graphics, and that's a big deal.
Thank you.
Harrison, let me defend you.
Harrison, you can also defend yourself.
Yes.
You can defend yourself. I'm going to give you some ammo in your defense.
Okay.
Because I think at this point, what you show to me shows that you know more about this subject than I do. And that's kudos to you. That's a thesis well researched and well presented. So I can speak to what Pearson was saying in the following way. You've made one decision early on, which was to analyze and study what the project was by Big, and decided that you're not going to take it as a given, which I think is an important decision you made. Right there, you kind of countered the engineering status quo that was given to you. That goes into a vision of this, what this U could look like, as opposed to decorating it per se. So I'm glad that you didn't take that U barrier as an a priori given. I wish perhaps you would have shown other proposals by others and not taken that even as a final product, but maybe as one option that had been available to you. So you took that and you countered it, and you decided that I'm not going to take this as an engineering given. I'm going to give it a kind of a vision, as opposed to what Pearson is saying as decorating it. You decided that you're going to soften that edge, and you're going to soften it in ways that bring nature into Manhattan, into that edge. You're feathering it instead of having a hard bulkhead. You're softening it. And in this section where we're looking at right now that everyone really loves, you're showing different ways that this could be done. And I think this goes beyond engineering. This goes into envisioning. It's a vision plan. And so I think that's an important step, because this is where engineers and architects work together. This is where you provide instructions, guidelines, you provide a kind of a vision plan that engineers can work off of. So I think that's what's important here, and that's what you've done. In that regard, in the sense of providing this kind of, not an imaginary, but a potential vision of what this area could be like, what I found interesting is that you crossed West Side Highway, and the West Side Highway is a barrier. If the bulkhead itself is a barrier, West Side Highway is also a strong barrier. I'm glad that you crossed over it. I would perhaps say that if we are envisioning, if we are in this process of imagining, and it's an exercise, perhaps you could take that further and say, rather than moving the barrier from where the bulkhead is now inward to where West Side Highway is, why not like feather it much further and really go into the Manhattan, the built areas, which goes to some of the comments that were made earlier. Incorporate the island with the river and maybe feather them in together much more, rather than taking Battery Park as just your sole grounds for an intervention. Take the whole bottom half of the island, take all of Wall Street, go cross it all the way through to the other side. So overall, I think that you show here that you've learned a lot. I learned a lot from your descriptions of the project, and I think that you've given me a lot to think about. I'm dealing with this same problem in my little town, water management, and I think what we have is what Jason was mentioning earlier, is that we have an engineer that's come up with a vision plan for our little town, and what we lack is a vision plan. So preceding an engineering plan, we need a vision plan, and that's what you've done, and I think this is where you could take it further as well. But great job.
I think that's great ammo, and I think that is the spirit of the project, is that it's a visioning plan. And I agree that architecture is a visionary field, and it certainly is. But Harrison needs to make that claim and make it evident within the context of the discipline of architecture. Because my fear is that, we're enamored and we can learn a lot by a presentation on subjects that, frankly, I don't feel are necessarily part of the discipline. But if I assume that it is disciplinary, I get nervous that we become armchair specialists in fields that aren't really what we do, or at least we don't have the bandwidth to really adequately address. So I agree with the visioning statement, but then also the softening and feathering, I think that's fantastic, but that was not claimed. So if you want to talk about that, and if you want to make that a priority in the work, then the work has to show how that's working architecturally or programmatically or experientially or what have you. Otherwise, it's lip service.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so where this project kind of went about in terms of placing it within the architecture field, I thought about Manhattan, which is very dense, I started off with the Volo skyscraper competition, and I kind of went against that because New York City is building all these like skinny skyscrapers, and because there's not many places to build in Manhattan anymore. So thinking about how we can take these spaces and these social spaces that are in these buildings that are kind of lost in these like skinny skyscrapers, and how to start to bring that into the public realm, and especially along the waterfront, which is definitely being redeveloped in Manhattan now with a bunch of park design. So that's where this kind of project started and how it became this now.
I mean, I think, going back to the discipline, I think how that's maybe a different discussion, but how do we define the boundaries of the discipline, and what are the scales of intervention as well? So that's something that I think definitely this project questions, but this to me, this is a practice in terms of engaging issues related to infrastructure that might go into engineering, landscape, and architecture. These are projects that architects or the expanded practice of architecture engage with. So I think your project, to me, it's quite compelling in terms of interrogating. To me, it doesn't even question the boundary of the discipline, because this, I think, it's a disciplinary question somehow. The question is, what are the tools to address it? But I think you have given us, I think, a set of tools, parameters to really see it as a potential scenarios. And of course, the development of this can go into many directions, from the construction drawings of how you're going to build the bridge, let's say at the infrastructural level, to other I think layers that can be developed in here. But if that's the end, let's say, I think as a scenario, I think you've given us, I think, a quite clear understanding of how the scenario might develop now and in the future.
So to me, this is an interesting conversation, and to talk about the discipline and that shift in that realm, and the conversation about the vision and us architect being the visionary for this type of project. To me, what is lacking, if we agree that this is where we're heading or this is what we want to do, then we need to have a basic fundamental understanding of certain principles of how these things work in terms of hydraulics, in terms of engineering, and all of that. When as architects we design a building, we have a basic understanding of how structure work. We might not be able to fully develop it, create the vision for an architecture, and rely on structural engineers and all kind of help to bring that vision to completion. But if we don't have the basic understanding of these principles, there is a major risk in what some of you have been describing this morning as lip service or decoration. So the question is, if we want to be serious about this, let's do it. Let's do it right, and let's give ourselves the tools to address some of the fundamental issues that come with this type of project.
Totally, and that's where it's so exciting to see where architecture rubs up against and creates friction with other fields. And I think knowing those boundaries, knowing those rubrics, knowing the kind of the logic that we bear, the logic that another field bears, the logic that whatever else bears, I think that's where it gets super compelling. And then, but we need to know the kind of the rules or the context of evaluation, that helps us understand the decisions that we make that best suit the goals of the project. Because like we're talking about climate change, right? So we're talking about something super serious, right? But then we're masquerading as decoration, or at least that's the way that the conversation is trended. And I get nervous about that. So if we're going to take on climate change, what's the best way to have that conversation with our best skill set, with somebody else's best skill set, and actually make projects that have consequence?
Yeah, I think that's good too. And I think there's always a chicken or egg when working with this scale, right? And I think the vision plan is the correct thing. And I actually do often, I've worked on larger scale, from master plans to campus plans, all this stuff. And it is interesting, right? Because often it's not the landscape architect or civil engineer that can get the vision out. And I do think vision is important. We do tend to go there. And it may be, and that's really important. And the chicken or egg here is maybe the vision is kind of naive, and then you start asking all the questions. I do think there's balance there of what you know before you get into this thing. But at the end of the day, we're closing, I think we're kind of rounding this conversation out in an interesting way, is that what architects do is have vision, ask questions, and create very large conversations with hopefully very large-minded people. And that's pretty cool. And when we're at our best, I think that's probably what we're able to do. But the key is we attach it with really beautiful graphics and what those may be, and beautiful vision. And that's what gets, we actually get people excited over that, hopefully, and create that energy. So I think you would have come close to doing that. And then you'd have a whole bunch of questions with stakeholders. A lot of them along that line.
Yeah.
Cool.
My final comment, which is kind of in response to what's all been said, even is about the idea of the separation of the fields or the overlap of them, and the limitation of the work of architects is that perhaps if you had shown, which you still can do, a kind of diagram of the progression of this plan into the future, the 20-year plan, 50-year plan, and even 100, even though that 100 is really far into the future. But if you could, for example, show us whether in your estimation, in your proposal, in your understanding of the issues, is it best to continue building on the areas that are under your kind of jurisdiction in this project, or even further beyond it? or is it best to start removing building? Perhaps you could bring that into the conversation. And are we lowering density, removing density, degrowing, or should we continue growth? That's maybe enters into the realm of more traditional master planning, which might not be a bad idea to add as a diagram to your research. The last thing I want to say, it may be a small item, maybe technical, but perhaps it might have a significant impact, is the promenade idea that you kind of have weaving around your project. I'd like it to show how it connects much deeper into the city itself. And it starts not just at the point of entry into Battery Park, but how it connects to the infrastructure of the city, and perhaps how it then brings you in, like in more clear ways than just green lines, into like how, like a comb-like effect, you come into the city. And in that regard, in that archipelago section up north of your project, perhaps this is my own take or my bias. I find it maybe not appropriate is the wrong word. It's the archipelago being transgressed by these overarching ramps. It almost feels like let nature do its thing. If you want to have little bridges between them, great, but kind of contradicting one very natural scene with one very architectural scene. You're going to need a lot of concrete and steel to make those possibly work. So maybe that's something you could rethink. But that's my final comment.
I think those are all great comments, and I think the discussion about where we insert ourselves, our discipline as part of, like this larger, field of different topics that become apparent in this project that need to be brought together is a really good one. And I agree that this is certainly a visioning strategy that's displayed here that needs to be examined very carefully in terms of its details. The several comments were made in regards to weaving the project further into the city, and Harrison, we've talked about this many times, right?
Yes.
I think the decision was made just to focus on a specific area, but your project actually started off much further inland. Not much further, but a little bit more inland, and I think there's a lot of opportunities to think about it in those broader strokes. But yeah, great points of view, and great, and I think the right things were being said. Absolutely.
And thank you, Harrison, for this project, because this conversation would have not happened without this the very good work that you produced this semester. So thank you for the good work.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, great. Mazia, we'll have a project about degrowth a little bit later this morning. So okay.
Forward to it.
And Jason, I'm not sure that we are the most entertaining people at the cocktail party. We can debate.
Well, that is very subjective. Y'all could have fired back on that one. Y'all had free reign to fire back heavily there. When we're our best, we are the best at the cocktail party. If we're our best, but yeah.
Okay, we have Danielle next.
Yes. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Danielle.
Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Danelle, and this is my thesis for generative landscapes, design strategies that reconstruct our built environment and relationship with fire. Climate change and culture are causing a new age of fire threat, creating questions about the future of living in California. Adding to this problem, wildfires and architecture are two methodologies that are not naturally considered together and fight for power as opposed to existing harmoniously. So climate and human interventions need to be considered as a joint process to decrease the danger of fires and rework it into our daily life. Starting with a brief history, over the past 100 years, the strategy when dealing with wildfires in California has been to suppress and ignore. Suppress all naturally occurring wildfires and ignore the dangers when developing the sprawl into the wildland-urban interface of California. Fire suppression is an unsustainable fire tactic because it leads to a forest floor with large fuel loads that can spark quickly, and aided by climate change can become dangerous easily. The danger of fire is increasing annually in California. Last year, 4 million acres burned, and as you can see here, 10 of the largest wildfires in California history, or out of the 10 largest wildfires, five of them occurred last year. So what does this mean for people living in California? This is a statewide issue. This map shows the danger of specific regions and their likelihood to burn in the near future based off of factors such as weather, wind, fuel, and slope. And currently, a third of the population of California lives in a zone that has been estimated to burn in the next 30 years. So by ignoring fire, we have allowed zoning that puts 13 million people living in the wildland urban interface at risk. And currently, the sprawl into the wildland urban interface are the areas where the population is growing the most. Last year with COVID, people want to live further outside cities than ever before. So this is a growing issue. Shifting the focus, although fires are catastrophic and irreversible in nature, they are also conducive to processes of reorganization and reintegration in the ecosystem. Fire provides grounds for life to reemerge and keeps wildlands healthy. This diagram calls into focus several factors that affect the fire landscape. For example, man-made fires are often started by cigarettes, telephone wires, and campfires, versus natural fires, which are started by lightning. Another important distinction is the role that native versus non-native species plays in the ecosystem. For example, native evergreens like pine burn slowly and are often naturally fire resistant versus non-native plant species like eucalyptus, which are found frequently in California, spark quickly and burn aggressively. And so what is fire resiliency and the idea of fire resiliency? So this is an important concept to protecting buildings and property by resisting damage and recovering quickly, and can be broken up into two components, maintenance and design. Maintenance involves thinning, which is taking the forest and cutting down a percentage of trees to decrease the fuel load, and prescribed burn, which has been used for over 13,000 years in California to reduce hazardous fuel loads on the forest floor and improve wildlife habitats. On the design side, we can design for fire resiliency by thinking about how buildings ignite during wildfires. So the three most common methods that buildings ignite are through embers falling through the sky, radiant heat, and direct flame contact. And then looking a bit broader, a new concept is that of defensible space zones. So defensible space zones are how to protect your building as the fire approaches the site. So it is broken up into three zones. The first being a 5-foot perimeter around your building where you remove any organic matter or fuel. The second zone is 30 to 50 feet of fire resilient landscaping and well-watered low vegetation. And zone 3 is more of a perimeter where you thin vegetation and fuel loads from the forest floor and kind of a buffer zone. And so this thesis seeks to explore how architecture and design can play a larger role in creating fire resiliency by redesigning aspects of a typical house. So here we see what is the presumed typology of a Northern California house, thinking about, kind of large footprint, sprawling suburban, etc. And so how can we explode these components and then redefine them into their resilient counterparts that work together to create new systems of building? And so working on the scale of building systems, we can use architecture as a tool in this way to promote fire safety that permeates into every aspect of our built environment. So next, using these newly defined building components, I extruded these variables to create houses that lead to the creation of a new regionalism. So taking 3 building components, openings, roof, and footprint, and developing them into their extremes, we get 3 proposals for what a fire resilient house could look like, each playing off of a different component. And this is an exploration into the possibilities and variations of a new type of housing. So first is the question of what would happen if we took windows and doors, commonly known as the weak points of a house for fire entry, and emphasize their importance by adding extra layers of protection through corrugated sheet metal in order to create an active fire defense system that could open or close to create different interior-exterior relationships. The solution is a house that becomes an active system that can either be operational or defensive given the context. Second, what would happen if, after redesigning a roof to be more fire resilient through non-flammable material and a strong roof pitch for embers to roll off of, we took it a step further and made the whole house a roof, extruding the protective envelope and bearing part of the house to create a strong defense strategy against embers and close contact with fire. This solution creates a house that has a strong passive protection program. And third, what would happen if we compress the footprint of a building to decrease sprawl in inner corners? The solution would help increase density options for homeowners looking to become more fire resilient, but unable to change the size of their lot. This extra protection of space and the decrease of inner details creates a passive protection program on the scale of the building lot. And now you guys should be seeing a GIF, which will start moving soon. Yeah, soon. So these proposals work in the environment in the now newly defined fire landscapes to decrease the likelihood of fire ignition and spreading. Working with defensible space zones in Zone 3 thinning, Zone 2 fire resilient landscapes, and Zone 1 the no fuel zone. They work to de-escalate fires as they approach communities, but allow fires to naturally burn the wildland. So this GIF shows how the life cycle of fire and houses could work together in the environment to regrow landscapes and provide safer alternatives to living close to nature. And so finally, the three proposals are then combined and reworked together in multiple aggregations to create a new typology, fire regionalism, with multiple systems of defense at work. Some variations are outlined here, but the hypothetical possibilities are endless. And now jumping scale, how would these newly defined fire regionalism buildings fit in a landscape? So this is a hypothetical model of a community in California, and working on this larger scale, I'm proposing to deny sprawl and instead create clusters of developments that can share protected defense zones and citywide barriers, which can decrease the dangerous wildfires spreading within neighborhoods. So this proposal calls for a rejection of living in wilderness as we understand it in California's context. So looking first at how this affects certain parts.
Could you repeat that, Danelle? Rejects the living in wilderness. Can you just repeat?
Yeah. So my proposal is that as we develop into the wildland urban interface and develop areas that share a border with nature, we are rejecting the idea of scattering houses and into the wilderness. So like, instead of having a bunch of houses scattered along the hillside, I am trying to condense them together into clear pockets and developments of like human intervention. So separating human intervention and nature.
Got it, like subdivisions.
Yeah, exactly. So clearly denoting and then categorizing different strategies for different parts of this like community style. So thinking about, as I'm going, these next pictures are going to talk about thinking about what the edge condition would look like, what the center of a community look like, and what the outlier or the like rural pocket would look like. So going into the edge, there's a clear barrier between the development and the wildland, which is defined and diffused through a thinning barrier around the perimeter. This proposal focuses on increasing fire safety through zones, but still keeping the feel of a suburban context neighborhood feel with individual spread out lots. The center of communities and developments can retain more freedoms than other neighborhood conditions because they are further away from the fire perimeter. So still keeping in mind these zones and fire resilient landscapes to decrease the likelihood of fire spreading, but you are able to have an increase in density. And then third, for the rural condition, I am proposing to cluster these developments together instead of scattering them in the wildland urban interface, because this will be a safer this is just like a safer concept, and they can share resources and defense zones and decrease their footprint in the environment. Pockets will sometimes need to take extra precautions. So instead of thinning zones in moderate fire hazard areas, it might need to be replaced with a clearance vegetation zone. And finally, we have Smokey the Bear, the spokesperson slash symbol of wildfires in California, presenting a newly realized landscape of fire. Smokey the Bear is a currently leads a successful government campaign to change public perception and encourage suppressing wildfires, and that has been going on for 80 years. Now I'm seeking to reclaim this iconic image of Smokey the Bear and his influence to advocate for a normalization of wildfires and education on how to live safely in these fire ecosystems. Here I want to think about defining a new normal, reworking our understanding of fire, and accepting it into our regular culture in a newly designed proposal on the scale of building systems, houses, and community. This final image is a reinterpretation of Wander Above the Sea of Fog, which challenges us to reconsider the role of people in the landscape and the delicate balance of ecosystems. Seeking to flip the focus, we need to move forward and recognize our impact on the landscape and role in the California ecosystem. Thank you.
Janelle, this is Eve. Just a small interruption before we move to the core of the debate. There's much to say about this idea of densification versus wilderness, etc. One little comment I like that those pictures 15, 16, and 17, this sort of graphic novel style rendering is very clever. Just one detail, because I'm in a very noisy environment, because they're a sort of rebuilding an apartment just below my feet. And there's this heavy hammering, and I may have missed out this information. Are your houses just fire resistant, designed to be still there and to survive the fire after people have been evacuated? Or could they be a sort of fire shelter even for people inside?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's something we've talked about. I think that for this proposal, I'm thinking about it in terms of it's meant to last and try to survive wildfires to the best of its ability, but you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket and try to shelter there. So I don't think I would ever propose for you to stay in an area that is being burned down. Yeah. But there are instances where fire resilient buildings, they've like moved hospital patients into them and they've survived. So there are instances where I think the likelihood, and with more research and maybe more fire shelter like aspects, it could be possible. Yeah.
No, I mean, you could have looked back in time and look back at those sort of utopical nuclear bomb shelters back in the 50s. But I think, yes, it's safe to have people out. No, it was just a little detail because I wasn't sure that I had gotten the right information. Now I'll come back to you later, but I've been talking so much yesterday that I want to leave more space to the new critics. I'll get back to you later. Thank you for this additional information.
It's a super fascinating project, you know, and I like it's really great. You know, I have a couple maybe big questions and then maybe a couple more specific questions. But one big question I think I have is the primary goal to protect financial assets or human life? And I think that's a big part of the project. And so would insurance companies be more excited about this, or would the people living there be? Because one thing that I'm thinking about that is radically different about fire than water is air quality. Mm-hmm. And so I think, like, you know, we've got these protections set up to mitigate, you know, encroaching fire, which I think is fantastic. And I love the way that you get down to the detail level. And I think that's really remarkable. So you're showing multiple scales of kind of aptitude for this kind of system. But I think one missed opportunity would be like air quality and how you can really assess that or protect humans against that, et cetera. And then I get fascinated in the circulation path of escape. So like, how do you get out of there? So if the asset is protected by all of these systems in play, how does life get saved by an adequate system of circulation? You know, I'm thinking of like in these places, like they're oftentimes on, you know, like in a box canyon, let's say.
Yeah.
How do you evacuate a box canyon with fire on 3 sides?
No,
And
that's
so,
a good.
you know, it's not to say that, you know, oh, bad idea here, but I think like that's another layer to this that would really add a compelling lens to think about it.
Yeah, I think definitely between that's interesting what Ben said. From the, just going right in on that set of comments, between slides 14 and 15, to me, and I think it starts to speak to a lot of Ben's comments, there's a process piece that's a little off about, it's interesting that you start at the scale of the house. I think that's good. You start at a kind of an operational scale, a very, you can kind of get into, and you can start to ask questions and possibly propose a solution. So I kind of like that back and forth. But this drawing, and then into the next drawing, which I think shows more of a subdivision layout where you talk about a thinning layer, or maybe I'm off on my, oh, you're on 16. Go back to 14.
Okay, yeah, here.
I think there's a series of operational things here. You have the scale of these little buildings that you're creating. You're creating a new regionalism, new typology of sorts, strictly related to fire protection. Obviously, there's some other issues in there, but interesting. You're kind of also out in the wilderness. You're like out past the birds. The project feels like you're almost creating a refugee camp, which is going to be my next comment. But it seems like here, there's like a more abstract diagram we need that would give us a whole series of answers as to why you're doing what you're doing, probably at the planning level.
Right.
That would deal strictly with circulation, strictly with thinning, and then probably show us some type of overlay of how those systems work together. And then maybe then, because normally, possibly some of the operations you're doing on the buildings would relate. And then when you skip to your next slide and the following slide, where you start to talk about setbacks and fences, the fence wouldn't be such a, again, going back to my other comment, right now it's a little bit like you're just putting it up because the guy at Lowe's is in on the deal where he's going to put the little fence around your house at the end of it, because you're already doing this thinning operation at the edge, and probably there's a series of things that could occur between there and the house that may be able to solve that problem, unless, and then you get to the overall image, which is on the following slides, this kind of overall, that one's really abstract. Like this to me, well, obviously it's really abstract, but it goes back to that other project about why am I creating this? Who am I creating for? And is this the vision to start a conversation, and I don't care who, with local building official, insurance company, politician who's interested in promoting this? Is this the image, and is this the new vision to promote that typology? And then when I go back to one of your previous drawings, I think that's the one to me where the essence of it and where I feel like your brain is on it is it feels a little bit like we're creating a system for like almost a refugee camp. That's also why Ben's or actually that was Eve's comment maybe about, is it a place where someone could shelter in place? To me, the essence of it, it's somewhere as a thesis, it's in between. Are you creating a new permanent typology? Or are you creating kind of a refugee temporary structure? There's a lot of tension there for me, and it gets into the vision you're giving us. I think it's very interesting. I'm kind of excited about how uneasy I am about those two things. It's pretty strange. And maybe the project just needs to go there, but it is missing some of that stuff. It feels a little bit like a refugee camp to me. That's not necessarily negative right now either. Don't take that negative.
I think this is, again, an interesting comment. So the idea that the project started at the dwelling scale, and it was developed throughout the semester at this scale. And then at some point in the semester, the idea was, do you want to stay at this scale, or do you want to try to envision what it will be at community level? And obviously, the change in scale brings a whole set of other issues. And, you know, as as good as it is, I mean, you can imagine that how much can you pack in 14 weeks and bring it to a level of resolution that, you know, we're talking about here. So I think it's interesting, you know, maybe that conversation, even if these images are very provocative and interesting, I think the conversation should focus more on the architectural level, because that's where the, you know, the bulk of the semester was spent, just if I may.
You mean on the individual building design?
Yes, yeah, I agree with that. You know, like that's certainly where, Danielle, you started out at, you know, and then thinking about different, you know, strategies and also combinations of components in order to respond. I think the comment that Ben made initially, though, in regards to, you know, like what's the vision here? I mean, are people envisioned to stay here when a fire comes and, you know, ride it out? That's not the premise of the project, right? So, but it is a little bit caught in the, right, in that, you know, what type of scenario is this designed for, and what is the emphasis? You know, maybe we can talk a little bit more about that, because there's certainly responses embedded in the proposal that address that.
Yeah, to me,
want to go back a little bit?
Yeah.
So is the idea that you completely eliminate anything that usually makes a city like green, mostly because it's you know, a fire issue? I mean, the houses, as much as I appreciate that you have these alterations and that you have a variation on a theme, that's how I see it. But then it looks so, you know, then you put a fence around, and I mean, you go and live in the hills and in the forest because it's you know, it's beautiful locations, and you even take the fire hazard to be there. Now, if you completely take all the essence out of a city or a community, I don't know what else is missing. I think, you know, probably the lampposts and all the stuff that we love about cities. Is that just something because you just started working on the houses, or is that something that you really did intentionally?
That's something, because yeah, it isn't quite fleshed out, and yeah, you guys are touching on a lot of important questions I was asking myself. But in regards to the fencing and like things like that, like I think this project is looking at a reworking of how we exist and how we live in the environment. So yeah, it's nice to live surrounded by trees and look out your second story window and like but like I'm thinking like that's not practical. What's a solution that would ensure safety? So yes, you always have the opportunity to go live in a eucalyptus forest in California and like say, okay, this house is probably going to burn down once every 30 or 50 years. And that's a fact I accept. And I'm going to get my fire insurance, and it's going to be expensive, but it's going to be worth it. So this is an option for, yeah, this is just like a different like way of thinking about it. Like I'm going to take these precautions and have these reassurances in mind when I leave during annual fire seasons.
Yeah, I think I saw this project on midterm, so I think my question, in a way, it's not the same, but goes back to the short and long-term strategies for the project. So the question is whether this is something that it's an alternative, right, to the existing what's there, or it's working with what's there already, or it's in between. Because I think that's very important to rethink how the strategies that right now, again, exist as a vision. I think this project as well might relayer with existing. So, you know, scenario one, it's a complete new development that it's in this area of California, but that can apply as a prototype in different parts of the same area with the same context, or is taking up what's the existing and relayering the existing with a new not only spaces, but you know, these new layers of new boundaries, let's call it that way, as you define it, or it's taking the existing and working on the existing. I think that's a very important part of your project that in a way, I don't think you have taken a position towards that yet. Yes, I mean, this is defined, but in terms of thinking about how this project might really affect the urban development in that particular context, looking at fire, looking at resiliency, but also looking at life cycle at the urban scale and the landscape. So you talked about life cycle, and I think that's, to me, it's a key word somehow to understand your project that operates both at the material level, but also at the larger impact that might have on the landscape. So on the one hand, operates redefining a new typology that exists on the 3 types that you have developed, both at the material scale, but also the overall density of spaces that exist within one or more units. Then I think there is a second level of scale that it's about the aggregate of multiple units together, and what is the distance, what is the relationship. So automatically, I think your project starts to address the voids in between. And I think that's quite important as well. And then the third layer is how this might impact at the larger territorial scale, which doesn't mean it's the whole state of California, but even expanding the boundaries out. I think from what we see right now that somehow, to me, is still operate as a kind of autonomous system, rather than plugged into somewhere where we can begin really to see it. So my question is, the level of autonomy somehow of your project, and then how much of this autonomy might then be applied to the contextual condition that you have explored as a trigger to frame your thesis. Because you plugged in specifically in Northern California with a specific type of data that you're working with over the years, and the damage that fire has done, both in terms of properties, in terms of land, in terms of people. So my question is, how do you recontextualize your project, and how the tools that you have somehow developed are actually able to recontextualize, redefine the context again? So that, I think, it's what's missing in here. Not because, it's impossible to resolve everything, and I completely understand. But this might have been more even at the diagrammatic level, or a few slides at the end that go back to the beginning of the opening. So you start with the macro map, the map of California. I think that's where you should end in this project. But what I appreciate, I think, at the spatial level, going back to Amar's point, I think this project really operates through, to me, it's like an onion skin somehow. So it really starts with these incremental boundaries that operate within the typology, when the 3 types of units, out into voids, so the public connected space into your development, and all the way out to the boundaries that you define between the aggregate or the development into the landscape. So to me, that's a more operational system that I think in your project is taking up different meanings, both the material scale, the planning scale, let's say, to the larger impact within the landscape. I think some of the images are quite compelling, and I think even if we look at the way in which we can envision somehow how life may be, maybe that's one thing that to think about, how life may be in this new community that you have developed. But I think really your strategy spatially, I'm not just talking about spatially, it's really about generating these boundaries and at the same time defining clusters. So if the cluster, this to me is one cluster, what you're presenting right now. So the question, going back to the contextual condition, it's what are the potential for replication? And within the replication, what is the adaptation? And the adaptation responds then to the local context. Northern California, in this town, in this part, with this type of data, with this type of percentage of fire over the years. So this, I think, it's testing what you have right now against the contextual condition to apply this specifically. So that's, to me, what's missing as a last step in your project. But I appreciate somehow the rigor, especially in the development of some of the units. And that's what it seems that you're focused more in terms of energy and time.
I want to pick up on, I think Marcella's suggestion of the scales is really, really fascinating. And I was thinking maybe along similar lines, perhaps, but maybe with a slightly different, maybe framework of evaluation. But, maybe some of these references might not be, perfect or whatever, but I was thinking of like Buckminster Fuller's Dome over Manhattan as sort of the subdivision scale. you know? So like a way to create these sort of environmental protections. You're using a fence, Fuller used a dome, you know, for different reasons, different sort of, you know, causes for why such an infrastructure would exist. But there's a disciplinary sort of lineage that you're participating in. Another would be Sloterdijk, his book Terror from the Air. And I was thinking, you know, in that book, he talks about the politics of air, the politicization of air through nerve warfare or gas warfare in World War I. So the first time that air became politicized. In this project, air becomes politicized through smoke, you know? And I think you could have a really fascinating sort of social commentary about air through the work. And then also I'm thinking of the film The Purge. This might seem like an outlier in terms of a reference, but I think adaptation is actually more interesting than ground up subdivision, because adaptation would be the ways in which a system could accommodate impending danger. And that's what happens in most of the houses in The Purge. I mean, for different reasons, right? But take your pick, and if they work for you, that's great. But I think like the scalar issue is really, really fascinating. And the last comment I'll make, if you can flip down to the Caspar David Friedrich painting. Now, I hope you're aware of this, because this is not insignificant. The figure in Friedrich's painting is facing away from the picture plane toward the landscape. In this one, Smokey the Bear is facing toward us. What do you mean by that? Because that's simultaneously a political statement as well as an aesthetic one.
Well, of course, since you brought it up, that was on purpose. And, but no, my idea behind that was to flip the focus. So thinking about, we've been going and looking at the environment in a certain way. We've been handling and like developing it in a certain way, and we need to move forward differently. Like this is a turning point and a change in how we've currently been living. And that's kind of what I meant by flipping the focus. I also think that Smokey the Bear as a symbol, maybe he's looking at us to kind of, kind of ask for that.
Janelle, if I may ask you another question, were you here yesterday when we reviewed Anne's project in Alaska?
Yes, I was.
Did you exchange with her? Because it's very strange. Maybe some of those who were here yesterday too. In both cases, we have a sort of issue about densification. In the first case, as a defense system against the threat of water and rising water, and now of sweeping fire. So did you have a similar analysis? And in both cases, did you have discussions, both Anne and you, about your projects and about the idea of shaping beyond the concept, beyond the system which you show? Did you have any discussions about the way in which you would shape the architecture itself and write it itself, maybe in a further stage, beyond this system thing? In both cases, it's very strange because we have an issue about densification and about the sprawl. What do we do about the sprawl? And beyond the system, building upside down beneath the runway in her case, and your system on the other hand. Beyond these systems, now it comes to the idea of writing and defining the architecture itself beyond materials, etc. Did you have discussions, the two of you, about that? Did you feel that your projects had similarities or not at all? Or is it just a figment of my imagination?
No, not a figment. I feel like with her project and then a few of the, if you saw some of the Lake Charles projects and Harrison's, a lot of us are thinking this year about natural disasters, what we can do, new ways of development. And it's interesting thinking about, different natural disasters, rising sea levels versus fire and the connections they have.
And about developing the architecture itself, giving it a real shape, is it something you would like to do? And how would you envision it?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
No, I mean, we've seen your housing system. Did show different typologies, different systems of defense, attitudes towards fire, etc. You mentioned some ideas about building materials, etc. If you were to actually design some of those buildings in details, is it something which you would like to do now to push our project further? And how would you envision it beyond just the system? Okay, I do this because windows are an issue, this is an issue, etc. Beyond the main guidelines, would you like to go further into the proper architectural design, and which would be your guidelines for that? If you were to design one single house.
If I were to design one single house, I mean, I'm not sure if this is answering your question, but I feel like it would be, here I kind of was really strict in my approach in defining certain aspects and really taking one of those and making houses out of it. And I think it would be, if I was to develop something in real life, it would be a combined approach of everything I've learned and kind of a aggregation or Frankenstein of all of these like components working together, because right now I think they're all doing one thing well, but I think all working together they could be even more successful.
Okay, got it.
I think another interesting thing as we go through all these today, and just in general, Thesis is always interesting because they're broad, and we are talking about how the profession bumps up next to anything. I think it's good for you all to think right now, and it's good to say the word career or life, whatever you view, why you learn, and then try to execute what you learn, because that's a lot of what I view. It's like I'm always learning, and then I try to execute things, right? But to execute at the scale of architecture and definitely urbanism and the environment and all this, you're needing to reach out to people, and this gets back to all the previous stuff about conversation. So one thing to ask yourself, you don't necessarily have to answer it right now, and this is for everybody, is if you were to take your thesis and talk to someone about it, who would be the first, or maybe who would be the top 3 people you would present your project to, and why? And would you then, after saying that, say that your project is creating the right persuasion or propaganda to get your idea off the ground? And that's what's also really important. Would you go to a home builder for this? Would you go to a land developer, or would you just go to a private client? Or would you try to sell, how would you sell off? And that's for in your case, but all the other ones, you would have different ways of approaching it. And I think that's another really good way, because as architects, we can do that. And that is the literal way that we bump up next to others. And then you would need to plan for a cocktail party and make sure they were all there. But but blah, blah, blah. Do ask the question, I'm being very sincere, about like, if there's 1, 2, or 3 people that you would present your idea to, who would they be and why? And is your proposal doing that?
For this project, Jason, I would go to a summer camp director, the person financing the summer camp, and then the PTA that would be sending their kids there.
You just crushed that. Actually, no one said this looks like a summer camp, but it could be that. I said refugee camp.
Yeah, you said refugee.
I know that's bad.
Honestly,
got into my head, Danielle.
As a dad with a 6-year-old, and sending her to camp for the first time in a few weeks, this stuff wouldn't be not on my mind. You know, like if I was going to Northern California, or like somewhere in California or Colorado where wildfires are serious, I would love to know of a summer camp where this was in place. And I actually think it's a totally plausible scenario.
I do too.
We could have these super funky, weird little cottages, redefine the summer camp typology, and make it this exceptional wilderness experience at the same time while protecting everybody.
I think that's actually a great way to conclude it, because I wanted to commend Danielle on the graphics. They do take the project in a specific direction, and I think that's why the camp in various configurations comes to mind. But at the same time, they're just very imaginative, and like the whole presentation is very well executed. We need to mention that in parts as well, and it's extremely legible. And I think what the proposal really does is touch again on a variety of different areas surrounding, right, and the core, of your interests. And that's good, right? And some good points were brought up in regards to where to potentially take this further, what else to consider. I think the comment about air quality is a really important one. And also the consideration in regards to, like, whom is this designed for? Whom do we address with this? And whom do we go to? I think that's a really great aspect to the conversation.
Politicians might be, to add on the list of people you might want to go to or address this to.
Who is that?
Politicians.
Oh, yeah.
Should be added to the list. Thank you, Danielle. That was a great presentation. Let's we should move on to the next project.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much.
Did you want to say something?
No, just very, very briefly. No, I said I think this confrontation with extreme environment and situations is very stimulating. Surprisingly, because here we are dealing with fire. It reminds me of the beautiful projects which friends of mine, architects, are currently doing. They have been asked by scientists to redesign a scientific base on the South Pole in a French slice of the pizza of the South Pole. And it's about making a space livable and space with qualities and livable and with big challenges. And so I think that your environment somehow has something to do with these extreme situations, or when architects today are trying to think about possible architectures on the moon or Mars. Maybe you should explore these things. I mean, architecture on the fridge. Fire is not so far from the ice.
Definitely.
Sorry, Cordelia. That was the end of it.
Thank you guys all so much for your great comments.
Thanks, Danielle.
Hi. Hi, my name is Jacob Silverman, and this is my thesis, Cloud Forum, New Aesthetics at Work. Are the people blocking, like, are you seeing your guys' self, or no? You just see the screen?
See the screen.
Okay. There is no better time to explore disruption in the workplace than than right now. This past year has forced us all to adapt and adjust to a radically different reality due to the coronavirus pandemic. One thing I've taken away from the pandemic is the understanding for the need of physical spaces of interaction and engagement, especially when working on creative projects. As the world prepares to return to the workplace, this year of pause has many reassessing whether we should return to the workplace as it was. One thing we have learned from the pandemic is that the office is far more flexible than rigid rows of cubicles would lead you to believe. These types of offices were more driven by access to terminals and repeated uniformity. And I think that we've learned from coronavirus, where people can work in such a variety of different spaces, that this kind of uniformity is not what we're looking for in the future of work. One leader in rethinking the relationship between cities, people, and work is Richard Florida. His 2002 book, The Rise of the Creative Class, has inspired heated debate about the future of urbanism. I believe that if architects look beyond the Starbucks and cheese store that often characterizes the major criticisms of this field, these ideas can provide rich new opportunities for urban design in public spaces. In St. Petersburg, Florida, the city is looking to redevelop 86 acres of publicly owned land that is currently occupied by the stadium and surface parking lots. On the right, you can see the four outlines that the city provides as the goals of this redevelopment, and you can, from the language, tell that they are basing this off of the rise of the creative class when they're talking about walkability, this more equitable workplace, and access to access. The redevelopment has 6 different elements: a new stadium and pedestrian entertainment zone, a parking and transportation center, a hotel and convention center, corporate headquarters, a research and tech campus, and mixed-use housing. The research, education, and tech campus adds to the institutional integrity that already exists in St. Petersburg. The campus works with the Grow Smarter strategy to provide job training and education to the residents of St. Petersburg. The district also caters to the medical and educational institutions such as Johns Hopkins, All Children's Hospital, and USF St. Petersburg to provide a potential campus environment that promotes meeting, learning, and acts as a destination to host conferences. This campus has the potential to reach all learning sectors, ranging from medical opportunities in college campus environments, and sits adjacent to the entertainment district. It is integrated with retail frontage along the Raceway to promote entrepreneurial growth, collaborative work environments, and serve as an element within the campus for tech companies to occupy. This ties into another idea related to cities in the creative class. Gail Dexter Lord and Niger Blankenberg wrote a book, Soft Cities, Museums, and Soft Power, that described the importance of anchor institutions that function in the way I just described as a means of connecting cities and institutions on a global scale. So you can see how there's these different cities made up of different clusters of institutions, and then the creative class is kind of this thread that weaves them all together on a global scale. This leads to my thesis. This thesis applies new advancements in digital modeling and understanding and aesthetic theory to create the workplace of the future. This cloud forum is a strange object that attempts to anchor a new urban core in St. Petersburg, Florida. The steel lattice of the cloud creates a shaded exterior market, while the interior of the cloud acts as a forum for tourists and purists alike, creating a unique space for idea exchange and social condensation that is fundamental to creative cities. This expressive and flexible form expresses the lightness of steel structures, which is juxtaposed against the flexibility of traditional steel frame construction, which is able to accommodate and adapt to a variety of programs that require more controlled spaces. The kind of aesthetic approach that I'm adapting to this would be estrangement, which occurs by breaking the embedded aesthetic habits so that the appearance of an entity is not only linked to its obvious and known qualities, but also provides openings to address its stranger, unknown, and unknowable ones. This mere shift in perspective is a clarifying act that places nearly any object in a new relation to a previous and seemingly firmly established reality known to architects as context. And I'm using this to kind of emphasize that this type of work is a new form of work. These diagrams show how I use Grasshopper to create and model the cloud forum. I started with a set of points, then created 3D meshes around the points. I adjusted the radius and location of the meshes to create a strange form that resists traditional classification. Lastly, I panelized the mesh in order to get the steel lattice. These diagrams show how I use Grasshopper to optimize the steel lattices based on the size of the openings in order to allow in most light without being too loose. And to kind of start to see how I was trying to go for this more abstract and kind of slippery form for architecture. Since I'm not an expert in steel engineering, I focused more on using Grasshopper and Ladybug plugin to sculpt the form to create a shaded marketplace. You can see on the left, the warm winter sunlight is let into the market, while in the summer, it provides shade from the hot Florida sun. In approaching the distribution of the building's program, or this is just a massing model actually of that kind of show that I made just to kind of explore the form. In approaching the distribution of the building's program, I wanted to explore the dichotomy of the creative process, how the development of new ideas requires two distinct types of spaces, one for active research and requires specific equipment in defined spaces, and another space that is more discrete and lacks definition. This is a space for reflection, conversation, and contemplation. You can see here how the building form seeks to create an illusion to this diagram by creating two very distinct spaces that amplify the qualities of steel structure. You see on the left the more regular and flexible in the program sense type of buildings that would have the controlled and functional spaces, whereas the cloud forum is this free form exchange and contemplation, and it's less defined as for the program. Here's the site plan. You can see how the building occupies a corner lot with adjacencies to Brooker Creek Park and the new pedestrian raiseway that leads to the stadium. This first floor plan tries to engage as much as possible with the pedestrian qualities of the district. You can see the retail along the new boulevard on the left and the market in the center and the library and lobby on the right. Here is the second floor plan, which shows, this is the fourth floor plan, sorry, which shows, or 1 second, I think these are out of order, sorry. Or I guess I forgot to put in the floor plan. So this is the third floor plan, which shows the exhibition and lab spaces, and it's less public as you've moved up higher into the building. This is the garden section that shows the, this section cuts through the garden that functions as the stormwater management system for the site. The bioswale collects the water that drains from underneath the market, filters it through natural processes before discharging it over time into Brooker Creek. This section shows the library and makerspace without cutting through the cloud. This section shows the main circulation core through the cloud space. And what I was trying to emphasize, you can see in the pink highlight, is the differences between the steel diagrid in the center, and which would be an aesthetically exposed steel, and then the more traditional steel column grid of the blocks on the right. This shows an early rendering of how the marketplace might look. It seeks to build on the idea of street level culture in a more engaging way, using the strange cloud to activate the space underneath. And it builds off of this idea again from Richard Florida's book on the creative class. This is an interior render showing the lobby space and where it connects with that the cloud. This is the circulation celebrated, and it shows how the panelization of the steel lattice can allow for this kind of more temporal light quality, because the goal is to kind of, as the time passes and you're in this space, these shadows are going to move greatly over the time of the day and time of the year. And then this is again just emphasizing that lightness of steel. And so I just want to end on this image showing the social condensation of that space, because last semester, one of the projects that I studied was the Parc de la Valette proposal by OMA. And I was really inspired by the idea of how a strange program, which was the boulevard that ran over all of the different strips in that project, could be used as a kind of social condenser, democratizing element of architecture. Thank you. That's all I have to present.
Thank you, Jacob. The pragmatic German is going to ask some pragmatic questions. Am I allowed to do so?
Yeah.
Please, please.
First of all, you're calling it the strange cloud. Did you produce any floor plans?
Yes. I can pull up the one that I missed, but I have the first floor plan and the third floor plan. This is the third floor plan, and then this is the.
Oh, okay. So I guess it was because I have one question. I mean, you show your strange cloud in between these existing spaces, and somehow one would wish that if it has that quality of a parasite, but it only sits in between. It doesn't really infiltrate into the buildings. I mean, here I even see a little overlap. But in a lot of the drawings, it's just in between. It's like it doesn't show a real interaction with the existing fabric. So I think that is sort of a missed chance. And then in your section, you show these different levels. No, not this one. Unfortunately, your project is very. It's very fine. Okay, so here. Tell us something. I mean, tell us something. Why did you just squeeze it in between? And or is this ramp that I think it's a ramp? I think your floor plans are extremely abstract, so it's hard to tell what it's going to be. But is this ramp supposed to connect the two buildings? I mean, it clearly does. But tell us something about the interconnection and what that strange cloud does for those two buildings.
So, I mean, I think the best way to see this is, because this is a little too zoomed out, is this perspective of it. But the idea is that it's these circulation spaces. So like that's the ramp that you can see the stairs cutting through, and that they would bridge you together into these kind of like pools of places where you can mingle, interact. You could have a Zoom call, you could conference, but the idea is that it's this circulation space that's exaggerated with places for you to stop and pause.
I mean, the thing is that I can even imagine that this kind of, I mean, you're showing us renderings, so I don't really know how it works and what the heights of the ceilings are and so on. The marketplace you describe as being underneath the bubble, could that be a place of fear, or do you see that as something light flooded and happy?
Yeah, I think it's light flooded. Like, as there was the solar study that I did based on like you see here where it's going to be shaded, as like it's Florida, so it gets sun most every day of the year, and the idea is that this would kind of be this steel structure that floats above you, emphasizing the lightness of steel, because I thought that that was kind of this interesting quality about steel, because I always think of it as this heavy, massive material, when in reality, when like architecturally, when people discuss it, the thing that's most discussed is the lightness. Because like I approached this from having, we had the prompts, so I was just doing the steel competition, and so I was researching the qualities of steel, and I came across these like innovations in steel diagrid structures.
And you didn't think that your structure, your new structure, should have a larger impact on the surrounding buildings?
Well, I think that the problem is like, or one concern I disliked when I was looking at these types of buildings is too often it ends up being like a drapery on top of a box, and there's these box structures are regardless still part of the building to house the programs of the core and the most of the functions. So I was trying to separate and pull apart the spaces that can be these more celebratory, grand, special moments that are normally in the more sculptural aspects of the building, and then put the more programmatic functions that end up in the box anyway in a clearer diagram, as opposed to me, that's like you get into the bad aspects of ornamentation when you just drape a facade that's very curvy and sculptural over a box.
Okay, you're a good politician. I rest my case. Thank you.
I think from a thesis standpoint, there's a lot, obviously there's a lot being stated. To me, it does seem like this is an interesting project compared with the previous ones, because you are going into kind of a materiality, I would say, is your thesis, which is steel. That's what you keep talking about over and over. And I think we should focus on that, because I could see myself getting very interested in a lot of the books you referenced, tech culture, this kind of the creation of a flamboyant tech campus, which may or may not make sense from an urban standpoint, like Amazon's new campus in the center of DC. It's twisting and spiraling and all this stuff. But let's not. I think if we, from a thesis standpoint, we focus this one just on architecture. You're saying steel, and you're saying that you're interested in the lightness of steel and some of these qualities. I do think it's interesting that you choose the diagrid as a method for steel. I think that's interesting. I think the diagrid is often used at the skin level. Not all, maybe, well, I think maybe the image behind, I'm not sure the image behind Cordula there. Maybe it's, I'm not exactly, I need to examine that more, but I think I think that would be interesting if you could have really focused on this kind of ethereal quality more, because I do think some of the imagery you've selected does get back to the previous comment about, you're saying that the diagrid makes it light and airy, but you have this image in front of us where it is quite a dark cloud. And I think there's a lot of ways to create a cloud, even with steel. You know, steel can be very thin and slender. It can also be kind of meshy. Steel can be all kinds of things. And then I'm going to probably stop commenting and maybe we just keep talking about it. But to me, your thesis comes out that you're interested in creating a conversation with steel between static blocks. And that's where you are, because I'm not seeing, I know you've used terms like abstract and slippery, but really what I hear is strange cloud. And then I hear like kind of light and airy, and then social condensation. You're saying condensation as well, and a social condenser, which makes me think of like people, I guess, gradually coming together like condensation. Can you talk to that actually now? I've kind of talked myself into a question, I think.
So that's kind
Can you
of
talk about the lightness of steel and people kind of condensating, and how your project possibly through architecture is doing that?
So the idea, as you can see in this floor plan, I think the best example is, so these A spaces are public exhibition spaces where I imagine the people who are in these labs that are in, you see the C spaces, you would be doing active research, whether that's like experiments with like microscopes, or it could be more just like conference rooms that you rent out. But the idea is that these Cs are more easily rent outable, as opposed to right now, like labs are very owned by only USF. It's not very accessible to the public. So the idea is to make a better engagement where someone could come in as they're like, so this is sitting on this new like development going to the stadium, but the idea is that you could walk there and then you see this strange form sitting in between these two blocks, and you're inherently curious as to what that is. And then when you're drawn inside, so like if you circulate just through that, even as we think like the vessel, which is often criticized because there's no program, the idea was here is that these spaces of social condensation are actually leading to spaces of exhibition, spaces of sharing of information, spaces where people are working, and that this is that same way in the Parc de la Valette OMA kind of idea is there's many different people all going to different spaces, and then to me they meet along this one social convention.
So quickly, you've created a vessel that ties together two very static, typical lab buildings. Quickly, yes or no? Yes. Okay, and then you've used a diagrid to do that because you think it provides light and air quality in a way that's interesting. Okay, that's all. And then I think we can.
Yeah, I mean, I think the project suffers a little bit from a build it, they will come sort of faith. And I think to escape the navel gazing of the building's own imagistic qualities, there are two ways to provide validation or justification for a project like this, independent of what it looks like. And I think that's what's important for how you would rationalize this or justify this in the context of a thesis. And that would be rationalization of the lattice in relation to custom and common components. That'd be one way. Second way would be to rationalize the programmatic use of forms like this. But if strangeness is the thesis context, there are ways to produce that in a logical field. Like you need to set up a rubric of what sort of validates strangeness relative to particular criteria. Strangeness isn't just a truth by which we subscribe automatically. Strangeness occurs in relation to contexts. And so context in this case really matter, and how you set up a rubric that can validate, and then you can design for successes and or failures with respect to strangeness. But at present, strangeness and the claim of an aesthetic theory is more like a red herring for the project. I don't think you're doing that at all. I think you've attempted to create two plausible ways to rationalize excessive and exuberant form, and it's through rationalization of program in esoteric shape and rationalization of steel structure relative to components. And if you could do those two things, then it's fantastic. Then we don't have to worry about clouds.
Let me pick up on that a little bit about strangeness. If the project is not what Ben is seeing in it, which I kind of agree with the way he sees it, but if it is about strangeness, which is what you describe the project, or you want the project to be about, I have a question and then a comment. The floor plan that we are looking at, the two rectangular buildings on either side of the cloud, are those not 90-degree rectangles?
No, like they were skewed from the site. Like I was trying to make them like be parallel to this new boulevards.
So your fire stair and elevator are strangely askew.
Yeah, but it was more, I was just like trying to get as much done with this progress, and it was like something I realized too late. So like that's not on purpose. It's meant to be that these are two rectangular blocks, and then I realized that the site was skewed, and I'd made like too many drawings. But the goal was that they were this juxtaposition of the strange form because.
Okay, so if that is a strange gesture in your project, these buildings which are just barely not quite 90 degrees, and they kind of logically, then once you start with that premise that they're not 90, then everything else follows the normal logic of laying spaces out. So the idea of, I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to say about the project right now, other than the kind of blob-like shape, cloud-like shape that you're working with is no longer strange for us. I think we've seen this type of form making by now many times. And these days it's hard to be strange with architecture because almost everything is strange. And sometimes, especially nowadays, strange is when something isn't strange, in fact. And to Benjamin's comment, the context matters as well, because this may not look strange on like, say, as a moon station, but it might look strange in St. Petersburg. So the context matters, and I think we're missing that. But the notion of like strangeness, I think, could be explored. And if that is really what you're exploring, I'd like to understand what strangeness is, what is your thesis about that? Is what constitutes strangeness? And maybe this is not about strangeness, and it's about what Ben is talking about. So
I love the subject of strangeness. It's one of my very favorite subjects, and actually one of the strangest experiences I've ever had is in the building behind Cordula. And it wasn't anything that was radical. It was based on an entirely normative relationship to my environment, but one in which I was transported in a unique way. So I give a lecture on stairs. I love stairs and vertical circulation. And when I get to Seattle Public Library, I talk about the curious reality I encountered where I was walking around the stacks of books, and all of a sudden, unknowingly, I had moved 2 stories vertically in space. And I never felt like I moved at all. I was just walking horizontally. When I got 2 stories below where I began, I was like, oh my God, this is the power of architecture. It was a super powerful moment, but it was, through an utterly banal encounter. And so like strangeness to me, like that's the kind of context that I'm kind of striving for, is like, in what parameter are we having the conversation of strangeness? Are we talking about shape, the differences between corals and pyrite? Are we talking about, experiential qualities, material properties, material gymnastics? Like all of it is fair game. But if it's taken as a blanket concept, it's impossible to verify, or it's impossible to sort of evaluate. So like, I love the subject. It just needs to be rooted.
I think this talks about a little bit, I think in this project, the lack of rules somehow that you're giving for yourself to establish the ground for the development. Because I think while you were presenting, I was not sure how to comment on this project, whether to comment on the first part of the presentation, when you talk about how your project defines a new institution that is rooted contextually in the city, but also responds to global institutions. So I'm not quite sure if that's what you're doing. So I think on the one hand, if your project works with or against this notion of new institution, so more at the programmatic level, or on the contrary, looking at how topology that you begin to develop is linked to tectonic conditions. And this goes back to materiality, assembly, scale, etc. And I'm not quite sure where you are right now. And so maybe you can talk a little bit about that. But I think also it's dangerous to talk about estrangement because there are different theories and ways to look at it, from philosophy to architecture. And I think when we talk about, I think it's strange, again, using the word, for you to say that your cloud is strange. So I think that's almost giving a judgment against nothing that sets up the rules or your contextual judgment. So how do you contextualize the judgment of the object being strange? So I'm not sure that that's the word that you want to use. But I think this to me start to talk about what are really the rules that you're giving for yourself in order to develop the project. If the rules based on looking at the immediate context of South Florida and how some certain type of programmatic condition dictates the rise of a new typology, maybe programmatic conditions that are specific to the site and can impact the larger community and respond to maybe similar institution globally, or is looking specifically at the cloud as a system that is both topologically and tectonically developed. So then if it's topologically developed, I want to know why. So you talk about the points, the clouds, and then the surface, and then the differentiating the forms into the grid, and then paneling the grid. This is the steps that you went through. So if the point cloud that you begin to develop, define, and that's also another question, do the point clouds, so going back to here, the points, are they specific to any programmatic condition? Because if we look specifically at the cloud, then I have a lot of questions. So the question that responds to program, the question that responds to light, and I think you start to talk about this doing the simulation in Ladybug, but I think there is much more to explore. I think the view that you're giving us from the market, to me, it's not very successful, because it's actually a quite dark place there. Probably it's not that dark, because actually the way in which it's rendered is completely black, but actually what we see even behind you, there is light going through. So actually that ground of the market is much better than what we see on the rendering. There's much more light because of what's above. So how the clouds start to connect with that. And I agree. So in the end, if it's about this object that connects, it's a connector on both sides, then right now you have a pretty abrupt ending, even in the plan. Because if you go to the plan, I think right now there are moments where, again, the walls of the two buildings clash against the cloud with no type of resolution in between them. So if that's where you are investing your time and energy, then I think all those points need to be even in the plan, I think. And to me, when we look at the section, we start to begin to see a possible integration. That's where you want to go in terms of connecting horizontally from the building to the cloud to the building. So that even though from outside it's perceived as a three elements, but from inside you begin to engage a different type of inhabitation in terms of moving laterally from the building to the cloud to the other building. So I'm not quite sure, where you put your energy, if it's in the programmatic condition, and doesn't mean that then, the cloud is not there, but then the program might then drive certain type of specific decision within how the cloud it's even topologically or spatially, or it is defined. So I don't see, in here, any type of respondence between the program that happens in the cloud and the particular type of spatial condition. And I'm talking about simple things: compression, expansion, section, sectionally, light, etc. So that defines specific points within the cloud that respond to that. I think that would have been a very important drawing for you to link the program to then the specific of the topology and the tectonic condition of the cloud. So in the end, it's about, what are the rules that you can also even now, extract from your project after it's developed? Or what are the rules that you work with in order for you to have a solid ground for development?
So I guess the rules that what drove this project is I started with, so right now, when we talk about the context, right now this is 86 acres of undeveloped, it's just parking lots, so there is no context. So that's kind of where I approached of putting the blocks in, is to build on, I don't know what the context is, but I can assume that probably the buildings are going to be more rectangular than blobs. So that's why I tried to constrain it in that kind of context. And that's also where I approach, to me, the strangeness is the juxtaposition of these two things. And that's why I mentioned it and stuff. That was the kind of approach. But the rules that were driving it is this need for a more the program we're talking about, this kind of institution that serves the community and is a hub. So if St. Petersburg is truly this Southeastern leader of research and life science, I think that they should have a building that people can cognitively map to and say, this is that hub where people where they can engage and they can go there and learn.
So it's a sort of a landmark. It's sort of a landmark somehow.
That was the idea.
So are you developing the two cube buildings? You're developing those? Those are
those are mine. Those are.
It would be more interesting. Probably this conversation would be more. I stepped out for a little bit. It would probably be more interesting if we just talked about those. Because you're creating the context actually. So the idea of context is interesting. The whole conversation should probably just be about those buildings. in a
I mean,
lot of
that's
ways.
my weakness is the edit. Like, you know what I mean? Like I have all
Because
these
you're
ideas.
creating the contrast, you're curating the strange.
Yeah.
So it's actually, you don't need to show it. Like, if we're to take what you just said, you would have proved to us in you better watch it, ways about how you've created strange, because we would be learning a lot about you and everything as we went along. So that definitely, your project has to watch kind of the words you use and then the moves you make. And as you move forward, you're designing all of this, but yet we keep talking about this blob thing. When I'm actually probably more interested in why the two cube buildings are, again, askew, or why they're not more gridded or something like that. So.
And arguably those cube buildings have more of the kind of more normative architectural programming, at least in the way that the plan is organized. But I just want to say, I really love this project because it exposes these questions. To me, it's really, really important because you exposed, at least for me, 3 foundational questions for a thesis project. How do you define and defend an aesthetic concept? How do you define and defend a material choice? How do you define and defend social organization? And you have it all there. The DNA is laid down for you, and I think, you just need to sort of develop those positions more clearly. And then we don't have to talk about shape so much. We don't have to talk about the cloud, because I don't think the cloud, and actually the name cloud, is even problematic because it sort of becomes a little cliche in relation to strangeness. But the last thing I'll just say, and then I'll stop talking, but don't think that an 86 empty lot is devoid of context. Context includes things like gravity, wind, the sun. Context is not in relation to an urban environment. It's in relation to the environment in which something exists. But I love the project. I think that there's really important questions at stake here that architects have to grapple with. And so to me, it's like great that we're able to chew on them.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jacob. I think we need to move on to the next project. We're
Yes.
midway.
Yes.
With 3 projects so far, and we still have 3 to go.
Yes.
Are we good to go? Do you feel that we need to take a break, or people will just step out as needed, and we should continue?
I think we should continue.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I have to, Cortula, I'm going to go out and come back in an hour. Okay.
Sounds great.
Soon.
Thank you much,
Bye.
Anna.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, see you again. Okay, Anna is next.
Yes. Can everyone see and hear?
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. So, hello, my name is Anna, and this is Degrowing Lake Charles, Parameters for a Subversive Architecture. So, plainly put, we as a society have run out of time to avoid the climate crisis and exponential consumption, as you can see here, that we have ourselves engendered. In response to this growing global emergency, the architectural industry increasingly emphasizes and establishes standards for sustainable development. Yet the economic demand for perpetual growth is inherently unsustainable. In our global north neoliberal capitalist society, the demand for perpetual growth begs the question, is a capitalist model of development and design antithetical to architecture's potential and perhaps obligation to reduce the ramifications of climate change? So this thesis takes a stance that the climatic and societal perils of the capitalist growth regime have become too dire to ignore with chimeras of green growth and sustainable development. Taking notes from the radical degrowth movement, it is the architect's subversion of existing policy and morphologies that might enable an architectural and cultural revolution towards climate mitigating deceleration and equitable redistribution. So before diving into the architecture, it's first imperative to explain the degrowth perspective that this thesis revolves around. Rather than a straightforward rejection of capitalism and growth, degrowth denounces the exploitive production and relentless commodification which upholds modern society. Although the complex range encompassed in the movement makes it hard to succinctly summarize, we might understand degrowth through these 6 lenses. Ecology expounds on the intrinsic importance of nature apart from its resource potential and the incompatibility between healthy ecosystems and consumptive production. Empirical studies show that absolute decoupling of GDP from carbon emissions has not been achieved on a global scale, nor do the rare examples of strong decoupling on more local scales come close to reaching climate goals. Anthropological and cultural critiques of development and utilitarianism condemn the uniform and hegemonic westernization of cultures and instead invoke degrowth as a radical decolonization of solely growth future imaginaries. Bioeconomics argues that the entropy of energy and materials, along with the anticipated exhaustion of resources such as oil, necessitates degrowth to temper material degradation. Degrowth also aims to implement a more direct democracy stimulated through repoliticized public debate based on reclaiming collective solidarity, environmental justice, and autonomy. Theorizations on well-being support the degrowth consumption of a less consumptive and work-based lifestyle with increased free time for leisure, community, and rewarding pursuits. This is primarily based on the Easterlin paradox, or the theory that increases in material wealth do not correspond with long-term contentment or manifest meaning. And while continuous growth does not automatically ensure happiness, greater equality empirically does foster prosperity and well-being. Hence, degrowth is also concerned with achieving social justice through dismantling inequity. As you can see, this degrowth deconstruction of injustice foremost involves redistribution, as boundless growth continues to widen the disproportionate gap between wealthy and poor. So this thesis works off the assumption that we are reaching planetary limits and degrowth is in fact inevitable. And the question then becomes if this degrowth will be planned. So this thesis is an architectural attempt to plan that transition from growth-centered cities to circular degrowth communities. And as you can see here, this transition is explored through these three phases. First, depaving impervious surfaces and allowing the natural landscape to reassert itself, or at least retrofitting existing conditions to allow for ecological blue and green systems, is a foundational step to managing water and more broadly engendering resilient diverse cities. Second, applying degrowth principles to mobility entails the proliferation of shared transportation modes as opposed to private vehicular traffic. Shared mobility hubs can bridge the transitory gap between automobiles and alternatives. So progressively, cars must be replaced entirely by active modes and public transport systems to fashion a post-carbon city. Mass transit, bicycle, and pedestrian networks will reclaim these valuable car corridors and restore spontaneity and connection to our isolated methods of circulation. Finally, degrowth-oriented cities must first conserve the existing built fabric and resist urban sprawl with the primary intention of consciously alleviating socio-spatial injustices, first through a reallocation and redistribution of vacant or hardly used lots. When appropriate, small and mid-scale socio-ecological projects tethered by the tenets of sufficiency, conviviality, and efficiency might re-densify urban land as alternatives to sprawling developments with high environmental and social impacts. So this thesis is an attempt to bring all of that degrowth, decolonizing imaginary and theory from this ephemeral speculation to an attainable reality. These articulated architectural parameters have been applied here to Lake Charles. As you likely already know, the city has faced billions of dollars in damages from Hurricanes Laura and Delta this past year, which has also displaced thousands of residents and destroyed the natural and built environment. Aggravated by the pandemic and the collapse of the oil and gas industry, which is the economic backbone of the region, Lake Charles misfortunes also offer a silver lining, the latent possibility to implement innovative socio-spatial practices and policies as the city rebuilds. So the built fabric of Lake Charles is typical to many US cities, and that is largely a sprawling suburbia, and thus consists of many low-rise residential homes and businesses and a few outlying high-rise structures. As shown here, re-densification of the city is proposed around existing morphologies, institutions that prioritize public health, education, and care, as well as areas that are more generally on higher ground or farther away from flood zones. So to zoom in and develop a compact prototype of this degrowth urbanism, 2 blocks in downtown Lake Charles were designated as the site. They're currently zoned for higher density mixed-use building types, but the reality of the site, as you can see here, is a mix of some smaller low-rise buildings and high-rise constructions. And the stark lack of density and the surplus of impervious parking lots suggests that these downtown blocks are a prime place for infill and redensification. So in phase one, regulations and policies for permeable landscapes and degrowth water management systems, which includes restored wetlands, bioswales, rain gardens, rainwater harvesting, and reclaimed waste and greywater use must be prioritized and implemented. For this phase, two distinct water management systems populate the site. The first being an ecosystem restoration, which would stretch throughout the city to aid in stormwater management, and the second system, a closed loop recycling water for building consumption. The first system simply aims at depaving the hardscape and renaturalizing the land, allowing for contextual wetlands to repopulate in zones designated as ecological corridors. When these environmental channels are distributed throughout the city, runoff water might be slowed and directed efficiently. The goal of the secondary water system that you see here is to match the annual water consumption of the existing buildings, which is approximately 7.6 million gallons. The total rainfall volume of the site is roughly 19 million gallons, which means 40% of the site's surface area must capture rainfall if it is to meet the building's water consumption in a closed loop. This blue area is composed of the appropriated flat roofs of the existing buildings and these added bioswales, which capture and then conduct rainwater along with the building's gray and wastewater through adjacent bioswales to the water processing facility, which you see here, where it is treated and then redistributed for use. In the next phase, mobility is primarily concerned with transitioning the city away from car-dependent networks. Shared transportation modes such as self-driving and self-service cars would initially ease this progression, as I mentioned before, and alleviate the demand for parking spaces. This also involves accessible public transportation that is frequent, dependable, and ubiquitous at low or no cost. The city's zoning must abandon parking lot requirements for certain square footages. Instead, zoning will require bike parking and shared mobility hubs, actively discouraging private car usage. As cars incrementally disappear from streets, these auto avenues would be fully reclaimed for the public. These thoroughfares would be redivided into 3 zones, as you see here. A thin rain garden would bisect the pervious section of pedestrian pathway, while bicycle lanes would remain the only hardscape in the area. The densification and circular nature of the site already shortens the distance that the average inhabitant must traverse, thereby emphasizing these pedestrian and bike transportation networks. And then existing parking garages would serve as mobility hubs for these shared circulatory systems that I mentioned before. So shared bikes, self-service bikes, public transportation drop-offs, and they might eventually be converted into wildly different programs as cars become obsolete. Lastly, land use zoning must be revised to zone for finity or setting maximum standards to decommodify urban resources. For example, regulatory policies could include caps on rent prices and maximum ownable floor spaces. Ecologically driven retrofits and undervalued unused lots or dwellings might then become an architectural priority through a circular land use management approach designed to cap the urbanization of new land. Alternate models of land ownership, such as social cooperatives, affordable housing, and community land trusts, which emphasize an area's social and use value through collective management, might overtake conventional individualized ownership and especially dismantle the ideology of land scarcity and the institution of zoned property rights. So the community phase might be subdivided into 2. Firstly, retrofitting and reconfiguring established typologies, and then redensifying to construct mixed-use, mid-density affordable housing. Existing buildings will be retrofitted as applicable for energy consumption, for sale buildings, such as the former assemblies or collectively by the neighborhood residents to develop for the programmatic needs of that community. While pertinent, where pertinent, a reorganization and reactivation of those allocation, exchange values, and commodification. And then finally, the new construction of affordable cooperative housing on the site's remaining surface parking lots would allow for redensification. Built from CLT in anticipation of a burgeoning mass timber economy in the Gulf South, passive strategies of green roofs, cross ventilation, and sun shading would greatly reduce the need for energy-intensive conditioning systems. Communal kitchens and laundry services alleviate the need for excessive private dwelling space, while other communal spaces on the ground floor for childcare, food cooperatives, wood shops, open up that ground floor to all. Agricultural autonomy in the form of productive solar greenhouses might enable the practice of urban farming to sustain the whole neighborhood, while a courtyard biosphere connects to the site's water recycling system and might then also provide fertilizer for aquaponics and hydroponics. So with the implementation of this prototypical 2 blocks in the city to other blocks in the city, Lake Charles might start to redensify and shrink, so to speak. Outlying land might then be repurposed for regenerative architecture, which supplements urban farming. Places of sustainable forestry might provide circular building materials, or simply these outlying lands might be restored to original ecosystems and thus increase the resiliency and biodiversity of the city. Ultimately, this degrowth architectural framework might destabilize the perception of cities themselves as an economy. The growth of cities into neoliberal regional markets has sparked a competition amongst cities to attract growth-centered capitalist investment. By implementing the aforementioned prototype of finity zoning regulations and justice-oriented stipulations on collective land use, this regional competition might be reframed as circular autonomous cities who work in collaboration with one another. So I will end here on a final view back to the prototypical site of what this degrowth city could potentially look like.
Thank you, Anna.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So this one definitely goes, I think it's our broadest yet. There's a lot of words in there, Anna. That was actually, that was a lot of lots of language, lots of things to grab a hold of. I heard degrowth a lot. Fascinating term, definitely something we have to think about. Capitalism is kind of rooted in it, but I think you could argue, even if you look at China, communism, they're growing a lot, and it's really power, right? People want, the more terrain they have, the more control they have. And we attach capitalism to this kind of, but a lot of it's about control, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we may dodge that one for now and kind of dig into to some of the other things you're saying. But I do think it's interesting that when I look at the end result of your project, which, by the way, another project with really good graphics, you're really unpacking a ton of stuff. You said a lot of stuff in there that I could not have weaved into 1 or 2 sentences consecutively. So that's good, and that's a compliment. Consistent graphics too. But I do have to go kind of with projects at your scale, we do end up talking about vision, right? And we then have to kind of unpack that big vision back to that original thesis statement. And this is what I'm suspect of. Where your project ends, to me, and the other topic we talk about in all thesis is what is the actually end on that last image, the mass timber with the bioswale bike path and all that. The very last image that you held us on. This one, just stop there. With all the rhetoric at the beginning of your project about degrowth and all that, what we're left with as a solution to the problems are this: bioswales, shared car sharing, as a construction technique, mass timber, and then a loose understanding of zoning around co-ops and shared space. So we're sharing our cars. We're kind of sharing everything. We're eating the same kale. We're actually maybe responsible for growing our kale. So it kind of like, it's a little Portlandia. And I'm trying to, and it's good because cliches are important. If we can't make the joke, we can't get past it, right? And we can't position ourselves in it. And because I look at all these strategies and I'm like, that's kind of like urbanism 101, which you spelled out. It's like, you took like urban sustainability cliche, it's attached to the project, and then mass timber, everybody's talking about mass timber, it's attached to the project. And that's kind of where, and then co-op across the board, co-op your car, co-op your food, co-op your house. And I think, and then all of that falls under the umbrella of degrowth. And that I don't have much else to say. Maybe talk to me about the editing process of like kind of a la carte, how you picked the bioswale with the regenerative water and all that, and then the mass. Talk to me about how you edited or cherry picked, because to me there's a little bit of popular social rhetoric and then cherry picking of at the urban architecture zoning scale. I'll call them cliched progressive policies, and start shooting arrows now, but give me that, how you pick that.
Right. So this is something that I was thinking about a lot in terms of, while I think the rhetoric, as you were saying, is radical, and maybe there's also a question of just semantics there, but I think at least initially I perceived and I wanted this to be something visually that is digestible and, as you were saying, almost sort of easily understandable, perhaps predictable to a certain degree, because the initial base idea of degrowth is such a fundamental shift in conception. That's why I'm viewing this as a transition, that these are elements that, one, are contextual, especially with the water management and with the bioswales. They're very contextual to Louisiana, to Lake Charles, but also could lead to something that is more radical in the end. Yeah, so I thought that might be something that comes up, and also something that can certainly be debated. But in my mind, in my opinion, for something that were to occasion a true shift, I think initially there needs to be a transition using all these very sustainable, or arguably we can argue about that, but more sustainable materials and practices that already exist. But why aren't they universal if they are more ecological systems, right? So that already is, aside from my project, that's kind of a bigger question I just have. If we know this technology exists, why aren't we building in these ways all the time? So that's sort of the very first initial step of that, mandating we have this technology, we need to build this way, and knowledge. And then further, how could we stipulate to a specific context how we can start to be a degrowth economy, which ultimately is a circular, more self-contained, self-sufficient, autonomous economy or community.
Yeah. I'll let it, I think it's very ambitious. It's interesting. It'll be interesting.
I'll try to pick up on some of that. I'll do my best here. I wonder if you retitled it, it might be, I was trying to think, what is this project really? And I was thinking, maybe at its best, it's a manifesto for collective habitation. And I think I got kind of hung up on the neoliberalism issue, and so I quick grabbed my David Harvey Brief History of Neoliberalism book, and if you haven't read it, I highly recommend picking it up.
Yes, I have read it.
I went to my flagged passage on Delirious New York. But I think I was trying to figure out, what is this? What's she talking about? How do we enroll neoliberalism in this context? And I think it seems to be interest of self versus interest of collective, interest of privatized development versus collective development, or self and not self. And so then I start to get interested in how you create ways for the selfish to see themselves in the not self. And then I started thinking about empathy and the difference between empathy and sympathy. And then my critique would be that in some of the kind of the conditions established in the thesis, it feels almost like forced empathy, and that gets tricky, and it's a slippery slope.
Yeah.
And then I start to think, really then the project is really rooted in zoning and building code. Zoning and building code. And that's the primary contribution of the thesis. to me, the graphics don't demonstrate the general claims of the thesis at all, really. And to me, they're fine stand-ins to have a conversation about neoliberalism and zoning. But the design work doesn't reify or complete the thesis in terms of its intellectual component or argument. But I think you use it instead as a mechanism to critique zoning and building code to create a more empathetic culture without it being forced. Now that's like, holy shit, talk about solving the global challenge of selfishness. But I mean, that's what your goal seems to be.
It's public policy.
Yeah, public policy.
It's public policy. You need to go to, I don't know where you'd need to go to affect that change, but it's good, it's ambitious. The only other point I want to add into this little whirlpool of conversation, then I want to back out, and it's definitely, and I've been put it on it with the self, how do we create empathy? That's interesting. I don't know if as architects we're responsible for that, but I do think we're advocates for a lot of very important conversations to get back to that, so it's good. One of the very sad things that I think occurred during the last year and a half, and it's still occurring, but it goes back to society and it goes back to selfishness and the self and protecting oneself and what one owns, is high demand for cars right now. Actually, the exact opposite of your thesis. And when poop hit the fan, people bought those cars. You know what else they bought? Guns en masse. And so that is scary, sad, disappointing, but it is what happened when people get scared. And it will take a leader or leadership, hopefully leadership, right? Across a lot of levels, not a leader or some epic one person, to create conversations. Hopefully a project like this would help in that. But Ben's point, I'm just throwing the car, I don't want to necessarily talk about guns, but the car thing, because it's in your project, people bought a lot of cars. And as architects, I ride my 1976 Schwinn Collegiant with a paper bag on the back around New Orleans. I ride it in the rain sometimes just for the sake of it. Of course, as architects, we believe in it. But how do we get others when they don't want to? Which is Ben's point about forced empathy, I think. It's a complex, layered comment, but I think open it up after that. So how do you execute the co-opness of it all?
Right. I definitely feel that there's a sort of towing the line that I was grappling with and trying to resolve to a certain extent in this project. I think it is that forced empathy sort of question of how much can you sort of mandate a cultural shift, I guess, while also allowing that culture itself to develop. And I think my own view of architecture as a field is sort of, I definitely think it's a lot of, I've been thinking about a lot of policy and how to visualize that. That's been the biggest struggle maybe for this project for me. But I think the architecture might be I mean, obviously we're talking about architecture, but I do think it might be that kind of solution, the filling of the gap between a cultural change and an actual like technical or more kind of political policy of, as I kind of mentioned, putting caps on certain things, or like in California, there's a new law that was passed, I think by 2035, they won't be selling any more oil vehicles, gas using vehicles. So that kind of policy does exist. And obviously California is different from Louisiana, but I think that essentially architecture can bridge that gap.
Well, that's a really important point. So what that raises is the way in which messaging created an environment to promote that change, because the policy didn't just occur, it occurred through years of grooming politicians, grooming a population, to recognize, understand, and then validate that messaging, which is vital, right? And so that's where we go back to the visioning proposition. If we can plausibly vision something and execute it as a spark for conversation, that's a really good beginning.
Right.
And so, that's super powerful. And so that's, you know, I don't know, that's exciting to me.
But I think this oops. Sorry, my internet was lagging there for a second. But I think this proposal is also, you know, takes some of its clues from, you know, cultures. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're back. You cut out.
I know. You know, I would actually like to hear from our two, I should say, other European critics, you know, in regards to, because, you know, some of these things that we're looking at, you know, are deeply rooted in a sentiment that culturally, you know, is inspired differently. You know, like, I mean, in Europe, you know, we can. Am I losing you again? In Europe, you know, we can envision a proposal like this, you know, much more easily than we can potentially envision that in, you know, in the setting that you have chosen, right? So I would like to hear what Ruth and Eve have to say about this.
Is it okay? Well, I'm afraid Ruth is not available right now. Yes, you're right. It's something that seems, don't misunderstand me, Anna, that seems less challenging for us. Well, I'm not saying that every single citizen will turn everything upside down and change their attitude. That's right. Some said it, some might be willing to leave California between 2035 just to keep driving a regular car. But these ideas have been around and are progressively penetrating the brains of mayors and developers, etc. Even maybe before citizens. Well, there are groups of citizens who are very active and proactive, but those decision makers seem to be to find those approaches a little less exhaustive. It doesn't mean that they might catch up with you wholeheartedly, but this attitude is sort of normal, and I'm not underestimating your work and how challenging your scheme may be. But listening to this from a European point of view, it seems, I wouldn't say a statement of the obvious, but debate is open, and citizens are progressively moving into that area. And no, and what I find interesting and challenging for you, and maybe it would be a further step for you, what I find challenging in your presentation is not so much the architectural translation, so to say, of your ideas. I mean, why these design instead of another one, etc. What I find challenging is in your penultimate slide, if I'm not mistaken, this networking, this territorial networking at the scale, at the state scale. How could you bring together energies on a large scale, moving from the detailed architecture, yes, at 19. Taking architecture for granted, once you have solved your stance as an architect and how you design everything, how you make design proposals in detail, the idea is how you sort of take off, and we have a sort of aerial view, bird's eye view, how you take off and embrace the challenges at a large geographical scale. And this idea of the architect thinking in terms of large-scale systems, sort of large-scale, as an image of large-scale thinking, is something which I find interesting. How do you envision connections between communities? Is it just a connection, I mean, like-minded people who think the same way, and in every little circle, your idea of circular economy and circular logic, and we do the same in small circles? but how do you envision the mental construction of the idea of belonging to a territory on a large scale? How do you connect those circles, and how do you envision a sort of architectural and territorial dynamic at such a large scale? This was what I'm sorry, maybe I'm not answering Cordelia's question, but I'm seizing this opportunity. I think you didn't stay long enough on this slide just to tell us how you move from the local scale to the larger scale, the broader scale, as yourself, as a designer, as an architect, or as a city, which may be the same thing. How would you elaborate more? How would you elaborate more on this slide?
Right. Well, to sort of answer the first part also of your commentary, which is related to my answer, I definitely saw a lot of this as a sort of bottom-up local answer and local approach. So this is a lot more of, this is an idea of, this could be a system that works, informed by the local architect, the local community, the local urban planner. So I was thinking of and developing this for the context that I know here in Southern Louisiana. And I definitely see that this is a lot different, or in a European context, these ideas could be pushed a lot further because the ideology already sort of is in alignment with some of these ideas as I understand it. So then answering your question more directly, and part of that being a non-answer, saying it depends on, you know, the actual local community itself. But how I view this sort of regional system working is having, as I sort of explained before all these slides, having this sort of very bottom-up local approach applied to the rest of the city. So a city itself becoming self-sufficient, circular, and then the connections between each city, which is self-sufficient in itself, would be simply how do you enrich another city? So if you are closer to the coast and fishing is a huge industry, and you can develop sustainable fishing practices, then potentially there's an exchange with a more northern city like Shreveport up here, which doesn't have that same access, but potentially there's more forestry, sustainable CLT practices in that area. So kind of, maybe this is utopian, but my idea of them connecting is just everyone being, you know, self-sufficient within themselves, or able to be self-sufficient within themselves. And then based on the context and geography, sending or collaborating with other cities to kind of barter and exchange those particularities.
Okay, well, keep this in mind. I think that the sort of leap between several scales, because it's a dramatic leap from the very local scale to the very large one. This leap is something which could be very stimulating for your projects. Still keeping in mind what has been highlighted before, the sympathy, empathy thing. And it's not just about creating a sort of geographical empathy or empathy between groups, but really a system that functions. It's not only a question of architectural design, but I mean, building up systems, mechanical systems, mechanics, energies, is a design too, and it's something that may come up from an architect's mind. So it's I mean, it's a challenge for you to define how, as an architect, you can embrace this sort of logic without getting lost halfway in the sort of dilution of things. But this multi-layered things, which is very much underlined in your approach, which is a sociological approach, which is a generous community thing. How do you challenge it with this leaping from one scale to another? Just don't make it the 17th slide of your presentation, but keep this in mind for the future development. Sorry, I was asked to be my usual charming European, and I think I went overboard. But
to continue on this, you know, what I think I really enjoy about this project is the fact that this is the closest we came to think about architecture as a political act. And you are pushing for that. And the change in scale, to me, is the difference between political and policies. And when you get to the larger scale, it becomes about, you know, policies and how you can push, you know, as architects, we do architecture, and I believe that architecture is a political act. Policies, we navigate policies. We try to influence policies, but industries and other things are much more powerful in shaping policies than architects. So we, you know, when you talk about the regional and the influence of, you know, how the different areas can work together and how they push in certain directions, that's, you know, they are shaping policies. And to think, you know, at this level of a thesis project, I think this is the most articulate project we saw in navigating these different scales and focusing on the architecture and the political act in architecture. And I think it's remarkable and very successful in that sense.
What I think is that in a sense, tell me if I'm wrong or if I misunderstood you, Anna, but I think that by doing this, and many things could be discussed about your proposal, but I think that you sort of introduce yourself as an architect, as someone who aims at making things happen, changes, sort of action maker. And you mustn't lose that going that way. I mean, keep this in mind before you, at this point in this case, it's more, you're designing, your action as a designer is that of an action maker and making things happen from a political point of view, in a very nice sense of the word political. Then keep this in mind and keep a good balance between objectives, a vision from above as a system to be rethought, and how you provide the right tools, even the basic and technical tools for that. Keep a good balance between large scale and small scale, and keep them tight between your arms, and do some bodybuilding with it. You put yourself under a certain pressure. Well, keep going and resist the pressure, and don't get lost halfway. And I mean, don't lose your, keep being very demanding about that, and don't give up any difficulties because it will be difficult. Go ahead. I mean, I think it's worth going beyond that after this just thesis scale. If you have some time, try to push your research a little further. For your own.
Yeah, we probably should move on, but great commentary and a great project, Anna. Congratulations.
Thank you,
Anna. Very well done.
Oh, we're shifting gears. I was just thinking about of a seminar that I'm familiar with, taught by Erika and Moss from the late 1970s, where it might serve as a useful counterpoint for Anna's project. That the context of that seminar was exposing the fallacy of certain building codes and zoning in San Francisco. And so the students in that seminar literalized building code to expose its fallacies. And so I think one aspect of the work that could develop would be, and this could help generate empathy, I think, is to expose the fallacy of present conditions and do that through design. And then the altruism of the alternative becomes more evident to understand it as a reasonable supplanting of the status quo. And I'll shut up now.
I remember, Ben, last year we also had a discussion about the subversion of building codes.
I love it.
fallacies. I know. Okay, Zach.
Hi, my name is Zach Levy, and my thesis is entitled The Spatial Clock, Designing the Post-Pandemic Office. Over the course of this year, as our lives have been interrupted in a way that they've never been before, one question has kind of emerged in our quest to find the new normal, which is how will the post-pandemic workplace operate, and how can this past year be used as a jumping off point for rethinking the American office? The history of office design can kind of be boiled down into 4 phases. The production phase, which was based off the initial factory, which kind of viewed humans as machinery working towards their employer's goal. The second, kind of kickstarted by Frank Lloyd Wright with the SC Johnson Wax Building in 1939, was focused more on worker well-being. An investment in the worker would provide more productivity at the individual level. Then going into the tech offices of the early 2000s and late 1990s, mobility was key, being able to move throughout and interact with everybody. This kind of pushed into the interaction phase of innovation that we are currently in right now. Examples like Amazon's Seattle campus, where a variety of different interactive spots where we can engage either quietly or openly are provided throughout. This past summer, Gensler surveyed office workers across the country in an attempt to read the kind of pulse of the overall employees. What stood out to me in this survey was a wide variety of needs when it came to privacy and work schedule. Many people wanted private offices, many people wanted open offices, and there was no real consensus on what the next work schedule should look like. The site for this project, highlighted here in orange, downtown Seattle, sandwiched in between the corporate-oriented downtown and the creative-oriented Pioneer Square Historic District. The site is highly accessible via the interstate, light rail, and ferry, making it a desirable location for any office tenant. This brings me to my thesis statement, which looks to explore the next wave of office design, which has just kind of begun. By changing this way we think about how time and architecture interact, spaces can be designed that fit the needs of their occupant schedule. This allows for the occupants to be empowered by the space instead of restricted by it. The tenants for this building will fall under three different schedules. The in and out model, kind of made famous by Google, allowing workers to take control of their own time. The shift model that is most commonly seen in offices oriented towards a specific service. And finally, the 9-to-5 model format currently used in most offices. The next step was to kind of examine the spatial usage over the typical workday. The 9-to-5 office and all the programming within it is 100% in use during the 8-hour window the office is opened. The shift office is 50% in use during office hours, as half the workers work the early shift and half the workers work the late shift. The only interior program that varies is the program open to visitors, which will typically come in during typical business hours. The in and out office has a peak usage time of noon. The programming has a more spread out usage that shifts more towards individually orientated, being more spread out, and more group orientated tasks being more pushed towards a singular time. My proposal involves separating these offices into 3 masses. These are separated by amenity spaces that serve as hubs for social interaction. This includes a restaurant, a cafe, a fitness center, event space, and childcare. Each office connects to 2 of these spaces. Retail space anchors this project to the ground, bringing people through the site. The building circulation exists in section, connecting all the spaces to each other in a loop, allowing for no dead ends. This section shows the density of these office spaces held together by the more open social spaces for meeting. The 9-to-5 office, seen here on top, is sandwiched by the event space and restaurant. Both are geared toward a post-work activity due to the arrive, work, and leave nature of the 9-to-5 model. The in and out and shift offices meet in the cafe and terrace, providing an open sociable setting. The fitness center rests below them. Below the in and out office, the workplace most likely to use it throughout the day, as they have a variable schedule, which allows them to kind of go back and forth between these sociable settings throughout the day. From an elevational view, this project is simplified to a series of floating masses separated by glass-coated amenities. This look is achieved by layering a rain screen on top of the office masses. This filters the light in the office, allowing for a more insular focus for these offices while giving an easily understandable series of masses from the outside. Looking at the interior of these offices, the 9 to 5 office spirals around the center with ramps that push and pull, creating a series of varying connected spaces, allowing for various different more open and compressed settings. This kind of takes advantage of everyone being in the offices once and seeks to kind of interconnect everyone in the office. The in and out office pushes more towards the consolidated schedules of group tasks, pushes the more consolidated schedules of group tasks towards the middle, allowing for higher density for group tasks and lower densities for individual ones. The shift office puts each shift's individual space on a different side with a shared collaborative middle space used 16 hours a day. This interior render is looking more towards the overall light qualities that this rain screen gives. It allows for a more insular focus to kind of stay focused on the workday while allowing for plenty of natural light to come in through the windows. And then finally, the overall massing of this building is highlighted by this render here, which kind of shows these floating masses separated by these glass-coated amenity spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach.
I'll hop in. I was going to wait on that one. I've been talking early, but we had too much silence there. Maybe we needed it. I like it, Zach. I think it's clear. I do. I think it's clear. I think for me, this project kind of lives in that section diagram you showed, the color diagram. I think you have put out there, obviously, when we look at the massing, like we have seen that building-ish before in some way. Like when we look at the architecture, we've seen your exterior system. Like if you think of the new museum in New York, we've seen variations of how your building looks. But I do think your organizational strategy in the colored section or rendered, it's not really rendered section, but your program diagramming section has a lot of potential. I would say this project has kind of a real world pitch to it. It's not as abstract. It's not where a lot of these other projects we've seen are. But I think if I was looking at a building I had, and let me say this, I think your thesis could be chopped up into other things. You chose to develop a new project and it kind of looks like a new contemporary project maybe we've seen. But if we can go to slide 9 actually and just look at that zoomed up, I do think you've done some things here. Like you've clearly broken the volumes up and you've provided amenities between them. Again, we've kind of seen it before, but I think there's a way when people, and I'm thinking about developers who are looking for ways to turn a building off and on. How can I take a system, turn it off and turn it on? How can I create flexibility? And in your case, you did a good job of not falling into a cliche. How do I create flexibility, but not do some weird form or do something? And in some ways you've done that. You've given maybe, and I'm thinking about your project, less about, you said something about empowered by space. I'm not sure I see it as an employee that I'm empowered by this space, but I do see that there's potential in this diagram of creating a loop, a continuous 24-hour program, possibly maybe 18-hour program use, and that this building can be shut off and on. What I think it could do better is how does that layer with the environment and systems? How is the exterior not maybe as generic? Is there what, I wish this diagram had come very early and then you could ask more questions and extrapolated more architecture from it. And to me, it's about how do I cut these components off and on? How do then the amenities that are adjacent to these components relate in this 18 to 24-hour cycle? And what does all that mean? And then this would have been like a first pass and maybe it could have been reiterated. Also, I will say the ground plan is a little bit void in that exterior kind of aerial rendering, as well as putting the retail. I see your retail's a little bit below ground. It reminds me of There's the development in New York that people call it the lipstick building a little bit, but they took a church, put a tower on top of it and created, it's got like an 80s urbanism. You probably need like a subway station that you go down into it. So it's definitely, your project is hitting tons of cliches. I kind of like that because I do think maybe the post-pandemic office doesn't look maybe as different, but maybe somehow it's managed different at the building owner scale. Your projects are on the cusp. That's where I got. I'm stuck with this diagram and a little bit the imagery that it passes some real world smell test.
Okay, yeah.
While on this cross section actually, and to elaborate on what was just said, you sort of created the loop, but between three systems that can sort of alternate. And aren't you afraid, or maybe you just did it on purpose, that you are sort of creating three sort of separated ghettos, one for every working hour system, and three clusters, to use a word that has been used previously. Is this a sort of overlapping system between three different systems? Is this overlapping enough to sort of transcend and enrich the possibilities of work? Or did you envision at some point to create a new type of system, or to try to find a solution to allow more flexible use in one type of space, but which would allow a more peaceful coexistence between all those uses, maybe with mixed uses, instead of, overlapping, piling up three different things which still are sort of hermetically sealed from each other. Did you envision at some point to try to create one system that would be flexible enough to blur the boundaries between all of those boxes?
I didn't quite want to do that, mainly just because I think that so when doing my research, one thing that was popped up in terms of what people missed the most during the pandemic was this kind of social interaction, not just with their own office mates, but with people in other offices, people within their building. So I guess kind of having these connection points, I think, was really important to me, having dedicated spaces for social interaction between offices, as opposed to just kind of blurring the lines between different offices, if that makes sense.
Okay, there could have been a temptation of yours to sort of contaminate those these blue hermetic systems, to sort of contaminate them with this in between, but maybe it will come naturally after from the use by people. I mean, maybe the use of the in-between spaces will enable the sort of contamination of those very close and strict system by more flexibility. Future will tell. Sometimes use just escapes our control, and things live their own life. But I wish somehow the borders, the boundaries between the blue and the green would sort of become blurred. But maybe that will come from people's use and people's mess, the mess that people would put into these.
Yeah. All right.
I'll pick up on the notion of blaring and blurriness of the building. I had similar thoughts as Eve, not only about the kind of like the barriers or separations of the, let's say, cafe or more public spaces and the workspaces, but also the interiority of the building versus its exterior space. You used the word insular a few times. You have a section that shows that the building is essentially wrapped with a skin. Well, at least every gray box that we see here is wrapped with a skin. And so you end up with glazed facades that aren't operable. And for a building that purports to deal with post-pandemic workplace health and wellness, I feel the notion that you are not using natural ventilation. Maybe you are, but didn't see that in your section. In fact, you also, in a sense, are filtering the way one would see out and into the building by creating this kind of skin that wraps around it. I wish that you would explore that more and in fact not create these hermetic boxes. I think you used the word hermetic. Instead used boxes which are much more porous, or at least some may be more porous and some may not be. The way the building right now shows itself is that it's highly artificially ventilated. And I would think that maybe one of the natural ways to ventilate the system would be to, in fact, use that kind of louvered system that you've placed on the outside of all the main larger workspace boxes as a way to filter air in. And so at the moment, the way the building looks in its 3D form in the 3D model that you have, it appears to lend itself better to a museum than a workspace. And for a workspace, I would imagine you need a bit of a more, or not a bit, much more porousness between inside and outside. And then to continue that kind of like exploration, what is the relationship of these workspaces to the hole in the middle of the donut? So essentially, what is the purpose of the donut and the hole in there? Is there a way that you could occupy that? Could there be a vertical, like the circulation could happen there, or could the workspaces open up towards that interior space? How are you using that interior hole? It's a nice way to break a building down into as kind of a smaller scale. So as a building, I really kind of appreciate the things that you've done. I hope that you have a chance to explore the connections of the building to the outside, and also further the interior arrangement of workspaces. I would kind of like you to look at Frank Gehry's Facebook campus as an alternative to how workspaces could possibly be explored, that not every space has to be subdivided into conference room and office spaces, and either large conference rooms or small conference rooms. Especially your shift office could be literally much more of a shift space than a space with just rooms. So I'd say a little more exploration of the interior, subdividing, blurring the boundaries a bit more, and also blurring the boundaries between the interior of the building and the exterior in a purposeful manner.
Okay. Yeah.
And about blurring boundaries, one last question for one answer. What's happening between your first image, the first slide with this image from Playtime, Thesis Playtime, and this cross-section? What's the connection with these, and how do you shift from the first slide, which may be a critical approach of yours, and this one?
Yeah, I mean, so the first one looks at kind of this very inflexible view of the office. So this stat cubicle form, and I'm looking at it at a different scale, obviously. So he's looking at it in terms of one singular floor in an office. I'm looking at it more towards the overall function of the whole building. In terms of, like, you see these typical office buildings nowadays where it's just stacked floor after floor after floor of the same program over and over and over again, where I'm trying to introduce a little more flexibility, a little more circulation throughout the building. So it's not just I arrive, I go to my floor, and I leave. It's more about interaction amongst these floors and engaging with the other people in the building.
Yeah, but circulations call for more than green arrows on the cross section between very hermetic walls. If you realize what happens, I guess you've seen the film by Tati, or else you wouldn't have chosen this image. Freedom, liberation comes from the mess. things are designed in a certain way, and people are saved by the idea of a mess getting progressively into the whole system. And so the question is how you shift from this cross section with those dark black lines, and how do your gray arrows become real, and how does porosity happen?
Yeah, so that, yeah, I mean, so I kind of looked, and this kind of goes more to the overall, I guess, programmatic organization of the whole building. I wanted to specifically align these in ways that where the amenity spaces would get the most use by the office workers. So it's not just about bringing in outside people to access the gym or the cafe. It's about, for example, the in and out office, like they go back and forth constantly throughout the day. So they're going to use the cafe and the fitness center more often than the other offices. So engaging these two spaces and putting the two spaces that they're most likely to use together, so that they actually find a way to meet in the middle between these two different types of offices.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I mean, I've got a few points I want to try to bring up, but I think that's fascinating. Like the in and out people might be using the gym more. I don't know if they'd be using it more, but their use pattern would be different.
Yeah, it's more that they might use it and then go back, as opposed to someone in the 9 to 5 who's going to use it on their way out.
Interesting kind of aspects of the project where you can start to suss out some of those nuances of pattern and pattern of use relative to type of occupation. But I love the building, frankly. I mean, it appeals to me in a strange way, the same way that like Goulet's Cenotaph for Newton appeals to me. It's like this austere clarity, you know? And I really love the heroic rendering, you know, at the end. I'm not a big fan of hero shot renderings, but in this case, it sort of encapsulates the austere, rational clarity of this thing. But I want to go back to like the empower versus restriction claims. And to me, like, I think it's really important to be able to describe those qualities with respect to the various constituents of the building. And that is the employee, the building itself, the owner of the building, the visitor of the building, the work being produced in the building. Those are like a set of constituents that would all have different levers with respect to restriction and empowerment. And then I started thinking about those three primary office volumes, the 9 to 5, the shift, the in and out. And I think that there are two approaches that one could take with how they start to validate the claims that are being made with respect to the office environment. Option 1, looks the same, performs differently. Option 2, similar production, different organization. I think you have to more clearly articulate how you are organizing or not reorganizing the volumes with respect to the office type and its use. I also think that two components that would be really interesting to think about in this building would be acoustics and mechanical systems in relation to consumption. Theoretically, you've established a new model where I actually appreciate the discrete volumes as boxes that could start to be climate controlled differently contingent on use. So then I start thinking, oh, this thing would be wonderful to see rendered at night. You know, I always loved driving into downtown Los Angeles because I always felt like driving into a spaceship. And I don't know why it felt that way, but it was always interesting to see which buildings were on and which buildings were off. And, you know, you'd see the cleaners and their vacuuming and all of that stuff. But I start to get really excited about the way that you construct different use patterns and how you make that evident.
Yeah,
that's a good, the building is, I love the building. I want to see it, you know?
Let me just say something about that. Yes, it's a really nice building. The 3D model at the end.
Can you go back to that model, Zach?
Yeah.
Since we keep on.
It's really attractive, and it's nice to kind of like, it has this gate-like quality. You go through, it's a portal, and the way it's scaled down into boxes. Seeing that building, and just if I just like came across this, I'd be very curious how the interior of each box is subdivided or divided at all, or used or occupied. And You know, Zach, you've done a great job, so I don't mean to take away from the work that you've done. I'm hoping this is more a comment that inspires. But I really imagined so many different ways that these interiors could be sliced up or not sliced at all. And maybe this kind of goes back to Ben's comment about usage and function and productivity. But if each of these boxes is subdivided into 3 or 4 horizontal floor, each one at 9 or 10 feet, I kind of feel like you could do more than that. And you could completely rethink how a space should just be occupied, period. Should there even be floors in these boxes? Should there be suspended walkways, mezzanines, atriums, hall, you know, things that you allow you to walk in and see the whole volume of one box at a time? I mean, look at, for example, the most recent building interior renovation at Cornell University School of Architecture, the library, where a 4-story old architecture school was gutted out and completely gutted out. The shell remained, and a bookshelf system was suspended from the top floor down, essentially. So you walk in and now you see what used to be 4 levels, or what used to be a single floor at a time. You just suddenly see the whole building in one shot. So I just think the interior of each one of these boxes has room to be explored in the same radical or interesting way that you've explored the volumes of the building as a whole.
Yeah, I do think the boxes for this thesis, though, are generic. I think if this was a museum or a library, I would agree with that comment. For this, it is a real estate exercise. And I would actually let a commercial broker review this, because I think they would help figure out some of your widgets and uses. I would actually be aggressive on the real estate end. I would be aggressive on the generic end of it. There is a real estate clarity to it. It is not, I would not obsess over the spatial interior of it at this point. It's not this project. And I'm going to counter that. I think it is a commercial broker in some ways. And that's what's clever about it. That's why I like the diagram. I like this image too. But to me, the power, yes, as an architect, you could carve spaces out of these things. Like you could drill out 8 floors through that thing. But there's too much flamboyance there. I like the austerity and this, you would almost be rigorous. You would be able to optimize it. Now, a tenant could come in and carve that out and blow it out because they've got new tech funding. That's not your job here. You're kind of master planning the new office, and it needs to be generic because it is a system. In some ways, it's not interior spatial. And I know for me, that's why I have to express my clarity there that it's a real estate thing. And it passes a smell test.
I'm very aware of that, the real estate kind of interest in cutting up space in ways that create rentable spaces. And maybe if this were a real project by a developer, that's where they would direct you. That's how they would direct you. That's how they would steer you. But I'm looking at this in relation to your stated goals of your thesis, post-pandemic workplace health. And if that is a thesis that we are discussing, I would then think that we could talk about how office spaces or workspaces should be arranged, should be laid out.
I think when you think about it being democratic, though, if you think about those volumes being democratic, the genericness of it makes them more democratic. If you start to make them idiosyncratic,
in that case, I'd like to see an absolute genericness. I'd like to see each floor just, column structure, center core, and really then the layout is irrelevant to the project because each floor could be laid out by the tenant the way they like it to be laid out. And all the double height spaces that you show, or the staggered sectional lines that you show on the floors, then they don't really kind of matter. So I think it should be either one or the other. Either you
Correct.
take it
Needs to be one or the other. Be a
real
position.
estate extreme and every floor is the same, or you really begin to rethink the whole idea of how one should work in a space post-pandemic. So that's it's. I don't think because your project is so clear in so many ways, we can take it to this level of minute kind of commenting on.
Yeah.
I don't think this discussion is necessarily minute, because it's illustrating two, different points of view or interpretation of this project, and both have potential. And it also illustrates, I think, a little bit the conflict of the project, where it finds it in, because I think originally, Zach, you set out to resolve the post-pandemic office scenario, right? And at the same time, develop also a response, right? Or kind of a vision for post-WeWork, collaboration, right? Which ran into its own issues along the way. And not necessarily so much from the way we collaborate, but more from an economic standpoint. But then, it also transitioned into this, how do I, create a highly specific environment for these, or prescriptive environment, right, for these three, type of office scenarios. And how is that then interspersed with these shared spaces? And Ben's comment in regards to, patterns, right, and patterns of usage is then more geared towards thinking about the proposal in that regard, right? How are these blocks situated, right? And how is the overall organization, right, of the office versus other programs? How is that optimized, right? So I think there's two different projects in here, right? One has to do with the more specific articulation of the interiors, right? And the other has to do with the, with the overall, conceptual approach on how the boxes organize themselves in relation to the other programming on the site. An interesting question is what happens if there is, like another, usage office type of scenario, right? Can you add another box and still have the same project?
I think that would be really cool. Like you could imagine a set of different this is a spec office building. And I could imagine a different set of clients occupying the 3 volumes. And you could have 9 different scenarios with 3 different clients. They could use the 9 to 5, the shift, the in and out. Then you could swap them all out and see how they would be organized differently. You could take a tech startup, you could take an accountant firm, you could take a series of dentists. I have no idea what the industry is that's in there, but I think that's a layer that's missing a little bit to provide more clarity to the narrative. And then whether or not you go to strict generic versus the strict sort of specialized, you have scenarios that you could present to a potential client for the spec. But as a diagram, what I get excited about in the project is it seems to be like the tagline for it would be the do it all here building. Do it all here, you can do it all. Now, I think in practice that gets, tricky. In an academic context of thesis, it presents a compelling diagram to create a series of debates.
I think it can be tricky depending on the site. For here specifically, if I were just to look at the context in this image.
So where is this? I have no idea where this is located, by the way.
Yeah, so it's downtown Seattle. So.
Oh yeah, Seattle.
So if I were to look at just the 3 buildings in the background here, I could locate all 3 office types. And that was kind of one of these kinds of things. Like this is kind of a convergent site. Like it's in between the historic district and downtown district. It's right on all these accessible routes. So like it's this idea of converging upon this one site, both in terms of just physically and in terms of ideologically, in terms of the work schedules.
Mm-hmm. Interesting conversation. Thank you, Zach. Let's move on to our last project of this morning with Alex. Thanks again, Zach. Very good conversation. Zach.
Hello, is it working?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. So my name is Alexander, and this is my thesis, Elevated Connections. I wanted to start with these maps that show the projections of sea level rise in South Florida, with the black representing water. Here at 4 feet, we can see that South Beach begins to be submerged on the east, and the Miami River begins to expand. At 6 feet, the airport begins to be inundated with water, and South Beach is practically completely lost. And at 10 feet, the results are catastrophic. This map highlights the metro areas of South Florida. And this slide is to give a bit of context to what is at stake, both economically and socially. Specifically, looking at how up to nearly 5 feet of sea level rise is projected in South Florida by 2100, and 25% of Miami-Dade County is already within 3 feet of sea level. And just 14 inches of sea level would equate to 2.2 foot annual floods in Key West. And this is relevant because the monitoring station for sea level rise in like all of South Florida is in Key West, but also this 2.2 foot flood is a historic flood. It's only happened once this entire time they've been monitoring the sea level, and it would become an annual occurrence with just 14 inches of sea level rise. So with this comes the thesis or the challenge that the contemporary city's transportation infrastructure is wholly unprepared for this future. The effects of climate change, such as storm surge, coastal erosion, urban flooding, and saltwater intrusion will and is already greatly affecting coastal areas. Integrating transportation systems and networks vertically can generate an architecture that is more prepared for the projected impacts of climate change while simultaneously addressing the existing condition and experience of the infrastructure. So I want to emphasize this twofold opportunity to generate a public infrastructure that is prepared and resilient for the future of South Florida. And the other is to generate an architecture that celebrates the user and their experience of these spaces and networks. So why Miami? Primarily, it's close to me. I'm from there. I'm from South Florida. Also, the master plan goals of the city align very closely with the ideas of the thesis in generating and promoting neighborhood level transit, metropolitan level transit, regional level transit, and then eventually developing a downtown intermodal center at Government Center or Overtown Metro Rail stations. I actually chose the Government Center site for my project. And then also along with the master plan goals, it comes the current experience of the architecture and the infrastructure. So on the site, the rail lines are already elevated, and it seems like a perfect test case for this vertical integration of transportation infrastructure for the public. And then along with these comes density, both in population and architecture. They're related, obviously, but this densification, again, sort of aligns itself with this vertical integration and this vertical expansion. So here's the proposal. I began with looking at archetypes or existing public transportation infrastructure. So the subterranean archetype, looking at stuff like metro rails or subway stops, and the adjacent archetype like train stations. I noticed this co-organization between circulation and actual transportation infrastructure. And my proposed archetype is a re-articulation of this comb organization vertically that maintains these circulation spaces between these sort of layers and levels of public transportation. In the red here is the Government Center site. This map sort of gives context to the density of the architecture to the east with the more high rises and the larger density with the to the west is the smaller scale like residential neighborhoods and communities. This isometric, again, just gives an idea of the relative scale around the site. Here, this block is a Government Center block, which currently has a small rail station that serves the Metro Rail and the Metro Mover. And to the north of that is this Miami Central station. It's a recent development. It currently serves 3 rail lines, but it only serves South Florida. It reaches up as far as West Palm Beach. And there are ideas to expand it to 5 rail lines in the future, but it has been inoperable during the current pandemic. And this is what the Government Center site would look like with 4 feet of water on the site, clearly demonstrating that how it becomes completely inaccessible and sort of isolated. From there are these rendered diagrams that begin to show the different modes of transportation around the site. The site here is highlighted in red. These are the rail lines. The larger one here to the north-south is the Metro Mover, and the smaller one is the Metro Rail. Here we have the bus and trolley systems, and then sort of a synthesis of the public transportation around the site, trying to show proximity with the use of light. This diagram reiterates these public transportation infrastructures, but addresses this sort of gondola system that I'm proposing. Miami is already considering the addition of a gondola to its public transportation infrastructure, and it would align very closely with the thesis goals of this vertical expansion and integration. This is the site plan, and the geometries here are generated from the contour of the Miami River, which serendipitously sort of aligned with the existing context on the site. And then the smaller lines are the offsets from these geometries that began to sort of define the articulation of the site through a generation of commercial spaces and landscape. The landscape aims to assist the city's water retention systems, combat the urban heat island effect, and generate beautiful spaces that really bring people into this public transportation infrastructure, while the commercial spaces sort of reflect this consistent sort of mirroring or relationship between transportation architecture and a commercial space. Here is an isometric of the ground floor where we can see the bus depot on the north. Previously, there were bus stations scattered around the site, around the perimeter. I've taken those and centralized them in this bus depot on the northern part of the site. And here we can also see the ramped circulation on the western side versus the staired circulation on the eastern side. Here again are the multiple levels of the architecture, moving from the ground up to the Metro Mover, the first small rail infrastructure with some public programs such as restroom, showers, and then from there up to this commercial level that integrates majority commercial programming that also connects to the Miami Central Station to the north. It begins to allude to this intermodal future and connection between the regional and more community scale transportation systems. Above that, the Metro Rail, the gondola, and then eventually 4 different canopies that cover and generate shade for these spaces. So these rendered isometrics are again like expressing the ground condition here, the Metro Mover condition, the communal level up to the Metro Rail, and then eventually the gondola. And here we go. You can see here, the space frame canopy is articulated through these and probably sandblasted acrylic panels on top to prevent water intrusion. And then underneath that, a steel lattice system that generates shade along with the space frame canopy itself. This section describes a moment where it highlights like the simultaneous experience of all the different modes of public transportation and their integration into this cohesive whole. And the second one just sort of expresses that while the ground condition can remain flooded, the building as a whole will remain operational and part of these networks. This is a perspective looking back from the gondola heading north, a perspective looking back from the Metro Rail, beginning to see the integration of all these different modes of transportation as a simultaneous experience in the interior of this architecture. And then I have a few renders or animations here to show. This first animation here highlights the principal stair circulation on the eastern facade that directly integrates into the multiple levels and modes of transportation. The colors in the building are there to sort of generate an easily identifiable diagram for the user that connects directly with the modes of transportation and the types of transportation, while also celebrating the vernacular and aesthetic of Miami and South Beach as a whole. So here we can see moving up the multiple levels of the building up until finally the gondola up here on the 4th floor. And I have a second here that sort of describes the, there we go. The second animation describes the ramp circulation, sort of opposed to the staired circulation on the opposite facade. The ramps are all generated with this non-orthogonal geometry of the Miami River, the contours of the river and the water around the site, and begin to express a mode of circulation that is against sort of the grain of the Miami as a city of the whole and the public transportation infrastructure on the site to generate experiences of these sort of infrastructures and the station as a whole from a different vantage point or new perspectives that don't necessarily align with the sort of orthogonal grid that's laid out. You can see moving up to the gondola level, the sort of abundance of covered outdoor space that doesn't have to be conditioned. I intentionally left a majority of the commercial volumes on the northern facade so they wouldn't get direct sunlight, and also maintained the, all of the glazing, and as much of the building itself is covered. Here we have one last animation at night that begins to showcase the celebration of the Miami aesthetic and vernacular through the integration of lighting and the quality of the lighting. Sorry about that. There we go. And then I have a final few renders here that again show the nighttime condition, and these few renders begin to underscore the realization of the project's commitment to both generating this community scale transportation hub that is resilient to climate change, while also being engaged with the user's experience of the infrastructure and the site as a whole. Thank you.
Oh, I just start. I'm amazed by your project. I love the idea of creating this mobility hub and to sort of layer all the different possibilities on top of each other. I also I will ask you later about how you analyze the site in terms of an urban context. And I know we're talking Miami here and not old Cologne, but also I would be interested in knowing how you came up with these patterns that then led to your different floor plates. But I have to say, I really love this 3D diagram and how the different levels interconnect. I almost wish that you would have dared to do something more crazy with the roof, because you have this amazing landscape. We're not talking about the colors, right? But you have these different levels, and then you sort of cover it with like 3 sheets of roofing. And I think that you could have done something that's more, I don't know, that sort of goes more with the complexity of your different levels. Yeah, as I said, the colors very Miami, and thank you for your project. I like it. So my question would be, how did you create these patterns on the site? I think the high riser is existing, and how did you take traces, or how did you come up with the traces, if there were any?
Okay, so the articulation of the site here, I actually took the contour of the Miami River. It's a few blocks away from the site, and the waterfront on the eastern side of the site. And I superimposed them onto the existing context. So this building that is existing on the site. And from there, I tried to use a general strategy of offsetting them a certain distance to allow for circulation. And that's what these larger lines are sort of defining. The thicker lines are defining the like more apparent or like the principal geometries, and the smaller lines start to illustrate the offsets or the spaces in between. And from those, I generated the site condition of like the ramping condition, the articulation of the commercial space versus landscape. It was all sort of based off of this primary diagram. And the idea for the circulation is pretty apparent here, was that I wanted the building, it felt that for the circulation, the experience of the interior, to really emphasize the modes of transportation, to move around them back and forth, to always consistently have a new vantage point or a new perspective of the same sort of modes of transportation, and their articulation on the site was sort of how I generated it.
I really like it a lot. I love your super thin columns, and maybe one suggestion, you have that roof, that 3-dimensional roof, and maybe something can grow down from there in terms of structure. I'm not saying you should use a tree structure, but maybe you could use the roof and come down with columns that become thinner in the ground floor, and a bit thicker higher up, because clearly those are very thin. Thank you.
Alex, I think I basically echo Ruth's comments that I really like the project, and I like the nightclub vibe of both the project and your renderings. It's so Miami. And I have to say that my first like quick impression before you really went into the project was that there's no way this is going to work. It's too complex. There's too many issues. It's all infrastructure. How could someone at, you know, fifth year architecture school solve these major infrastructural problems? But I think what you've done is you've laid out a series of ideas and prototypes and templates. It's not necessarily that, you know, you would stick to one angle versus another, but it's this idea of layering your transportation vertically and creating lines of sight and openings between various levels, large ramps and staircases. So it really feels like an open market. And all of it is made coherent by this roof that is over this canopy, that it is over the whole thing, creates shade. I kind of see it as some sort of translucent material. I don't know what it is. I think there's room for you to explore what that is and how it could be, it could take climate in mind, and perhaps it becomes somehow adjustable to climate. I like the colors a lot also. However, on that note, I should say that if the colors are not just diagrammatic, meaning they are colors that you're proposing to exist, you know, in real life in this building, then I'd be more careful about how I show the context colors. And whether you want to like completely de-emphasize those colors and make everything white, or which you kind of already have, but the green of, for example, the landscape, that's a really minor comment, but I think I would then really start playing around with the notion of color and color in context, and because it's such an incredible part of your project. It's not only just mapping the space diagrammatically, but it's also describing to potentially a traveler, where should I go? Oh, go to the blue platform. And so I'd like to see how you analyze the color in relation to context. But overall, like Ruth said, I like the thin columns. It really just feels like an open market. I could see, for example, a space where a farmer's market even could exist sometime, or different things. You could have a little mini concert. Not that those are necessary to the project, but it has that sense that it's a multi-use space. I think of all the projects that are being done, proposals for Penn Station in New York City, and this is kind of like Penn Station in Miami. You've really shown us how such a hub could exist. So really good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I want to pick up on, I agree with a lot of the comments, and I love the colors. I love the canopy. I love I was starting to think about the roof is you've seen The Big Lebowski. The roof canopy is basically like the dude's rug. It holds the whole project together, you know? And I think without that and its sort of excessive kind of exuberance, the project becomes something wholly other. I have my biggest beef is with the party. I just can't accept the rationale of how you organize the building program. It makes no sense to me whatsoever, and I think it kills the project from a logical standpoint. That said, there are many things that I value in the project, one of which is the color, and I think you have to own it in ways in which you might not be talking about right now. I know we're talking about it in Miami, but like, it's kitsch. You've made a kitsch building through the use of color, and you've got to own that. And so you either sort of celebrate it, you find ways that the garishness becomes sort of like an aesthetic that you're either ironically, whimsically using, or you are sort of owning in a very provocative way. Another way to think about the color, and the last comment made me think about this project in Paris. Amar might know this project. It's by Jacob McFarlane. The Green Monster, it was referred to when I was living in Paris. It just finished. And I love the building, but one of the interesting conversations I had was with one of the workers that worked in the building across the street from it. They said, God, we hate this building because it reflects green light into my office space, and I live in a cascade of green foliage all day long, and they felt sick by it. So like, I think color, while being super vibrant and critical, also can become something of controversy as well. My favorite image that you're showing is the canopy, but also I love the diagrams. The circulation diagrams are some of my favorite drawings I've seen all day. I just think they're like whimsical, they're provocative, they speak to the subject matter in a useful way, but they also tell a story about what you're trying to achieve. The part that I get equally skeptical of is the use of the term archetype. So if I'm skeptical of the party, I'm also skeptical of what you mean by archetype. I think, you know, it's a word that deserves unpacking if you're going to use it. And my last comment is of the litmus test that I usually give to myself for various projects. And there's a correct answer to this. Would you rather have somebody look at your project and say, huh, wow, or wow, huh? The correct answer is the former response. However, I feel at present like wow, huh, but I'm listing back toward wow. So if you could solve the party, I'd end up on wow again.
Can I ask what it is about the party that you find not congruent?
It's unorthodox in its arbitrariness.
Okay.
So not in a good way. So like you said, it came out of like the sea elevation lines or something.
The site articulation, like this stuff?
Yeah, that stuff.
Okay.
So like, could I say I like stripes or I like plaid, and I could come up with an equally sufficient party?
I think here it's just the way you framed it and what you said it came from. For instance, on a proposal like this, you're creating walkways, right? And you have different scales of lines that have, as we've seen at the end result, it worked, right? It's the way you're talking about this drawing right here. There's like a ABC, CBA, ABC. What is A? What is B? What is C? Well, A is a pathway for pedestrians. B is like something that's going to give me approximately 10,000 square foot of ground floor space. You may go back to A again, which is another 10-foot pedestrian walkway. So you've created an urbanism here, but when you said where you pulled your sight lines from, that's where it gets arbitrary. Now, granted, you're pulling some pretty arbitrary diagonals through here, but they're not that arbitrary, because diagonals work on a large block to let people move at a diagonal, no different than wide, Paris has diagonals pulling through it, and they're connecting nodes. So you're probably missing a diagram. One of the things I would think is happening here is you're missing a diagram or two that help explain the layers. I think also this is a good example of like field condition stuff and stacking these different fields. I do think you don't have those diagrams either, but you do get us there. What I really admire about this is that you get us into architecture. We had so many other projects here today where people have really beautiful graphic skills. Like they need to make maps for like TED Talks. A lot of the stuff we've seen before this, but there wasn't architecture. There was great graphics, but there wasn't architecture. You're kind of the opposite to me. Your graphics are really raw. Like they're pretty raw, and they could use they're working for you. Even your backdrop, you're standing in a room that's like a black light. That's fascinating. It has to be strategic. But that would be the one thing. And I think some of it's just graphics, but you really the architecture is really strong. Your proposal is very provocative that way. And I think that's why everybody's picking up on it. And Ben, I know I kind of came in over what you're saying. Do you agree with that at all, Ben, that it's really just the adding logic to this drawing? Because it does work. we can see that the architecture works. The architecture he creates from this,
well,
it works as more than.
I'm looking
Benjamin, I just texted Cordula that I'm gonna get you drunk soon.
I'm looking at slides 30
who's getting drunk?
You go back to slides 30 through 32. It doesn't matter which one you pick. Yeah. Like that one's great. Like, what? What is that party?
Let me jump in here for a second. If you go to the diagram that you were just showing, that seems to be the objectionable diagram, the pattern one. Yeah. If you didn't have this diagram in your project, I think this discussion would have been different, because rarely does infrastructure in a city follow a geometric pattern, unless you're talking about the inner core of Washington, D.C., which was all laid out at once with 90-degree and diagonals. So for you to take a couple of lines that you claim to be from a natural reference and then repeat that as a geometric played pattern, kind of like it's a stretch that we don't need to see. So if you didn't include that and jumped to your axonometrics, the axonometrics show what Jason is saying that works. Well, Ben disagrees that it works, but essentially it's two 90-degree. If you go to any of the axonometrics you want to show, there is a 90, like there's two main line, one axis, one cross axis. There's a diagonal that seems to connect the corner of a lot to a corner. Hopefully that is connecting more than just those two, but it does create a kind of dynamic to the orthogonal cross axis, which makes the whole thing, let's just say, interesting. I mean, perhaps the angle is really a module that could be shifted based on conditions. If this same template was moved to 5 blocks over, maybe that angle would be 25 degrees versus 45.
Yeah, correct.
And then you have like another cross angular line at a diagonal, which I think it creates a kind of nice messiness. It might seem arbitrary and illogical, and to perhaps it is, and but you're trying to make a nice project at the same time. So I'll give you that artistic license. But if this were like really a project that's going to be built, we want to know all the point A's and B's and what the connections are.
Correct. Yep. There's a node diagram in there you're missing. I think somehow there's a stacking nodey thing. That's about, and then there's all the comments on color. I do think I really appreciate the comment about the landscape versus the color as well. I think that's where we want to know a little more about what you're thinking there. I think everybody, but you kind of got us on the architect. We all bought into the movement through it, the open market feel, the superstructure roof. I mean, it's a win. Thin columns. We love that stuff, Norman. We eat it up.
Also, I think I give you the highest grade for the biggest save from midterm till now.
Wow.
Wow.
There's all the non-orthogonal angles.
The midterm project that I remember seeing was, this was a big save.
You said it was all just elevators.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all so much.
And are there any other comments or feedback?
Thumbs up, everybody.
Any general comments about the morning?
Yes, now we can segue into general comments about the morning. As you've noticed, or as was just commented on, Amar and I have, and the students certainly have tried to provide a smorgasbord of different approaches, ranging from, in the last project, an actual architectural proposal to much, broader, further reaching, master planning based ideas. So we try to mix it up.
Thank you for doing that. Entertaining us.
Well, yeah, that's what we're here for.
My comment is pretty much the same comment I usually make these days, apparently, in thesis or reviews in general, which is the notion that social programming, social ideas about social improvement, societal improvement, ideas about even political questions sometimes seem to dominate projects over the execution of its architecture. And in this last project and another project in between, we were focusing on buildings within a context. And while I'm not necessarily siding with projects which end up being more building oriented than not, or projects which end up being more policy oriented, but I do draw a line where questions about policy, which are sometimes radical in relation to current policy, end up producing buildings which are not commensurate with the radical positions that are being taken. So if I see a project that's seriously questioning capitalism and end up seeing a building that seems to reflect the predominant type of typologies that exist now, that's a dichotomy or kind of a contrast that is a little bit hard to grasp. Sometimes I think that not discussing the policy as much as the building helps, and sometimes vice versa. Just talking about policy, it might be enough. But I don't know if there's any conclusion here to be made, but I think if you have to be able to design a good building first before you can think about how the society around that building would shift and change. And not to say you guys haven't done that. I mean, I'm just highlighting what the discussions have been. I think there's been many successful projects that we saw today that satisfy both ends of that spectrum.
I love Thesis. I just love, and it has to do with the speed and density of content. And to me, that's like my favorite thing to do. I love waking up in the morning, flipping on my computer and being able to have conversations like this today. It's like why I go to work, you know? And so I just want to thank everybody because it's been super fun, but it's the speed and density of the conversations. And it always exposes, Thesis always exposes the breadth of what our field is able to consider. And I think that's always so important to be able to recognize. A couple of things that I want to just comment on in general. I mean, Cordula mentioned I coordinate graduate thesis, and hopefully all of you can watch the graduate thesis reviews tomorrow. But the way that I set that up with those students is I'm always trying to reconfirm the what, the how, and the why. So the subject matter of the work, the methods to evaluate decisions that guide a project's progress, and then what is the contribution of knowledge that you have given us into the field. I think, you know, good theses always have three things in common. They're always bold, confident, and humble. So bold, confident, and humble. Humility is what recognizes the myth of the hero architect, the hero designer. And I think humility recognizes what architects actually have expertise in. And that is to expose a world that doesn't yet exist through methods of communication with clarity and rigor. So that's where I'll end today, but thank you for the great morning.
I also want to say thank you. A lot of my students from Munich watched you on video on YouTube, and first of all, they were completely happy and shocked about the fact that how the reviews work, that it's actually a discussion and not nailing somebody against the wall, which happens very often when we discuss projects. It's like, the insulation is missing and there's no concept, blah, blah. We basically point out mostly mistakes, and it was, for my students, it was super, super interesting and refreshing to just observe the whole process and to see how constructive all of the comments were. And I just wanted to share that with the students, because I think that you have a great faculty, and you did a beautiful job. I think I really saw super fascinating projects yesterday and today. So thank you for having me, and hello from Munich.
Great.
Yeah.
Jason, any comments?
I tend to agree. It was a lot of, y'all kind of summed it up very well. So I'm just going to say thanks as well. It's good to see a lot of the work, a lot of broad array of graphics. I'll say, always get me y'all's graphics, keep tweaking, and y'all are using a lot of different tools to echo that visualization comment and stuff from Ben. A lot to take in from those closing comments from everybody. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Kevin, I see you joined us. We will take a lunch break until 2, and then we'll recommence with the remaining of the afternoon. But thank you so much for everybody this morning. This was really great. The projects look great, and the conversations were fantastic. So thank you. Much appreciated.
One last thing, Cordula. I just want to say that something about the professors here.
Exactly.
6 or 7 projects, for me, as enjoyable as it is, as Ben was saying, it is what I live for. It's also draining, because you're really giving everything you have to each project, and they're all very different. But for you all to sit through more than 6 projects and nurture them, guide them, work with them throughout the semester, it's tough work. So kudos to you all for.
No, Maziar, it's very easy.
It's
very
easy. We don't really do anything.
Sound more difficult than.
Got you.
It's very easy.
For you all, it's easy. For you, it wouldn't be easy.
Just teasing. Thank you, everyone. It was a great morning and great conversations. And we will see you in an hour after lunch break at 2 p.m.
Central Time.
I won't see you guys. I will sleep tonight.
I would.
Have fun. Have an enjoyable afternoon.
Bye, Jason. Bye, Marzia.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
See you this afternoon. Hopefully.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Yves, see you at the Biennale.
Ja. Sehr gerne.
No, I will be in touch. I'm probably going. Okay. See ya.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna
take a break and then back at 2.
We'll keep the recording running.
You're gonna keep the recording?
I think so, yeah.
You're gonna stop, or no, you're gonna keep it running?
Keep it running, yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. See you in an hour.
Hey, Todd.
Hello, Cordelia. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Seattle?
Yeah. Are you back?
I'm back. Yes.
Yeah.
Got back last night.
Good trip?
It's great. It's a pretty interesting place. Have you ever been to Belize?
No, I have not. I've been to Costa Rica plenty of times, but not Belize.
It's a little like that. It has a feeling like that. Particularly the Caribbean side. The Caribbean side is.
Yeah.
I don't have you ever. I've been to Limon and.
Yeah, I have.
It's that kind of Caribbean vibe, and but they do have the mountains. If you go in a little inland, and the great thing is they have these amazing Mayan ruins, which are the country's filled with the ruins. So that's really interesting to see.
I see. Belize hasn't been really much on anybody's radar lately. It feels like, in the 90s or early 2000s, it was a popular destination, but recently I haven't heard the mention of Belize much. Correct?
Well, safe place to go. It's easy to get to. It's pretty cheap. It's like half the price of, their dollar is coordinated with our dollar is to be half. So 2 of their dollars is worth our dollar. But it seems like things cost the same, so it's pretty reasonable and easy to get to. We went through Dallas and, but yeah, so it's pretty easy to get to.
Yeah, great. Nice.
It's nice.
Cool.
See Jake and to follow up on his work there. He's overseeing construction on a couple projects. So.
Oh, fantastic! He was working on a resort of sorts, right?
Yes,
I remember.
exactly. Yeah. Now he moved to that's kind of on hold until some more tourists show up, and now he's in on the beach doing a commercial building, a new restaurant building.
Oh, fantastic!
So he's happy there, and it's been pretty easy for him to live and work there. It's as far as COVID, it's been pretty open.
Yeah. Good. They didn't close their borders?
They did close their borders. Yeah. That's why things have operated really well internally.
Right.
From tourism and stuff, but they did lock everything down, and that allowed them to kind of continue with their work.
Local resources?
They wear their own masks and things like that, but
In terms of construction?
Yeah, they get some people from Guatemala, but I guess Guatemala, Mexico, but that was probably more shut down. Some people who are living in the country at the time.
How about the materials?
Materials come a lot from China.
Oh, okay.
In big shipping containers, except for steel, anything like steel, lumber. They have some lumber, but it's more exotic lumber.
Yeah, exactly.
So most of their plumbing fixtures and equipment and everything comes from China. Right.
Interesting. Yeah. That's actually a good segue into our conversations this afternoon.
How did this morning go?
It was great. It was really good. The projects looked good, I thought, and we had some really interesting conversations into the very different subject areas. So it was I think, very good. Right, Amar?
Hey, Todd, how are you?
Good
to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, happy to be here. Is that a real picture or no? That's.
It's a real picture, but it's.
Looks great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Edson. Thank you for joining us.
Hi.
Hi, Margarita.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thank you for making the time.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, and I think we have Eve returning again as well, right, Amar?
He should be returning, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Didn't fall asleep. It's already kind of late.
Yeah, he had a late night last night, so.
2 in a row.
Yeah. Kevin, it's good to see you.
It's always good to see you, Cordelia.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yes, it has.
Yes.
Terrific. Everybody does. Unfortunately, I'm going to be kind of right at the beginning, and hopefully I can dial in for maybe the last project. I apologize that something came up, so I got to run to the office.
Yeah, anyway. No problem. We have.
It's nice to be able to say that, by the way. So,
that's true.
A normal thing.
Going back to the office. That's a good sign.
Eve is back, so we can get started.
Eve is back. Okay. Last session, Eve. Another late night. Okay, so this is the third session for our thesis undergraduate reviews. The students presenting this afternoon will be showing their final presentations towards the degree of Master in Architecture in 2021. And I'm going to share my screen. I want to welcome everybody. Hold on one second. So and I want to especially welcome our reviewers. The semester was co-taught with Amar Eloueni. We shared all the responsibilities and advised the cohort of students together in the spring semester. And the fall semester was actually shared with, I shared this with Iñaki Alday, who co-taught with me the thesis prep seminar, which is research-based. So the endeavor to arrive at this final project involves a fall semester of research and then a spring semester of design proposal development. And we already had and still have a great group of critics that are joining us for these reviews. This afternoon, we would like to welcome back Edson Kabalfin. He's the Associate Dean for Equity, Diversity and Inclusion, the Director of the Social Innovation and Social Entrepreneurship Program, and Professor of Practice and Design Thinking at the School of Architecture. So welcome back, Edson.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for having me again.
Well, thank you for enduring us again. With us also is Margarita Jover. She is an associate professor at the School of Architecture, and she's also the co-founder of the internationally awarded firm Alday Jover Architecture and Landscape in Barcelona. The multidisciplinary research-based practice focuses on innovation and is renowned for its leadership in a new approach to the relation between cities and rivers, in which the natural dynamics of flooding become part of the public space. We saw another great river investigation yesterday as part of the Yamuna River Project reviews. Todd Erlandson is joining us from LA. Hi, Todd. He's the founder and principal of March Studios in Los Angeles. The office combines the principles of good design with the best practices in marketing to create branded architecture with a purpose. Todd has also taught widely and specifically at the School of Architecture quite a few years ago now, but he's often invited as a critic, and it's always great to see you and Lee as well. Kevin Cannon is an architect from New York and the executive director of the Institute of Architecture and Urban Studies. He is the founder and design director of Kevin Cannon Architect in New York. And his firm focuses on improving the built environment through design excellence, innovation, and public service. Kevin and I go way back. He was my boss in my early years of architectural education.
Hardly. The other way around.
Something like that.
I always was working for you.
And finally, Yves Naché. He's an architect and architecture critic, and he is the director of the Architecture Center in Nice, France, where he is joining us from now. And he was formerly in charge of a variety of different architecture centers in France, also a cultural attaché and head of French cultural centers abroad, as well as an expert for landscape architecture, educational programs at UNESCO, and an accomplished musician. He's going to entertain us at the end of the night. He promised. So welcome, everybody. I'm just going to briefly introduce the semester again to those that haven't been part of the introduction before. The thesis at the School of Architecture is explored by first researching an architectural topic and developing a position, which is what we're concerned about, what we're concerned with in the fall semester. And then we segue into the development of a proposal in the spring semester. In the fall semester, students conduct research and process work that leads to designing a project established through research in accordance with crucial principles and parameters embedded within the discipline of architecture. So again, the fall semester research seminar consists of a series of steps where students investigate other projects in order to extract potential theses from these projects. They then analyze their own work to identify thesis components and a series of questions that are embedded in the work. And then thirdly, they develop a thesis statement that is, in our case, this year loosely based on a series of prompts or briefs that were provided to them. And I will get to that in a second. So the idea is that by the end of the fall semester, a thesis statement is legible and established, that then leads to the proposal development in the spring semester, which consists of a presentation that you see today and a final document, which is due tomorrow, actually. In regards to the pedagogy, there's 3 components that we kind of incorporate as goals for the trajectory over the course of the semester. Students are developing a position where they locate personal trajectories and interests within the larger field of architecture, and outside architecture and the broader cultural field surrounding architecture. They identify or understand or are asked to understand the architectural project as part of a practical and theoretical framework that allows them to formulate a thesis statement. And then lastly, the development of the proposal, where they translate their research into a design proposal that we hope contributes to larger discussions existing and past, and also allows the students to start their careers in a meaningful way that is already to a certain degree established in thought. These are some of the diagrams that were developed over the course of the fall semester, putting things into connection and perspective in regards to projects, architects, timelines, and movements. And then in the spring semester, we provided 4 different briefs. A couple of them will be addressed today. One offered Lake Charles, Louisiana, a specific site in Lake Charles, Louisiana, as a testing ground for strategies for resiliency. In regards to, students were asked to potentially identify resiliency in coastal environments, adaptive reuse, growth, degrowth, equity, identity. Some of these projects we saw already. The site specifically is located along the interstate I-10 and facing a larger body of water. Lake Charles was heavily damaged during one of the last hurricanes not too long ago. And then the second brief is that will be addressed today is Cap Haitian in Haiti. Also, an area obviously suffering from a large devastation from the earthquake a few years ago. The students were asked to potentially identify opportunities for material inspiration, strategies for rebuilding, resiliency, investigation into structural and building systems, and related topics. So those are the 2 major themes this afternoon. And there's one thesis that took a little bit of a detour and is discussing something else, which we will see at the very end. There were a couple of other briefs, but we didn't, they're not addressed this afternoon. And we'll have 5 projects, actually 2 team projects. We offered the students the opportunity to work in teams. So the 2 teams that came out of that process ultimately are presenting this afternoon. And that's it. Are there any questions before we get started? No? Okay, great. So I think it's Gabby and Lauren, you're first, right? Yes. Okay, the stage is yours.
Okay.
I should say that this afternoon is recorded, or rather live streamed via YouTube. The link was provided in the chat this morning for those that want to share it.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle Pro, and I'm Lauren Jennings, and this thesis is on cultivating locality. The project's research encompasses an understanding of Haiti's current economic relationship tied to agriculture and natural resources. The thesis project itself is tested on the outskirts of the urbanized Cap Haitian. So currently 48% of Haiti's residents live in urban areas, with the majority of the population located in Port-au-Prince.
Further research reveals that despite the shift for opportunity, 95% of the population continues to live in poverty. 50% of the population remain as farmers, but the agricultural production rate is not sufficient. So 60% of Haiti's food is imported. Deforestation is also a prevalent issue, with 80% of the land deforested due to the use of charcoal for cooking. The forest cover has shrunk to only 2% in recent years.
So much of the movement to urban areas in Haiti is due in part to centralized education and job opportunities that are not present in rural areas. And from our knowledge of Haitian development, the traditional organizations employed for the rural residences have also become less common with the shift to these overpopulated cities. Additionally, the shift from an agricultural organization to a linear organization has developed in the urban areas. So with these considerations around population shifts, economic opportunity, and deforestation, we pose the question, what can be adapted from the existing set of conditions? To answer this question, our goal is to provide a different type of land use to reintegrate educational values involving building and agriculture to empower women-held households in the local economy. So by creating a catalog of existing vernacular building strategies, we are then able to extract successful materials and incorporate them into the project. From our research, additionally, the existing agricultural model in Haiti represents a government-managed system. So in response to the current agricultural market, we decided to cultivate the land based on what crops are more successful in the environmental context while creating the most economic opportunity. To create a center for education and economic opportunity that bridges the gap between rural and urban development, the selected site is based on its adjacency to Cap Haitian, with access to the waterfront highway, providing as a major infrastructure spine. Also, its location next to the port suggests that the area is geared towards economic opportunity.
Our selected site is split by the major roads, with additional roads branching out from the central spine. The perpendicular roads that vary in scale create accessibility for agricultural management. The spine also splits up the variation in agricultural infrastructure. The western side is dedicated to the terraced land to create a stable ground for crops that need flat land to grow. And the eastern slope retains its natural topography and is dedicated to crops that can grow on the mountainside. To manage the crops for residential and economic purposes, the acreage is partitioned by households. Crop distribution is partitioned based on what is necessary to sustain the community of women and children, as well as contribute to the local market. The yearly crop revenue goes to maintaining the complex. In addition to agricultural management, irrigation strategies are considered. The rock catchment system located at the top of our master plan collects water after rain events and filters water into an underground cistern, which uses gravity to irrigate the crops. The last step of our site approach is to program the land based on which crops are suitable to be planted next to each other and allow for future crop rotations.
Given this site strategy, this then leads to implementing the architecture and user program. The thesis statement itself aligns with the site strategy because it is based on our question as to how we can return to traditional knowledge in a way that best fits within a contemporary construction context. Our response includes creating a series of terraced programmatic areas that align with the values of the traditional spatial organization that is the Lacoste. The programmatic organization is structured with the market at the lowermost point, where the complex is most accessible from urban infrastructure and participates in the local economy. Past the market, you find the security checkpoints, which also serve as agricultural storage centers and provide secure access to the rammed earth and educational areas, as well as the residential areas for women and children.
The complex is intended for midterm occupancy. where women and children learn marketable skills, practice them, and then apply them for future economic independence. The market serves as a place for graduates to return to sell their own goods once graduated from the program, whether related to agricultural usage or building resources. The project's material composition is influenced by a lack of resources due to deforestation and high importation costs. We hone in on what Haiti's land has to offer and extract the solution of using rammed earth, which can be derived from Haiti's most immediate context and built relatively anywhere around the world. We use bamboo rafters, which are locally sourced, and for the roofing structure, we extract from the vernacular catalog and implement thatched roofing systems. The structural system shows how simple modules in repetition can come together to form geometries that are holistic material representations of their environmental contents. We consider performance for ventilation, user comfort, and durability when deciding upon which material usage to use.
So getting into the specific programmatic plans, the market is the lowermost point on the site and houses the market, which is mostly used for educational occupants involved in agricultural and building practices, as well as a few rentable spaces for returning residents, and then centralized garden areas, as well as a dining and kitchen area that aligns with the programmatic use and also attracts more visitors. This right here shows the visual connection between the market and the dining areas, as well as the centralized garden space that remains a consistent theme throughout the project.
This educational building is dedicated to rammed earth practices, which feature experimental learning where outdoor space is available to practice building rammed earth structures. The classrooms are set up as open studios where people are able to interact freely and have easy accessibility to outside work areas.
The residential area offers gathering spaces where a sense of community is fostered at varying scales, with children considered at each level. Also, the centralized organization most clearly draws from the traditional Haitian Lakou, as the central garden areas hold significant meaning to traditional Haitian values. And variations in residential sizes considers the range of families present, and also considers women who do not have children. At the scale of the residences, the shared cooking and dining area shows how the proposal fosters a sense of community at a smaller scale, with a visual connection to the centralized residential garden area where you can see children playing.
This educational building is dedicated to the agricultural learning. As you can see, the classrooms in this building are dedicated to a more traditional classroom structure. Outdoor space is allotted for experimental testing of soils in different environments for various plants to grow. And to conclude this presentation, the final image is a view from the top of the community, displaying the opportunities present for educational and economic empowerment. Overall, this view gives insight into the possibilities of creating self-sustaining communities in countries where resource availability is scarce.
Thank you.
Guys, could you go back to that last image and point out the different areas?
Yeah, so right here is the residential complex. Right here is the agricultural education buildings. Here's the rammed earth educational buildings, and at the bottom is the market.
And the place where all the water collects, is that not in the picture? It's up to the right?
Yeah, it's up to the right.
Thank you.
In that image, where is the most near city? Is downstream or upstream?
Yeah, so right here is showing Capuchin, the urban city, just like a glimpse into the highly densely populated buildings.
How many inhabitants has this other city?
So we have a diagram showing it's one of the major cities in Haiti. Oh, there you go. So it's roughly 300,000. This population is a little bit rounded, but in general, that's one of the major cities in Haiti.
And you had another axon that showed the city with its environments, right?
Yes, we have the image showing why we selected the specific site and related to the urban context.
Where's the site on this drawing?
So our site is right here
in the lighter outline.
Okay. Okay.
And then this is showing in darker stroke that like movement towards rural.
The city is on the north side of Haiti, or
the south.
It's on the south. Okay.
No, it's on the north, right? Show that map again in the whole country.
How much it rains in millimeters?
It's on the north side of
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying the city in relation to our site.
Well, no, because I just is your orientation correct? Because you've got the north going. I think
So
this is north.
Yes, the orientation is for view from the water. It's facing the northernmost point with it. There. So specifically, it's at an outermost point away from like that centralized like cove of the city.
Oh, so it's looking back at the city?
Yeah, so our site is north compared to the city. The city is south compared to our site.
Yes.
It'd be good to have a drawing, zoomed into this so you get that. It's hard to understand the relationship of your project to the city. And because so much of it depends on agriculture, that seems to be key.
Do you want to flip back to the site?
Yes.
What is the amount of water that falls on the cities in inches or millimeters?
So the catch basin that we've designed itself holds around roughly 1 million gallons to sustain. But that's really mostly focused on the rainier times of the year.
And that's the amount of water that is needed to irrigate 40 acres.
But the question is how many inches of rain during the year. I think it is comparable to New Orleans, about 50 to
Yeah, it is comparable
inches.
to New Orleans.
Just also you chose to do, and this is always a kind of an issue for these types of projects, but you chose to do exert a lot of engineering, chutzpah to do these giant berm walls. What can you talk about that? I mean, why? I mean, because you could have done it another way too, right? You could have lifted everything and let the land, have a light footprint, let's say, on the land itself.
Yeah, so for the agricultural purposes, we did research into which crops needed to be flattened and which could grow on a mountainous landscape. So we result in terracing half of the landscape to mitigate which crops were necessary for flattened land.
And this is also in response to what we found to be like the most economically viable for the land as well. So breaking that up based on what we knew would be most efficient for the market area, as well as for the users to learn how to grow what is relevantly grown in Haiti.
No, I'm actually talking more about your site strategy for locating the various buildings on platforms that you cut into the earth and you hold back the pressure of the soil by big berms.
Yes.
I mean, that's if you're going to be, you're going to take the care of the terrace.
Yeah.
All this, which, okay, but you're doing a lot of cutting and excavating, I presume, or there's a lot of, energy involved in doing that kind of site.
Absolutely. So without energy in mind, like this is an alternate solution to the existing kind of growth on these mountainsides that we're seeing right now. We see that there is a lot of development up the mountainside in general. anyways, but it's not necessarily productive in the sense that it offers immediate opportunity for these people. These opportunities are still in the city centers, but the housing quality and living quality itself is not much better with the overpopulated and linear organization that is present right now.
Well, I mean, just to kind of continue on that, like, it seems like your building forms are similar to what, right? You have long building forms, right?
Yes.
The reason here, I mean, it's interesting to study both the terracing idea in the city and the terracing in the country. In the country, they use it to terrace the fields, and in the cities, they use it basically as a way to build in very challenging sloped areas, right? So by building these long buildings, they're able to use this back wall as a kind of retaining wall.
Yeah.
But you've kind of built the retaining wall and then built the building in front of it. And it feels like if you would close that gap and then also had more steps, right? So then you would have buildings at different levels that you can enter this one on the second floor here, but you can enter it on the ground floor here. Maybe there's ways of looking a little more closely at how they build now, but kind of regularizing it in some way.
Yeah.
You did have that strategy in place though, right? I mean, what made you move the buildings away from the retaining wall? Did you see any opportunities in there?
Yeah, so in moving the buildings away from the retaining wall, we found that there was more like active use of the flattened area because a lot of the program is designated to gathering and to learning. We wanted to kind of make those buildings accessible from all points. A lot of specifically the rammed earth education is dedicated to open learning spaces and moving around these spaces. So to leave that open was really important rather than to use the buildings to close it off and create a flattened area.
Also in regards to creating a retaining wall, it was for additional soil stability since there's a lot of soil instability in Haiti, and to flatten the landscape was the most viable option in regards to like flooding and also allowing for stability and foundational support.
Is this retaining wall also made out of rammed earth?
Yeah.
So that was the next question I had about what rammed earth. You know, there they typically use concrete block. And develop new ways since the earthquake. They've developed new ways to integrate that with some cast in place concrete beams with steel, and they kind of know how to build earthquake resistant buildings now.
Okay.
But how does the rammed earth work in that situation? From what I understood, the biggest fear especially in the city of Port-au-Prince, there's a lot of freestanding walls because people wall in their properties, and people were sleeping against those or put up roofs against those, and those walls are unstable and they fell on top of people. Right, that was where a lot of the injuries came from. So, how does a rammed earth wall perform compared to a steel reinforced concrete wall? Did you do research in that?
Yes. Yeah, well, a rammed earth wall, our main thesis and idea is extracting like local materials, not relying on imports, and also using availability of resources. So rammed earth allows for that extraction of available resources of soils, clays, silts, and also using limestone, which is abundant in Haiti, as a form of cement. So these walls will be they can be rammed earth with additional cement to allow for additional structural support and be a model for countries that lack resources in regards to deforestation and also importation costs.
As you can see in this section right here too, beyond just the terrace retaining walls, it's also in the actual buildings themselves where there is a little bit of reinforcement for that stability with seismic activity as well.
The question was more, I suppose, in relation to its capacity as retaining wall, having earth behind, and the humidity, how humidity will affect this wall if you have checked that or not. You maybe just haven't checked, and that's fine. But so, you know, is that a possible retaining wall or not?
Can you rephrase the question?
No, I'm just saying that the question is if this type of material can perform as a retaining wall, having earth right behind the wall as this line is showing. If you imagine this all that earth, have you checked that doing this job or not? Maybe not, and that's it.
I just like
maybe it's another just material. For the structural system we have for the buildings.
Okay, not for the retaining wall, perhaps.
How do you make your wall soundproof if the air comes through?
I mean, rammed earth is actually a very good acoustic barrier, but I think like over here would be a good acoustic barrier, and then in the top allowing for ventilation.
And I'm just referring to the two sketches on the left. If the air comes through in the upper part and sound being a vibration of air, how do you achieve the sort of sound block below?
The thickness of the rammed earth right here is 1 foot, and the window frames are designated towards areas that do not face like the public areas. Also in front of each building where it's maybe more necessary to have the private areas, there are these designated gardens that additionally help provide with that acoustics and separation from those more centralized gathering areas.
Okay, I get it better because this is not what your drawings were saying.
Okay.
Thank you.
Abby and Lauren, I'd like to commend you first also for the level of research that you've done. I think it's just amazing, like the amount of information that you manage, and then I can clearly see the kind of translation of some of the information and also the research that you've done. I'm curious about the idea of vernacular that you are looking at, because you mentioned at one point like neo-vernacular. Can you just go back quickly to that one page where you're analyzing the different vernacular architecture? Because I'm trying to connect what are you taking from the existing, and then how are you then translating it? Because like I noticed, like in your proposals, you have arches, and you have and I'm thinking about the construction of the rammed earth. And then you're combining it also with the thatching and then also the bamboo framing construction. So I'm maybe just quickly explain what sort of the translation or move or kind of shift from the vernacular to your proposal.
Yes. So the idea of having a vernacular catalog is understanding that Haiti's architecture has gone through many different phases. And with that, there have been some similarities in the material composition of those, which we've really like ruled down to 7 main ones over the course of a few centuries. And from that, we've taken the aesthetic ideas too, and figuring out structurally what works for more walls, what works as a roofing structure, what accommodates these roofing structures that we do want to include. And lastly, what is immediately available from the site, what does not need to be brought in. So for example, metal, limestone, those are things that may need additional support to source. And that's how we kind of ruled down from this vernacular catalog what would be immediately available in a contemporary context where a community is self-sustaining.
So how did you then maybe translate the language of the arch and then the kind of the circle? Because I'm just looking at this catalog, I don't see that as necessarily a language, and I'm just curious then, what was your thought in terms of translating that? And then because like the rammed earth, it doesn't, and I'm trying to understand, does it exist in the current vernacular sort of typology? Or are you introducing rammed earth as a new form?
Yeah, we are introducing rammed earth as a new form, but also the vernacular is such a wide dispersal of styles. And we look at the arches from the gingerbread houses that were mainly due to French colonialism. And so there was a large influence of arches and French architecture. So we took inspiration from that, incorporating arches and more organic forms.
It's something to think about, I think, in terms of also the perception of the locals, for example, like the movement, for example, of some wanting to have like concrete houses. And for example, like they want concrete houses because of the perception of thatch and bamboo as something that is inferior. And historically, some of them might associate it, let's say, with poverty, and so it's a sign of getting, going up the social ladder. Then having like a concrete house is the symbol of upward mobility. And then the other layer that I think you're also talking about is that then the arches, for example, as you have pointed out, is related to gingerbread houses and so on. So then the colonial history is then also sort of adding a layer to the perception of these houses, to the buildings and to the structures that you're promoting, right? And you're designing. So it's just a question in terms of how might the locals also then perceive your architecture if you are, let's say, introducing a new language and a new form, right? I'm not saying that they might reject it, and I'm not saying that it's not appropriate. It's something to maybe think about, right?
Okay, right. And a lot of the materials that were chosen were also chosen based on the ease of like learning to build them as well. A lot of the thesis focuses on teaching marketable skills to women and children. So beyond the appearance of it, it's teaching skills that can be applied elsewhere and contribute to that economic freedom that women and children so deserve there.
Right.
I'm going to have to run, but I just want to commend both of you. I think it's a terrific project and investigation. You did a lot of incredible research, and I think your focus is in the right place. It was a good answer in terms of how you decided to group the buildings to foster social engagement. I would, if you could just quickly jump to your aerial view of the city. I just wanted to point something out to you that I was kind of fascinated about. Your photograph. You have of Cap Hetien.
Oh, yes.
Hetien. What is that? There, there. Okay.
Yes.
So
this
that
Port-au-Prince, yes.
Yeah, if you look at the photograph that's labeled existing mountainous communities, one of the things that's incredible about this is that you actually begin to see how the orientation of the buildings, this kind of shingling of the buildings, follow the contours. And one of the reasons they so closely follow the contours is not because they're going across, they're oriented cross-grain, right? So that in effect, the buildings are pointing towards the slope, as opposed to yours, which you've turned them at perpendicular to the slope. What's just the lesson there is just that in many respects, you could begin to see the reason why that happens naturally is because it allows water to flow. It's less expensive to do it this way than to do it your way, which is to really cut and create retaining walls. And that gives you a very different effect than this. So the question I'm going to pose to you, is it possible to have social space and still create or learn the lessons, let's say, of the way that people actually build?
Yeah, I think that it is possible, but I think that in the densely populated communities that we see in this photo, there is a lack of community engagement in space because the density is just so overpowering.
Also, like this has happened as a result of urban sprawl and is less of a planned alternate solution to development. This is an immediate like growth outside of the city, and our idea is not immediately about the urban response, but about bridging that gap between the traditional rural living and that urban centralized space.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to mimic the hyperdensity and all the inequalities that this represents. I'm actually just saying that, sometimes when you leave people up to their own devices, they actually follow the lay of the land.
Yeah.
Way that, tends to be, somewhat energy efficient and economic. and still can foster some sense of community.
Would be interesting to look at Italian hill towns or Greek hill towns and see, because they have plazas and they find ways to make public spaces even within those really challenging slopes. Once
you hope to see you at the end of this. So thanks.
Thanks, Kevin.
Bye.
I think the theme and the framework is really interesting. The set of data you have gathered and the framing of the problem and the intention of generating a type of settlement that is lower in density and is productive. It's really interesting. I only wish you had more time and more perhaps commitment, being a team of two, to really devote more time to the project itself and make us more into it in terms of plan sections, etc. I guess is the nature of the thesis, that you spend a lot of time researching and etc. And then you fall short on the project, because the perspectives are really promising on the kind of environment you want to create and the atmosphere and the program settlement, the idea of the water, but the project, it's left a little bit here in these plans, in this the different pieces of plans that you have are falling short in telling the story of this type of living you're creating. So I would encourage you to really keep working on that until it's really more solid, I guess. And that's one. The second thing is that because it has a lot of flaws in terms of, I guess, rain, the soil variable is something important to be not as like generic, but more specific, finding, really tests of soil on the place. The geometrical rules of your architecture being the rule of the topography or its opposite, or the perpendicular, but not in between, or at least more clear intention on that. And then you have some assumptions in relation to women and children freedom by economic that you need to kind of back up with perhaps numbers or a little bit more data collection on that front. Because it's a little bit like with these kind of generic assumptions that we have to just believe, no? Anyway, I think it's a really amazing, fascinating framework and full of potential, but I think more work would have been really good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I wonder what's the most kind of exciting part of the project to you, if you guys were to show us, or maybe together or individually. What are the images, or what are the experiences that you're really excited about?
For me, diving into material studies and really researching and experimenting with rammed earth and how it's constructed was something that was super interesting to me. And I had a lot of passion and excitement in that.
Did you do any experiments though? You didn't really experiment.
I did have experiments.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. You could have, they could have been part of the presentation. I wasn't aware that was going on.
It was for my minor, but I can go with you.
Well, I think anything to, substantiate, it's always, and we talked about this, it's tricky to tackle a site in an environment that one is not necessarily, familiar with, right? Through being exposed, having traveled there, having spent extensive amount of time there, worked there, right? So it's more challenging to judge the social, cultural conditions, right? The ecological conditions, right? And really get the comprehensive picture, right? Or specific parts of the picture, right? And dive into that. So to a certain degree, one has to make assumptions, outside the means of traveling there and experiencing and researching it in location. But within that, there is still, a lot of opportunity, right, to really get into the subject matter based on specific research. And I think, your project or your proposal where it stands right now is similar to a couple of others that we've seen already, where you touch on a lot of issues, right? Which is great. There's a lot of components packaged into this, like there's a couple of things that are maybe not yet fully resolved, like I agree on that retaining wall issue, and for some reason, the buildings moved away, although, you had them as part of this, terracing strategy, right? Which makes a lot of sense. And aspects of, like the construction, right? And when you say you're really interested in that, I think there's moments when you can get much deeper, right? Or more, kind of, test more, right? Outside the things that we already know about how like these structures might be constructed, right? How do you test the limits, right? Or how do you come up with other ways to investigate the potentials and the limits of the materials, right? So I think there's a lot of opportunity embedded, and at some point I think one has to decide what is the focus, right? And what am I really getting into? Because otherwise it's just a lot to digest.
Yes. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Gabby. Thank you,
Thanks.
Lauren.
Thank you. We're staying in the location, and we have Joanne and Jorge next, I think.
Yes.
The other team.
Yes. Does everyone see your screen?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, so hi, my name is Jorge Blandin.
And I'm Joanne Engelhardt, and this thesis is called A Developing Framework, and it deals with rethinking a displacement housing crisis in developing countries. Our site, Cap Haitian, located in Haiti, suffers from the aftermath of natural disasters this country is prone to. These disasters, such as flooding, hurricanes, and earthquakes, happen almost every 2 years. We primarily looked at the effects of the 2010 earthquake in Haiti and the massive loss of infrastructure that came from it. This loss of infrastructure caused 5 million people to be displaced, adding to the already existing housing crisis visible in this country. Looking at the existing housing conditions in Haiti, we realize that because of the frequency of these natural disasters, there is a housing life cycle that occurs. Homes are destroyed by natural disasters, and the inhabitants are forced to move into temporary shelters. By the time they are able to rebuild their homes, a new disaster strikes and the cycle begins again. By providing the essential infrastructure embedded in a solid structural foundation, we aim to break the cycle while creating a new community.
So we begin by studying the conditions of the temporary shelter and its basic necessities. And through research, we came upon the Sphere Handbook, which is a manual that outlines the basic necessities of a shelter in order to promote human decency. And with the handbook manual, you come up across with total basic water per person per day, which amounts to be 2 to 4 gallons. And it also states the maximum distance from a water source point, which would be 1,640 feet. At the same time, a maximum distance allowed from a toilet, which would be 164 feet. And max capacity use of a toilet amounts to be 20 people and a bathing facility of 50. As water takes a spearheading position in the project, we began looking into the context of Haiti and more specifically Cap Haitian, which we began to study that the average rainfall, it's of 66.9 inches rain per year. And it rains approximately 147 days in 1 year. And looking into the context of Cap Haitian, we began exploring these different typologies, such as the temporary shelter, the low-income communities, and the middle-income communities. Across these, you can examine that some of these lack the water amenities, such as showers. Others share some amenities, such as the toilets, while others do have their own private bathing facilities and toilets. And at the same time, the bigger context of the population in Cap Haitian, it turns out to be that the average family is of about 5 people. Then, because of the situation in Haiti, we began to incorporate the idea of importing materials into our project And shaded in gray, you can see the sites that we have chosen specifically for the thesis. And one of the ideas as to why this site, it's because of the closeness to the international port of Cap Haitian. And if we zoom in into the site, we begin to understand the existing conditions, such as the existing treescape that lies on site. And at the same time, we can also visualize that the site is located on a boundary between the gridded city lines and the more informal housing and settlements that build up on the mountain range. At the same time, one of the priorities for the site was to avoid flooding. So we basically chose the site specifically because of the elevation, which ranges from 65 feet up to 85 feet in elevation above from sea level. And the total area, square footage would be 57,900 feet.
So when we began to formulate the framework, we looked at the Lacu system as an inspiration. And in this system, there's a central courtyard surrounded by houses. And the idea of this system is to create a sense of community and to create support. So we multiplied this system to create smaller courtyards while creating a larger community. And then we subtracted some of these houses to create a central communal space. And then by stacking this same idea, we create a matrix of these smaller courtyards while still holding on to the larger courtyard that creates a sense of community for everyone involved in this framework. And then we started looking at how people could start to inhabit this organization. So a single unit or module could hold up to 1 to 3 people. And the idea is that people would move into this system organically. So depending on how many people you are and depending on the space available, there's different configurations of movements. So if you are 1 to 3 people, you would receive 1 module versus if you are 1 to 6, you do 2 modules, which could be side by side or stacked. And then if it's more than that, you'd receive, for example, 3 modules, which could be placed in a L-shaped configuration or a side-by-side configuration.
And taking into account the surrounding context, we drew inspiration from the concept of the informal settlement, since it's very present in Haiti and Latin America and various parts of the world. But at the same time, we wanted to ground the project in the architectural discourse. Therefore, we came across some of these precedents, which we studied over the course of the semester.
So we first looked at Habitat 67 by Moshe Sabdi, and we took the idea of modular expansion and growth from this project. And so we start our project by beginning to lay out a modular grid. Then we looked at Aranya housing by Doshi. And the idea of this project was that a slab of concrete as well as water facilities were left for the inhabitants to use and to build upon. So from here, we took architecture as a system and we implemented that by creating a water tower and water modules, which we will explain in more detail in later slides. We looked at Alejandro Aravena Quinta Monroy housing for the idea of housing infill. So how this project works is that Aravena built half homes. And the idea was that the inhabitants of each house could build the second half of their home based on their needs. So to give a sense of ownership and a sense of control, we are implementing that within the living modules. And lastly, we look at Shieruban temporary shelter for the idea of modular living. So to get a better sense of control of how many people could be inhabiting this framework.
And because of the existing conditions in Haiti, we chose glulam as the main building material because it's sustainable, it has superior earthquake resilience, it's because of its ease of construction and malleability for future users to build upon. And as John mentioned before, the main component of this framework would result to be the glulam live-in module. And this module is composed of the kit parts of posts and beams of glulam and steel connectors. And at the same time, a floor and ceiling conditions that would be the CLT panels.
So as mentioned before, each glulam module has a capacity to hold up to 3 people. And with the idea being that the users are responsible for the infill of the module so that they can build their own pace with the resources available to them and taking into account personal tastes. And an example of this would be a person who moves into this module and starts building their home with cardboard. And over time, as they're in better economical positions, they can exchange the material for something more resilient, such as metal or stone. And then the second component we are working with are the water modules. So the first one being the kitchen module, which can hold up to 3 cooktops and 2 double sinks, as well as work surfaces. And then the restroom module, which is divided into, and each side has 2 toilets and 2 showers, as well as a sink. And both of these components are communal programs. So then we begin to look at the more site-specific components by looking at the ground condition of the site. And the first thing we did was implement a tree barrier. And that was because we wanted to find a way to mitigate or deal with the issue of mudslides. And this tree barrier is placed at the highest point of the site. And then we created a park with meandering walkways, as well as a horizontal circulation, which connects key points such as a water tower plinth, as well as a community market that holds the water collection system. And the idea behind all these programs is to create a sense of community and belonging.
So based on the Sphere Handbook guidelines, we begin to formulate this water system, and basically consists of the community market area that holds the water collection system, and at the same time, the storage water tanks that, as you can see on screen. And basically each water tank can hold up to 13,000 gallons of water. And the goal is to provide enough water for 5 days based off of the raining patterns of Cap Haitien, and to provide enough water for a person that amounts to be 60 gallons of water per person per day. And by doing this math, the water towers come to a efficiency of 44 people per water tank. And again, taking into account the handbook, we placed these different towers across the site within a range of 164 feet from each other, just so that each module has the accessibility and the distance required to each water module or water point. And again, the calculations would be that each water tank can have the capacity to hold up to 15 modules. And that would give us a net efficiency of 90 modules for the whole framework. And here on the screen, you can see the final implementation of such a framework. And over time, we envision the users to take ownership of such framework. And that would look maybe something like this.
So as Jorge mentioned previously, each water tower has a capacity of 13,000 gallons, and they are at a height of 70 feet to create enough pressure for a gravity feed. And by placing this vertical circulation within the water towers, as well as the water modules in close proximity, we aim to make a more efficient system. And how the system works is that the porous paving of the market, along with the water channels, collect rainwater that is then filtered and stored in an underground cistern. In order to move the water to the tanks, we are implementing a solar power pump. And as mentioned before, once the water is stored, a gravity feed will deliver the water to adjacent water modules. You can start to see how the water collection system works with the market and how we envision the inhabitants might use this space. Taking a closer look at the framework as a whole, you start seeing the relationships between all of its components. So you start seeing the elevation of the change in elevation of the site, as well as how the park, the horizontal circulation, as well as the market work together. And you start seeing the difference between the modules that are still not inhabited versus the modules that have been inhabited and are clad in whatever was available to the users.
And as we have seen the components work as a framework, we also begin to visualize the dynamics of spaces and programs such as the park, the community market, and circulation. And we also begin to see how these might complement each other. And not only are we thinking of architecture as a framework, but we also begin to question the extent of the control of the architect in a project like this.
So with that being said, we leave you with this image that encompasses the framework and the feel of this thesis. Thank you.
Congratulations for the work. I just have a couple of questions who owns the site? Perhaps you have said it, but I missed that. If it's a municipal site or it's a private one, what is the surface, or the hectares or acres? And you've said something that 90 modules are the ones you're proposing here, which makes, I guess, multiply by 5 the number of people, no? Somehow. So the amount of people hosted here will be the question. These 3 questions: who owns the site, what is the surface, and how many people?
So the amount of people, there's 90 modules and there's at most 3 people per module. And the paving of the site depends on where you are. So at parts, you start to see the market condition and the porous market condition versus the park. So those are the 2 conditions mostly seen throughout the site. And what was the 3rd question?
Who owns the site?
Currently, the site, it's not in use, it's open, it's empty. So the idea is that the thesis should work as a governmental action or a humanitarian aid action, as where people can take control of certain pieces of land and borrow the land for such project to take place in them.
Okay, thank you.
I really appreciate the final images and how you kind of made the space feel. Like I can really imagine what it's going to feel like and how people will inhabit it. Those last 5 or 6 perspectives, like we're looking at right here, and the use of different materials and all that. It really feels great. A couple questions I have, and I wonder if you thought about it. The idea of kind of people taking and building, or kind of inhabiting areas and building and using their own materials to improve areas. I mean, that's kind of what happens a lot in Port-au-Prince or in other cities now, right? People are kind of grabbing what they can grab and they're putting up walls around them. And I wonder if you thought about how that game would work, like of what people can get and what they can use, and what keeps this space we're looking at right here, like what prevents somebody from putting a wall around this and saying that this is my house on the ground floor, right? So that's one question. How do you kind of control the game of what's available to be built out? And then the second thing is that it's not quite a house. Like you're not building a home for your family, right? You're sharing space. You're sharing a kitchen and you're sharing bathrooms and things like that. So what kind of a place is that? Is that something temporary, or is it for, is it for families, or is it for, I'm sure that families kind of aspire to have all that stuff inside their home, just like we do, right? Here. So how do you transition out of this, or how does this work compared to other housing in the city?
So in terms of the first question, how do we control where people can build? I would say that in this image, for example, we decided to elevate the living modules to a certain height so that it'd be harder to build up or build upon the frame that exists underneath, because the grid of these posts that you see are around 24 feet apart from each other. So that makes it a little more difficult to build up a wall on set spaces, but we made sure to have the modules be of an accessible height so that it's easier for them to manage and build upon infill walls on the structure. Now, onto the second question, I will use one of the precedents that Professor Cabalfin talked about yesterday, and that would be the Tower of David in Venezuela, Caracas. So what happened here was this developer was developing this tower in the central city. He unfortunately passed away, and the project came to a stall. So what happened was that the Venezuelans just started filtering in the building, and then they took the existing structure of the parking lot and the building, Then they started infilling their own personal spaces. So it's not that we are trying to create a house. We are trying to blur the line between what is temporal and what is permanent. And at the same time, we're not creating a house, but we're creating a community. And such precedents, such as the Tower of David, just prove that even if you don't own a house per American standards, per se, you have the opportunity and you have the freedom to create your own community, own space, and depending on your needs.
And keeping like on that track, like with that president specifically, I think it's been going for about 7 years, and the crime rate of it is really low because the sense of community exists. So it is a very peaceful place to inhabit and live in.
Joanne and Jorge, I really appreciate your work, and I really commend the exhaustive and very comprehensive analysis that you've done, and then also like how you really guided us through your process, and then also the level of detail that you've looked into the systems, the engineering, of course, and then but then you're also very sensitive to the sense of community and the sense of belongingness. And I appreciate that you were thinking about and looking at also Torre David, in Caracas as a kind of an example. But obviously they're two different things, right? Because that was it's a different context as well. It was like a tall structure, and this is of course a different scale. I'm curious if you could explain a little bit more. I didn't catch also like the question from Todd earlier. If you answered it, is this permanent or temporary, or like, because you're talking about the framework at the beginning, that you're breaking the cycle, and that from the diagram you're saying that then to break the cycle is that then you build somewhere else, right? Is that sort of the premise, that you then build a new community somewhere else? So is this then supposed to be more permanent as a kind of a relocation site somewhere else after, let's say, a disaster?
Yeah, so we found with our research, a lot of the aid that came to the country after natural disasters was leaving tents or leaving shelters, but nothing that was supposed to be long-term. But what ends up happening is because they don't have the means to build up their homes again, these temporary shelters become permanent. So we wanted to leave a structure that worked as a shelter in the sense of like it could be inhabited quickly, while letting the users build up with whatever it is they had to like still give them a sense of ownership. So the structure is permanent. What could be changed over time is the material used to build up the modules.
Okay.
Yeah. So piggybacking on that, the intent is that what we provide is the backbones, the bare necessities, the structure, which are a permanent feature, but we enable the user to build up on the module, which begins as a temporal moving in, but slowly at their own pace, at their own capacities, they develop into a more formal, more permanent housing typology.
So, as I said, congratulations for the work. I think one thing that seems to me really fascinating about this proposal is the idea of the two ideas. One, the structure and the infrastructure. So the structure that allowed the infill over time, and the infrastructure of water, and can be added with more infrastructures as you deepen your project in future years. So the idea of structure and infrastructure as something basic for people to work over time. And I think it will be fascinating to see this project more than a response to a specific site, a strategy for a larger region. So something where you take the CD and find the topography and the ravines of water and the opportunities of creating these infrastructures. And then when a hurricane or disaster happens, people's energy will move the debris of that disaster into the structure and capitalize on this infrastructure as a relocation, natural relocation. But the idea of investing in these, I think that's the core of the thesis. Is I see it more there than in the project itself. Of even though you need to do this test in this site, I think the promise is that a larger move at more of a strategic planning type of thing. So measuring the amount, how is the cost of that infrastructure and of water infrastructure and structure. My question in relation to that is why, if you have thought about 1 tower, 2 towers, 3 towers, what do you have too many towers or not? I would be curious, to see if there is any metric behind, but that's just as more detail. But in general, I think the project is really well drawn, fascinating last views, really worked out, and congratulations.
Yeah. So I also would like to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You're fine.
No. Okay. So no, I just wanted to congratulate you on the work that has been done too. I don't more than questions, just questioning and some observations. First of all, yes, about the renderings. It's funny because you mentioned Moshe Safdie and Alejandro Aravena and other people. I also see on a picture like this one a system that is very much reminiscent of Yoda Friedman, for example. And surprisingly, yesterday someone mentioned super graphics. And if you would apply some super graphics to some of your renderings, I think that even Peter Cook could have enjoyed your drawings, especially the cross section with water towers has something to do with archigram. No, those surprisingly. This drawing shows that as compared to what your colleagues did before, and you have different stances, I understand much better here your strategy of occupation of the land. It's a lot more obvious and interconnected. Just one thing, 2 observations. First, you explained to us that you're building this laminated timber has very good qualities in terms of resistance to earthquakes, etc. And I take it for granted. Yet I keep thinking that I wouldn't like to live or just walk by those water towers in the event of an earthquake, because with so many tons of water above on a small stilt, I don't know how they would behave. But I mean, they look great the way they are. And one thing about the first question, which was raised, that of how do you stop people from privatizing the ground and from creating enclosures. I think it will never stop people from doing this. And if they want to have animals or hens or a private garden, they will, however high you build. So would you consider a sort of communal, not only use of the space, but instead of just having lawns and gardens as represented on your last drawing, could there be a sort of a communal use and design of the ground for farming or stuff like that? If you cannot stop people from acting and signing their own space, could you channel it, and could you see your the ground as a potential place for communal use or project? And I was a little dubious about that very clean communal space that would stay like that. I think you could open it to a sort of rewriting by people. But other than that, and maybe you have some ideas about that, other than that, I think that the structure, this sort of modular design is a very strong stance and approach, which you defended quite well. And once again, even if I have some questioning, congratulations on the work that has been done.
Thank you. And I personally agree with your comments, and I think
but you may as well disagree.
No, I'm going to say why I agree.
I would be mad with you.
I think because we were so centered around this specific framework rather than the framework on the site, I think if we our next steps for the site specifically would be to develop the ground conditions further. But I think our main focus was on having a solid framework that could be applied to multiple different sites with multiple different scales. And I think that's why we took a lot more care and time developing the framework rather than the specific ground conditions of this site.
And then to answer Margarita's question, based off of the the orientation of the water towers, Yes. So previously we mentioned the Sphere Handbook, and then there it clearly states that the minimum distance from a user to a toilet facility. So based off of that, that amounts to be 164 feet away from the toilets and amenities. So all the 6 towers that you see on site were placed in between that range of 164 feet, taking into account that we wanted that vast surface area, courtyard space, to break up the massing of the building so that we can collect enough water. And as you can see, this is like a demonstration of what that might look like.
Yeah,
But
no,
then again,
very clear. This is very clear. My only concern was that, I mean, when I see this building, or this drawing, or maybe the last one, in the event of an earthquake, I can very well imagine the sort of belly dancing that your water towers will do. But I mean, there are technical responses to that, and in between the preliminary sketch and the final technical response, which no one is expecting at this point. Well, there's still a long way to go. But that's it. But when I see this drawing in particular, and this is what reminded me, what I find reminiscent of Jonas Friedman. You remember his project called l'architecture mobile architecture, not meaning that architecture will move, but that within a grid you can have a certain flexibility, even in the early design or over the time you can move things and find new uses and move the modules, expand them, make it shrink and create voids. And I think that this building expresses it very well. And if you can keep that tune going on in the long run, as this project might exist, if people can take over the power and make the project grow, make it denser, or then create voids, that would be a great achievement, I think.
Joanne and Jorge, I would also like to just add another question about how you mentioned earlier something about, you said that you were inspired by the informal settlements, especially as the site is also very close to the informal settlements. Just a caution though, sometimes I'm very cynical also when some of the approach can be at the edge or the verge of romanticizing the informal settlements, maybe to the point of fetishizing them. And especially when you talk to people, for example, who have been living in informal settlements, and then you're asking them to live in another place where it feels like another informal settlement. And I understand, you're reworking the framework, but just be aware of, because I've seen this also before, where the inhabitants who are then being transferred or relocated to this site, and it feels like it's another informal settlement, they will not feel that sense of belonging that you are wanting it to be. And I understand, for example, you're taking the idea of, for example, what Aravena had proposed with Elemental, and as you showed about the incremental building, but also maybe provide them, the members of the community, other ways by which then they're able to get materials. And I mentioned this also from my earlier comment, in the previous with Gabby and Lauren, about how the aspiration of people to have a better home, and if you are also then holding them back, like they in a lot of cases, the reason why they use CMUs or concrete houses, because of their aspiration to have a better life. And sometimes architects have this sort of and that's where the fetishization comes in, where we love the idea of informal settlements, but for somebody who's been living in informal settlements all their life, they don't want to live in another informal settlement. The other part also that maybe you want to think about and consider is that, because I've seen this also in relocation sites in the Philippines, like post-disaster, one of the biggest problems also that they have is employment and job opportunities and income, sources of income. So you have the market and so on, but maybe think about like, are there other ways by which then there'll be places for them to do something, like to build something, to manufacture, because in some of these relocation sites, especially like post-disaster, they provide the infrastructure, but they don't provide the job opportunities or income levels. And in some of them being placed, for example, like way outside the city, that becomes a challenge for the people who are then relocated, because then they don't have any source of income. So they go back to the city, for example. And I understand like this is closer to the city, so their sort of income or source of income or employment might be close by. But something to consider, are there other opportunities within your site where you do provide that? And again, just a caution of the fetishization of informal settlements.
If I can answer to that, right?
Sure.
Okay, so when we say we were inspired by the informal settlements, we're not trying to fetishize it. It's more of a trying to learn from the existing, because we know that informal settlements have a negative connotation, but we also understand that development is a process. And in some countries, as I can say from Latin America, some of these housing projects might not be possible at the time being. So we are thinking of what are the possibilities and how can we learn from these informal settlements to somehow make the system work in our favor.
It's a great answer.
Great answer. I actually had a quick question for Todd in that regard. Like as you have spent significant amount of time in Haiti, how do you evaluate this proposal in front of the background of the ongoing, reconstruction efforts, right? You're mute.
Sorry. A couple things came up in the, that I brought up earlier. I really liked the way Edson said that, the way he articulated that about not fetishizing. People do want a better home for their family, right? So things like cooking outside the house and having to go, down the hallway to use a bathroom, may be something that eventually you'd want to figure out a way to kind of integrate that into the homes. And also on the ground floor, that idea that, they're going to take over that ground floor. So how can you plan for that? How can you prepare for that? I kind of like the idea of maybe taking some of the strategies from the terracing outside the city and put those underneath the city. So it kind of organizes that as either planting or the idea of people not having work. They say that 80% of people in Haiti don't have kind of normal jobs, but that doesn't mean they don't go to work every day. A lot of it is selling things on the street, or if you have a motorcycle, you become a taxi and you hang out with all the other guys on motorcycles underneath this building during the day and wait for that moment when people need a ride somewhere. There's a lot of that kind of hanging around that could happen and underneath this building, that kind of life of the city that you see all the time in Haiti. One thing I will say is that when knowing some Haitians and hearing about how they live, they consider themselves, they're very proud of being Haitian, and they're very proud of being a free society. They were the first free society before the U.S. I think they achieved their independence before the United States achieved theirs from England. So they were the first free country, and their idea of free is they're willing to cook with a tank, like a gas tank in their house, or carry buckets of water up to their house, and they have a big blue drum, and that's what they shower in, and that's where they get the water from, because they feel that gives them freedom from paying a water bill and paying an electric bill and all those things that we feel like we get kind of captured with, right? Our rent and things like that. So I think there are opportunities to kind of make things differently based on the way they want to live, right? It's not exactly the same as ours. That idea of that freedom and being kind of free to put a wall up where you want, or take the wall out, or move things around. I think that actually works really well with their kind of mentality about how they feel about their living conditions.
Great. That's actually a really good segue into the next project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any final comments or? Okay, great. Great job.
Thank you guys. We appreciate the feedback.
Next. Okay. Fix this quickly. All right. So, can you guys hear me? And can you see?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm Maddie Wells, and my thesis project is titled Pity Pity, A Kit of Parts and an Architecture of Liberation. I'm not going to read this statement to you, but it's basically talking about the physical manifestations in inequity that often happen through architecture, and trying to get at like what public is often protected and what public is often neglected when it comes to architecture. And while social architecture attempts to relieve the inequities often seen in countries such as Haiti, I feel it doesn't do enough. And so my main question that I've been trying to answer is, how can architecture contribute to liberation from generational cycles? In order to get into why these generational cycles exist, especially in a country like Haiti, you kind of have to go through its history, not just the history of its people, but also the history of its architecture. So going back to its indigenous habitation, you have the Saladoid villages, which were originally circular and kind of had like concentric circle arrangement. And then moving into after Columbus discovers Hispaniola, as it was called, you kind of get the importing of enslaved Africans, and they begin to introduce this new material of, mud and wattle as primary building materials. And at this point in time, you start to see a change in not only what is used to build, but also in the inhabitants. You start to see less and less of the indigenous population as enslavement continues. And throughout this time, we eventually see the pop-up of early French colonial homes as the French are given the French are given Haiti from the Spanish. And early French colonial homes over time do begin to adapt. But even before that, we see revolutionary fever sweep Haiti as the enslaved Africans seek to be free. And then we kind of move into post-freedom, where France finally recognizes Haitian independence. However, the largest toll, which is still prominent in Haiti today or has an effect on Haiti today, is their paying of reparations to the French. But even after this, the architecture, French colonial architecture is still kind of prominent through the creation of gingerbread houses, which have light wood framing in some cases, and sometimes they have masonry infill. And these become kind of like the Haitian vernacular architecture. But then in 1925, something that's very important is that wood construction is banned in an effort to prevent fires. And all new buildings are to be made of masonry, reinforced concrete, or iron. And so concrete is very much introduced and integrated into Haitian building. And it, as previously mentioned, it's something that they now aspire to and is considered a symbol of wealth. And then post-earthquake, we start to see, as more people try to come in and help post-disaster, a variety of different building techniques trying to be integrated into the environment. And this is kind of a diagram summing up what it currently exists in Haiti based on class and also based on status, and also what was very prominent after the earthquake. So this is what I call the spectrum of architectural inequity, where you see both the quality of living and also the quality of infrastructure associated with certain classes. So aside from inequity in architecture, the inequity in Haiti manifests as a variety of isms that reinforce dichotomies that cause further division. So other than the ecological racism that exists, you also have the economical classism and social sexism, which are all kind of tied together. And as you can see from the statistics on the right, other than what we already know about, majority of concrete buildings, majority of the population living in slums, you have to take into account, even within this marginalized nation, who is even further marginalized, which is, women who, are subject to a lot more health problems and are subject to being of lower economic status as a result of not having as many job opportunities. But they do hold, within the household, they do hold a certain amount of power as being seen as the head of households, and also maintaining a lot as far as the lives of the children and the crops that are grown for subsistence. But regardless, all of these statistics combined together create closed opportunity structures. This is the social organization or structure of entities that determine the opportunities available to people. So basically this is saying that with everything, all of the statistics that I previously mentioned and all the information that you've been given this far, it's kind of hard to imagine how one can improve their socioeconomic status in general within this country. So my thesis statement is modular design has the capacity to empower marginalized communities, as well as incite a lasting social, economical, and ecological change from within. Systems or kits of parts for the incremental implementation of architecture and infrastructure would allow communities to control their built environment, model equitable distribution, and liberate themselves from generational cycles. And what I mean by modularity is everything about architecture is considered modular, whether you break it down to actual modules or break it down to the parts and pieces that are necessary. So I've broken it down and gone past just structure and infill to kind of create a kit of parts, and I'm not proposing a building, but rather a building system. So, Piti Piti. The name Piti Piti comes from the phrase, hold on, I have to remember. Petit petit oiseau finish, which means little by little, the bird makes its nest. And this is, I chose that name because hopefully little by little with this building system, the people of Haiti are able to, again, improve their socioeconomic status. And an architecture of liberation constitutes healing from within. So the materials chosen for this kit of parts are mycelium and bamboo predominantly. And getting into why now, I want to move away, or the thesis is supposed to move away from closed opportunity structures to structures that promote a circular economy. Mycelium is stronger than concrete pound for pound. It absorbs CO2 emissions, and it is also very common, or it can be produced in Haiti very easily. So as you can see on the left, the manufacturing of mycelium is you have the mushrooms, or really the roots of mushrooms, and that is inoculated with a substrate. And the substrate is usually agricultural waste. It could be sawdust, it could be coffee grounds, it could be a variety of things. And with this substrate, it is put into a mold, and then it grows to the capacity of whatever the mold is. So it could be a panel, it could be a brick, it could be Legos, and I've seen it in a variety of different forms. So utilizing both mushrooms and bamboo together to kind of create this new building system that would not only allow for them to sort of grow it and create the system themselves and utilize it themselves, but also they're able to let it decompose or compost it after use, maximum use being 50 years for the bamboo and 20 years for the mycelium. And in addition to contributing to the construction economy, these products could also contribute in a variety of other ways, such as creating homeware and furniture. So this is an index for the kit of parts. As you can see on the left, that's the base model that I've kind of established. And moving forward, you'll see the variety of configurations that result from this model and the amount of materials mentioned. So we start with the foundation. So this is kind of outlining basically what are the proper, or not the proper, but the typical steps to building a foundation. And what's highlighted in yellow, which is the bamboo porch, is kind of what I'm calling the point of creativity, or the point of innovation, where users are allowed to do their own thing within the system. You can have a porch, you cannot have a porch, you can be elevated, you cannot be elevated. So it's really up to the user to decide what results from this kit of parts. And then we get to the wall, which is where there's a lot more innovation. There's a lot more options. So using the mycelium bricks, I actually forgot to show this. I have one with me. I wish I could pass this around, but I can't. But this is kind of what it looks like. We'll get more into the looks of things later. But utilizing something similar to this, they will be able to construct either fully solid walls, as you see in model 1 on the left, or a perforated wall with the omission of the centerpiece. And the last option being what I call the adaptive wall, where with the incorporation of a roller bearing, you're able to rotate either the entire wall as it's interconnected, or you don't have to interconnect the entire wall, and you can choose to rotate portions of the wall, as you see like in the last part of the GIF. But yeah, the bottom plan kind of shows the wall at rest, so a fully stabilized wall, and then the wall in motion a little bit on the right. So that's kind of the different options for wall. And then moving forward, we have roof. So the roof framing can be utilized to harvest water if the user chooses. Model 1 is specifically designed for that, and moving forward, you will also see different examples of that. So the framing is where the creativity comes in with this. You can have offset, gabled, or the butterfly roof. And so here I have some examples of the different models shown before being used for different uses. So this is the refuge, as I call it, or what would be considered a home. The garden. A lot of Haitians tend to cook outside, or they have a separate area for cooking that allows for ventilation, seeing as how they use a lot of coal. And then the well, sort of like a communal bathing, washing, and also water gathering area. So I would imagine that this kit of parts would be used in a variety of different places in Haiti, whether it be as a simple addition or moving on to the actual site of Capichon, an infill site where you start to see it kind of blend in with the existing. Canaan, which was supposed to be sort of it's called I forget what it's called, but it's something like the failed promised land or something like that, where there was supposed to be a lot of redevelopment post-earthquake, but it still remains rather empty. And here I imagine it would be ideal for like a Laku setup where you have several dwellings kind of occupied together that center around this courtyard. And then of course, Port-au-Prince, the neighborhood. So looking at the existing conditions of the hillside and seeing what this kind of system would look like integrated into something like this. And yeah, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny.
Thank you.
Manny, can you go back to that image of the, can you see my annotation, this slide here, number 19?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What was the, what's the meaning of the word Laku?
Laku means courtyard.
Laku. And is that did you see any examples of that type in Haiti? Is it a Haitian type?
Yes, it used to be very prominent, especially in rural communities where it is still prominent in some rural communities actually, where you have a variety of dwellings and it's the extended family on the paternal side all living together in all of these dwellings, and they have this central courtyard that they all kind of come and gather in.
And how do you think does your solution respond to that in some way?
I would say that it provides the opportunity to respond to it. I think that what I'm trying to, or what the thesis is trying to solve is not just providing the opportunity to create a Laku, but literally providing the materials to where you have not just the opportunity to create your own house, but also the opportunity to create a community using these materials that you know are reliable in the case of a natural disaster, I would say.
And where did you get this photo that shows these excavations prior to construction? Was that something that you?
Oh no, I did a lot of research, just trying to find different sites that have or that people have I guess explored, especially like, so this is just right outside of Port-au-Prince. It's considered a suburb technically. And yeah, I knew that it was known as a site that was supposed to be filled. As you can see, there was some development, but it was supposed to be filled with development.
Yeah, even where you your buildings, there was excavations already there, right?
Yeah, there were, but those were never built, so it was just left to be there. So I saw an opportunity to infill with what I've proposed.
Okay, because I was interested in that word "laku" you said, right, and that it's a kind of an organizational strategy for houses in Haiti, but I didn't really see an example of how that looks.
Mm.
I feel like you did some amazing research, and it would be neat to see what a traditional laku looks like.
Right.
Right.
As humble as it looks like, to me, this project looks like a big revolution in many ways. So I think I'm fascinated by the emergence of this new material. I want to know more about how is this material created? You know, how can the mushroom and the bamboo and everything emerge from the ground over time and empower people to do their own house and with cordial or without or whatever it's needed. So that it seems to me at the core of this thesis something terribly revolutionary in many ways, because it's also against the import of concrete and the dependency on materials from foreign, of importing material, but creating material from the ground up and building in your own. So it's like incredibly like powerful in that way. So I want to know a little bit more about how is that? How we don't know about that already? How is not that on the news?
It's it's very interesting. I've been doing a lot of research on mycelium, and it's starting to be used a little bit. One of the many things as far as development for is figuring out some kind of coating to make it last longer. It is vulnerable to rain and mold if left out too long. Something that people have used is linseed oil. However, that kind of changes I think that interferes with like I forget what it's called, but the biology of the actual material that kind of messes it up. So something that has been looked into and it seems really promising is nanoparticles. So like nanocellulite, I think, is what they're looking into, because it can infiltrate the pores and not change the chemistry of the mycelium itself. As far as like exactly how it's grown, so they start with, like, of course, finding the substrate. And as I mentioned, that can be anything kind of organic. So sawdust, hay, bales, or even, again, coffee grounds or things like that, agricultural waste. And then inoculation. So you kind of introduce the mycelium, so like the roots of the mushroom, to the substrate, and you kind of layer them on top of each other and mix them together within a mold. And then the growth happens over, it could be 5 days, it could be 2 weeks, depending on what kind of mushrooms you're using. And then drying. So something really interesting about mycelium is that if you don't dry it and you have something else organic next to it, like another block of mycelium, or even some bamboo or wood, it will fuse with that organic matter if not dried. So the drying kind of causes the organism to like hibernate and prevents it from fusing with other things. But I think that's really interesting to explore also, potentially.
Maddie, this is a fantastic project, and I'm really impressed by the amount of research also that you've done, and then how I think like you've not only looked at the technical aspect of it, but you've also been very conscious and very sensitive to the historical development. And then also, as you were pointing out, in terms of the inequities that's happening ecologically, economical, and social inequities. I think like your project has really combined all of them And I really commend you for being able to not just sort of talk about a very abstract idea, but then you're also able to show it in very concrete and physical terms, exactly that what you were talking about in terms of architecture of liberation. And I really appreciate like how the way you're defining liberation as kind of on multiple levels, you know, like the historical sort of colonial experience, but you're also talking about like the freedom to be able to actually maybe build this because it's economical, and then also you were also focusing on, let's say, women being able to build these houses, right? And I really appreciate that level, and kind of like you really looked at it in multiple levels. It's just amazing how you were able to put that together. One thing that I'm curious also, because you're showing the different examples of how to apply this as infill, as you know, kind of a freestanding unit. I wonder, have you considered exploring maybe creating, like, what if like a new neighborhood is built not as an infill, like as a new, like as Margarita was saying about this being revolutionary, right? Like what could it look like on a sort of like as a larger scale? Because that's kind of like my next sort of thinking, is that then, you know, how do you scale this up, right? And then therefore, what are the possibilities where you aggregate this into a larger community, rather than maybe just simply kind of like infill, right? Because I think, like, you know, I'm convinced about the infill strategy. So I'm curious about then, and maybe that I'm not expecting you to answer that now, right? But it's something to think about, the possibilities, like, because like what if like you approach a developer, you know, propose this, and that then maybe new communities are built out of this, and I'm kind of like seeing like the kind of opportunities that this would probably offer. So I'm curious about what your sense is about scaling this up.
That's an excellent question. I've been going back and forth about the scale of this for so long, since I wasn't proposing a building. And in my mind, I always thought that aside from this, I wanted to do one where it really was this mountainside composed of just these kinds of structures made out of these materials. The likelihood of that happening, I do not know, but I thought it would be really interesting to see. And also something else that I was looking into furthering, or going into further research, is figuring out a way that something like this, a kit of parts, can be used to retrofit existing structures that, you know, they might have already built and, you know, might not be structurally stable. So how does this come in with structures like these, as pictured here, that aren't structurally sound or may not be structurally sound as a result of lack of building code and material regulation? So that was where I saw my next step, as far as integrating it more into what's existing, but also thinking about, yes, what would a neighborhood made completely out of this look like? I think that's something to aspire to.
Maybe you collaborate with Joanne and Jorge to create a new, you know, social enterprise where, you know, the framework that Joanne and Jorge are proposing can be like combined, or something else where, you know, it's kind of like a larger scale.
But I had that same thought when you guys were reviewing them. It was so funny.
But otherwise, you know, I think this is such a great, very sensitive and very thoughtful project. I'm really amazed by the amount of work that you've done.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, you just demonstrated that mushrooms can be mind expanding and not just Mexican type. That's very good.
Thank you.
On that comment, thank you.
What do you mean?
Okay.
On that comment, thank you, Maddie, and maybe we should transition to the next project.
I just wanted to say, Amar, that I really appreciated the thoughts on ventilation, and that the perforated building and the floor that can be ventilated from the bottom and up to the top, because I think that's a problem with the concrete block house, is that it's solid and it's safe, but it's hot and it's uncomfortable. And to lift it up, to kind of lift the floor up off the ground, and allow air to come up and through and out through the roof. I don't think I've seen that before. I think that's, and also to perforate the walls seems like a really smart idea. And to be able to, if those mushroom blocks can swing, that's even more interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was a major concern, especially knowing that in the concrete house, solid concrete house, it does get very hot, and it is hot in Haiti. So that was what really spurred on the adaptive walls for the bricks to be able to move and adapt night and day. So
cool.
I think it's fair to say that Maddie has been on a mission all semester to bring this to the utmost level of resolution. So I think you have very well accomplished that, Maddie.
There's a lot of need for that there. There's a lot of people who are thinking about alternative ways of building. And, you know, I don't know how much you found out, but, you know, keep looking because they can use your help.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much.
Congratulations.
Next we have Carson.
Okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Carson Piontek, and my project is Inhabiting Infrastructure, attempting to connect inhabitation with resilient environments. So the project is focused on the Gulf South region of the United States. And as you can see, most of the major cities in this region are settled near major rivers, lakes, and other bodies of water, which help connect them to the Gulf. And this connection situation has made these communities some of the largest homes of some of the largest ports in the United States. 8 of the top 15 ports of the United States are located in the Gulf South region. And you can see that there's usually a hub city a little bit further north, and then there's other cities connected along the route to the south. But this location along the rivers and lakes also puts them in a risk for storm surge and major weather events, which you may know are a significant cause of concern for these areas. And as you can see on the map in the red, these areas experience storm surge in excess of 15 feet. The red is showing Category 4 surge levels. And severe weather events will become more likely, as you can see from the other graph, which shows that although tropical storms, Category 1s and 2s and 3s are becoming less likely, major storms in the Category 4 and 5 region are becoming much more common. So these extreme surge events will become much more common in the coming years. So moving into the site area, the southwest region of Louisiana, it's pretty much the same situation. And you can see there's the hub city a little bit further north, situated on a lake along a river, which is Lake Charles in this situation. And then you have a little bit further south, small towns on the trade route, which you can see the majority of these areas experience the most severe of the storm surge predictions. And to combat this, there's been significant investment in infrastructure to protect these communities. And actually, it's been interesting to see there's some pretty progressive plans put in place that are shying away from the hardline infrastructure and putting more of an emphasis on the environment. You can see through marsh creation, shoreline expansion, and shoreline protection. There's a variety of ways that projects have been implemented in this region to protect these communities. However, the bulk of these projects are well south of Lake Charles, and the communities, it is important to protect the communities further south, but we need to keep in mind that these situations will get worse and they will start to affect more northern areas more. And we'll also need to plan for, in some cases, people becoming climate refugees because the area that they inhabit will no longer be inhabitable. So these interventions these infrastructures need to go further north into areas like Lake Charles where the project is sited. So taking a look at the city, although there haven't been any major projects like the ones on the previous map, pretty much the entire lakefront has been altered in some way to protect from floods, but it's old school hardline interventions like pumps, revetments, etc. But there's one area which has not been improved with flood protection, and that is the North Beach area. And not only is it There are some other unprotected regions, but they're mostly marsh. The North Beach region has a beach, it has some buildings, it has yacht club, so there's use, but it's unprotected at the moment. And so it's a perfect opportunity to implement new strategies and try and investigate them. Another important part of the site is the interstate that runs through it. This interstate serves as an evacuation route, which is vital in major weather events. So you can see the current condition on the bottom right now. It's just a gentle slope to the lake at the moment. And with even just base flood elevation, buildings on the site have been damaged. And actually there's restrooms, changing rooms, but there are no stalls. The buildings are essentially broken from constant flooding on the site. And then when you get to a Category 4 storm surge, I-10 becomes in risk from flooding. And so the proposed condition would involve making a more granular condition as you go to the water, implementing a gently sloped levee with housing incorporated into it to protect it from the floods. And then on the other side of the levee, incorporating more soft infrastructure like marshes and oyster reefs. So an important part of this investigation was to see how these different infrastructures could not only protect the site, but also interact with each other and make the people on the site experience the different forms of infrastructure and how they interact with each other as a holistic system, not just viewing it as a standalone system. And the way that this was done was through the orientation of walkways, which bring people throughout the site. You can see the walkways bring from the back, coming from I-10, you come off the service road into the parking, and then you ramp up over the sloped levee. And then you are brought through the marshes and interact with it on your way to the beach. And the marsh kind of interacts with the beach and is like kind of a front and a back side to the beach, which has previously just been parking before. It would now be this kind of sculpted parkway of marsh. And then this would also incorporate with the oyster reefs, as you'll see that are in one of the other drawings. And also the housing, it was important to think about how the housing would specifically interact with the other elements of the infrastructure and trying to kind of keep that same mindset for access to the beach by making private communal spaces for the housing that's incorporated into the infrastructure. As you can see in this drawing, the way you can see the way that interacts with the site in a larger extent. You can see how these systems connect to the rest of the city. The levee system will connect to, there's a raised railway just north of the site, so it will connect there. And then it will connect further downtown where there is a raised area of reclaimed earth. So it'll link into those existing infrastructures. And then you can see the housing incorporated on it, and then the marshland as well. And then you can see how the oyster reefs are being linked to the rest of the site with these walkways as well. Here's a sectional perspective, which gives you some of the feelings of the areas as you process through the site and just the different feels that you experience as you go from one part of the site to the next over the levee, and also how the site interacts with the areas off in the distance. You can see how it splits off at the end of the beach to connect to the oyster reefs that people can interact with piers and walkways. And then you can see that the levee extends past the site and connects to the rest of the city towards downtown. And this is a view on the beach, looking back at the houses. And you can see that the private residences are kind of covered by the landscaping, which you can see the experience from the other way here. So it'd be kind of a separate yet similar experience for both users of the site. And then the final image for the project is an aerial showing most of the extent of the site. Thank you.
Carson, just a small question of clarification. Are these houses apartments or single home duplexes, or how does that work inside?
I wasn't exactly sure. They could be either way. The main focus was just to, it would probably be like a duplex, I think, inside, but it was just the main thought that was put forth for that was that it was just going to be housing of some type. The focus was on the interaction of the housing with the landscaping around it, not the interiors necessarily.
Okay.
I think for me, the most interesting thing and the strongest thing about your project are these really kind of detailed sections where you really look at all these different conditions, right? From the railroad and the road all the way into the lake, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not an expert on the conditions in South Louisiana that you've really researched and thought a lot about. But it makes me want to understand more about what's the natural condition. Like, how does a marsh and a beach? Does a marsh and a beach interact? Okay, I'm thinking about the levee in New Orleans. Like what's that condition between the river and then that space on the other side of the levee that can be low and marshy, right? And then it goes up the levee and you know, is that a natural condition? Is that the condition that you're looking for? And also, what's an oyster reef? Like, what does that mean? Like, is an oyster reef a real thing that you're building, or is that something that you're making up where oysters will grow? Like, what? I guess I want to know more about the details of each of the pieces and how they interact normally in nature, and how are you kind of creating them?
Okay, I can start kind of from the front. So the levee system, that is a natural thing that can happen, as you know, but this levee would be constructed from dredge material from the river. But that's how that would happen. And then I know for sure I've been to some situations where there's marshes and then there's beaches in some of these cases, like on a bend of a river or something like that. But I'm not sure of any specific examples. And then the oyster reefs, those would be constructed. They're usually constructed in several parts. They have a number of uses. Some of them start with just a concrete, something superficial, something man-made that they put in the water and eventually collect oysters, etc. And others, they kind of start a little bit kind of putting that together beforehand. But their effect would be they help filter the water, they help act as breakwaters for storm surge, and they also help prevent erosion. And in a lot of cases, they actually keep sediment closer to the land. So it would actually serve to expand the beachfront out into the lake to add more of a buffer as well.
Carson, thank you for the presentation, and I thought like you really laid out the problem really well, and I think like looking at it from a macro scale and then diving into the level of detail, I really appreciate like how you were able to navigate between the different scales, and then looking at it then kind of the ecological, of course, like conditions as well. One thing that I'm curious, because with Margarita's question also earlier about the housing, you're thinking of the housing as being just one part of the solution, right? As of mitigating and addressing or responding to the future potential surge. I wonder what else do you think could be there, or that is housing the best solution for that part, right? That just moment of the part of the levee and the barrier, because I'm trying to imagine, because you also didn't develop necessarily the housing itself, right? But you're just assuming that there's like a block. So to a certain degree, it's almost as if it could be anything. Like it could just be a wall, but you're sort of also then proposing that it doesn't need to be just a wall, like a and that it is an inhabited barrier, right? If you kind of think it that way, and so I'm wondering, because the surge happens at certain moments, but then for the rest of the time, that sort of inhabited space is something else. So I know that's not the focus of your thesis. But I'm just wondering, what do you think could be other ways, or what could it be other than housing?
Yeah, that was a big discussion throughout the investigation. Originally, it wasn't going to have housing, but studying the project more, it seemed like the amount of infrastructure that the site really calls for in its given situation needed significant programming. And so housing was landed. The main part is housing. Actually, I'll explain a little bit. I forgot to explain the kind of breakdown of the building blocks. The majority is housing, but on the bookends, there would be some commercial, which would both serve the housing and also potentially the recreation on the beach as well. But housing was landed on because it seemed like it tied well in with the issues that the site is trying to address in the first place, with protecting areas. And it could also serve to protect and shelter people who have lost their homes in places that are no longer able to be protected by infrastructure.
So do you think, are there other possible programs though, if it's not housing? I'm just trying to maybe challenge you more in terms of like, how do you expand the idea of this of this levee, what have you considered maybe other than housing before?
There are other elements on the site, such as the wildlife and fisheries, which is investing a lot of money in a site a little to the east called Port Wonder. I don't know if you've heard it from some of the other projects.
Yes.
So something like that was considered as well. It's a children's museum, but it's also, I'm kind of confused how it's going to end up working, but it's a children's museum connected to like a research facility for wildlife and fisheries. So
there was a casino there before, right? That's no longer there, right? So it's kind of an entertainment area, recreational. Yeah, I just again, I think it's just I think like I'm not completely convinced about the housing, and so I think that's why I'm trying to imagine if there are other possibilities, and maybe you can revisit that, or maybe have a little bit more exploration in terms of like why housing in particular, because the other parts makes sense. I'm convinced with the other parts, but that moment there, I'm just not convinced completely, right? So something to consider and to think about further.
Can you zoom into one of your drawings, Carson? Maybe this one, or the diagrammatic sections, the before, after. Yeah.
I don't know. I agree somehow with that. So it's a powerful proposal in the sense that is touching in infrastructure and in habitation or city life. Like how do we hybridize an infrastructure to become part of the city So inhabited, as your title is well put in a way. No? So I think it has a lot of potential, perhaps because it's facing I-10 in that place, to be perhaps more, I agree with Edson, to research maybe a more, I don't know, denser type of program, or bigger in scale. I mean, on the lake you have a big tower, that has been damaged on the, and you also have this, the kind of medium-sized infrastructure. And I wonder, why is this so small on the side of so big lake and I-10, both sides? It have this kind of large-scale infrastructure and large-scale landscape, and then investment in infrastructure, and then a really tiny home, like row house of 2 homes, bungalow kind of. So I just wonder, I mean, it can be a possibility. I'm just curious about what is the thinking behind the fact that is that. And I agree with Edson that maybe exploration on that will be one option. But
there's definitely a push and pull the whole time of what to dedicate more time to the housing or the elements of the landscaping and other elements like that. But the reason that I ended up with the scale that I did, I had originally come up with 2 options, one that was this density, but one that was quite a bit denser. And there was even a presentation this semester that had essentially a dense tower in kind of like a marshy area. But the thinking behind the lower density, one, the site's pretty confined, and so it would have been a lot trickier to fit it in. But also the major concern was the community that it was going to house, and the communities that the towns to the south of Lake Charles that it would potentially be housing do not come, the towns aren't very large and they don't have super dense housing. And so I thought it would be, I don't know, not the right decision to tell the people that are coming from, they're mostly from single family homes or small homes, and then putting them in a big box that is very different than what they had been living in before. So just trying to play a little bit more with the local scale of the people is the reasoning behind the scale.
My feeling is a little bit like Margarita's, in the sense that I understand that this might be a sort of like a sample, a sort of prototype, but don't hesitate to think big. Your marsh, such as it is not a marsh, it's a pond. And as when it comes to water storage or water filtering or whatever, I'm not sure that you reach the critical mass for it, as well as bringing a public transport system. As you said, it looks like the head of line of a light railway or something. It calls for a bigger community or more people coming here. If you would like to bring people to the scale of public transport, to take a bigger beach. So I think that as a principle, this cross section and everything is here, but don't hesitate to go beyond the size and the scale of a prototype to make it really efficient and cost effective. So don't hesitate, think big.
At some point, Carson, you had drawn some lines or on your plan that kind of was like this in plan, right? Where it made me feel like you were going to expand. Sometimes you were going to expand the housing or whatever's happening at the road out into the marsh, and sometimes the marsh would come back. And it seems like these don't have to be so cut up. Like maybe there's ways that. Or even, in a California beach town, this is what we go out on a pier, right? We go all the way out, we cut across everything. So we get to see everything. We get to see that cut from the parking lot all the way through, right?
So that was kind of the idea with some of the, especially the elements of the private courtyards for the housing, was to extend the housing. The element would essentially extend the housing into the marshes, and they would kind of have these marsh elements around them, the marsh landscaping around them. And kind of push and pull like that was one of the main ways that was done.
Yeah,
it definitely could be pushed more.
You are doing some of that. Maybe there's ways though that the parking goes all the way through. There's a break in the housing, or there's you can be more aggressive about that. Right?
When you say, Carson, it could be pushed more, what does that mean though? I mean, how do you? what is more and what is enough and what is too much? How do you evaluate that in terms of your design decisions?
Those are the questions. Well, it definitely having those criteria in mind of having the criteria of not just having these rigid lines, the rigid, essentially just having this that would just extend in bars. So having that criteria was pretty much a requirement. And then this is just one iteration of investigation into how these elements can start to merge with each other. And I think it could get pushed further where larger elements could be defining the shape of the site past just the levee bar, but the levee bar was kind of stuck to in a way due to practical concerns, because that seems like the most labor intensive part of the project. So trying to keep that in a logical, practical fashion, but then use the other elements of the project to push and pull in different ways that are less directly practical.
I would recommend Carson because I'm trying to psychoanalyze you also, like why it seems like you're being held back by something, and you said something about logic and practicality, and I understand that it's important, of course. I think it's a very timid approach at the moment, so I would encourage you to kind of maybe just break out of your shell and then try it out, and then be radical, don't be afraid to be radical and be illogical and be impractical maybe at a certain point. And if you want, yes, on one end of the spectrum, yes, logic and practicality will be your parameter. Then maybe at the other end, explore a version where it is illogical and impractical, and then maybe your solution is somewhere in the middle. I sense that there's a fear of something is holding you back, and maybe self-reflect and think about it, like what's holding you back, and then maybe that will liberate you to push the idea. We're being paid, we're being tasked to be visionaries, and so I think that will be again, you're allowed to do that, and so I encourage you to be more radical and just explore more. But because you have the basis already of logic and practicality, so you're off to a good start, right? So expand your wings further.
Thanks, Edson, for encouraging him to think big, as I said. But I must also warn the faculty that I suspect Carson of trying to buy off the French guy amongst the panel of critics, because like most French people, I just love oysters. And so I think you sort of try to bribe me in some way. But well, we won't let anyone know.
Can we go to the section you had before, the two sections before and after? If I understand well, this level here is the flood protection, I guess, no? That level is the category searches as a maximum protection here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from this level, you raise the housing. Is that correct? No?
Yes.
Okay. No, I was wondering if I mean, this section, as it has been said, the idea of exploring further. So if the investment in infrastructure here, I wonder if instead of carving down the car, you can instead, go up or maybe do a cut and fill, and in section in that transversal longitudinal section, the earth is up and down, and that creates these kind of entrances. And then you think more about a mat housing possibility where you still have a kind of public space here in the middle that faces that with other type of program, and then the housing is overprotected. So not to feel that the infrastructure, so the housing is like blocking the storm surge, seems a little bit counterintuitive, no? That this kind of small house will. So I would double effort on the section to make sure that the first line of attack, it's not housing, or the first line of so it's first infrastructure, then it's like public space that can be dismantled or take out, and then housing on top, and perhaps even in a perpendicular way, so it's not making a wind protection or like a so with holes across. Anyway, thinking this section through, I think it has a lot of potential. I think that the problem has been well detected, but it needs more exploration, formal exploration, perhaps. Yeah, I think that's great. Carson, what did you learn from this project, from your work this semester? What are you taking away?
Well, I learned a lot about the individual elements themselves. And I learned a lot about a lot of instances like the oyster reefs and the creation of wetlands. And I learned a lot about how that's become kind of the common way to deal with them. With the map I had showed that the federal government's even investing in these more progressive ways of thinking about the situation, investing significantly in environmental aspects of infrastructure beyond just the old school concrete way, and just learning about how those work and affect different environments.
But what did you learn for your own approach to architecture? Right? I mean, we had this discussion this morning, as a matter of fact, in regards to developing visions, which is part of our task, but at the same time, not necessarily, like having, like the specific type of expertise that allows us to design an oyster reef, right? Who do we, right? Other people probably would be brought on board to deal with these issues from the get-go, right? So what did you learn about, like, what do you take away in terms of, kind of your architectural future, let's say?
So I guess in a more general sense, beyond just what I physically learned, the knowledge that I gained, is to focus on how important the performative aspects of the landscape are, beyond just beauty, et cetera, like making it look pretty, but focusing on how these can really have important impacts and impact each other too. The different landscape elements can impact each other on a site and help protect program. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. I think it's good to think about these things as we're segueing out and you're segueing into a next phase, right? What do you take away? What is it that you've, recognized, right? That has enriched or will be enriching, right? Your future practice, right? What do you take away from this? Okay, excellent. If there are no other comments, we have one more project to review.
I don't see James.
I think. I don't see James either.
What happened to James?
I don't know. Was he here today?
I did not see him earlier.
Okay.
Anyone knows what's happening with James? I just realized that we don't have him.
I can.
Someone can. Yeah, that would be great if someone can call him quickly.
That would be great.
I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay too. While we're waiting, are there any, pre-final comments that people would like to make now that we've seen the majority of the afternoon projects? And Edson and Eve, you're revisiting from yesterday, so.
I was interested in what you were saying to Carson about, or all the students, about what they may have learned about themselves, but also kind of I wonder where if it's helped them to kind of decide on a direction or something that they want to learn more about. It seems like Carson's really interested in some of the technical aspects of the work that he did, and that might be something he wants to explore more. He wants to find an office that digs more into those technical details to, which is great, right? Or does it? And so I guess I'm saying that that's a good, when you're looking for a place to work, right? Not looking for a place to accept you, but looking for what you want to learn or get out of your career going forward, bringing those things that you were most excited about or most inspired by in your thesis project, and trying to find some place that would allow you to continue that, continue some of that learning.
So
Yes.
James is on his way, a few minutes, and he will be here.
Yeah, I think he thought he had a little bit more time, but he should be on the Zoom any minute, I think.
I can see him running up the stairs now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I guess the idea is to attend the entire afternoon, but maybe not. But thanks, Lizzie, for posting that. The virtual exhibition is up as well. There was a link earlier today, and I think Lizzie just reposted that, which Nick
James is with us.
Together. James is with us. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, James.
Hi,
Hello.
everyone. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
That's all right.
I had a Wi-Fi problem and then I ran to school.
I see.
But I clearly did not run fast enough.
Well, sometimes it's a little, it's difficult to estimate, how long things take. Yes. So go ahead.
All right. Sorry, I have to reshare. All right, we can all see?
Yes.
Great. All right.
Just take a deep breath despite the mask.
I know.
We're here for you. Relax.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is James Renner. This thesis is called Levitt's Delusion on Waking Up from the American Dream. And this title image is from J.B. Jackson's essay, The Westward Moving House, tiled on the bottom of the screen. So this is a thesis about the American dream, and it's also a thesis about suburbia, which in my mind are inextricably linked and in many ways one and the same. Premised on ideals of individual achievement and manifested through consumption, nowhere is the problem of the American dream crisis more evident than in America's wilting suburbs, the endless expanse where this notion of prosperity becomes tangible. We have reached a critical moment in that the colliding social, economic, and environmental narratives that have fueled this relentless expansion have become indefensible, and in this light we must ask, what now? So while the dream has since faded, reality lingers. This thesis speculates upon the latent potential of suburban land as a laboratory for building a new dream, embracing our desire to sprawl and develop ad infinitum. Through the extraction and reappropriation of elements of suburbia, this project manifests a new American dream, one of collectivism, of community, of interaction and exchange. And the photographs on the left here are foreclosed houses after the American housing crisis in 2008. So if we're going to talk about suburbia, I think it makes sense to go back to where it all began, which in my mind is Levittown, famously the developer project of Levitt and Sons, where they sort of created this template of buying up a large tract of suburban land on the urban fringes, subdividing it into as many individual plots as possible, building houses on them, and then selling them to people. And it bears mentioning that the American dream sort of manifested in this way was never really available to everyone. It was available to the people that you can see pictured on the bottom left. And I think specifically, it's important to note that the dream, which while is sort of an intangible notion that through hard work and honest labor, you can provide for your family, have a home of your own, land of your own, and sort of have prosperity that way, was very much sold to people through the physical manifestation of the single family homes. On the left, we have the Sears Roebuck catalog, which was the sort of most obvious way that this happened. And on the right, we have a lithograph of Currier and Ives, which is part of the, I would argue, sort of propaganda or the way that this was sold to the American people. But I think the idea of suburbia as a utopia or a flawless, prosperous land is flawed. And I think I'm not alone in that. These are all stills of various films which all sort of take place in this canon of dark suburbia, where the uncanniness of candy colored houses on the same street where everyone looks alike, with maybe a developer finish being swapped out here and there, creates a very sort of unnatural and surreal environment. And it's become sort of a fitting film trope in its own right. So to sort of go back to and figure out how this unlimited low density expansion happened, I think it makes sense to start almost counterintuitively looking at the highest density study we've ever looked at, which is Coolhouse in his Delirious New York. So he writes about the theorem on the left, which is a cartoon that was published in Life magazine showing single family homes, each with their own plot of land stacked on top of each other. And he postulates the skeleton of the 1909 theorem, postulates the Manhattan skyscraper as a utopian formula for the unlimited creation of virgin sites on a single urban location. And basically what he's saying here is because Manhattan is geographically bound, it's inevitable that we're going to build up. That's the only thing that's going to happen. And then the question I'm posing on the bottom, which is that in a country with more land than perhaps anything else, the potential for sprawl is infinite, but does it have to be inevitable, which I think is an increasingly urgent question in terms of the social and economic and environmental problems that are all wrapped up in suburbia. So I postulate the suburban condition as a utopian formula for the unlimited settlement of virgin sites on infinite suburban locations. But this isn't my idea. This isn't a new idea by any means. This painting is titled, fittingly titled, Across the Continent, Westward the Course of Empire Takes Its Way by Francis Flora Bon Palmer in 1968. So to speak a little bit more about sprawl and how it occurs, on the left, I think we have what I would consider like a historic idea of a city where you have, usually next to water, fresh water of some kind, you'll have a very dense settlement. And then around that, you'll have a not dense settlement, which is where all these sort of resources that support this dense settlement come from. But increasingly, what we're seeing is this border between density and not density, urban and rural spaces is increasingly blurred. And that's what I would consider suburbia to be, where the urban and the rural sort of come together and ooze together in a very perhaps unsettling way. And then on the far right here, this is how I see development sort of panning out in America today, which is that the inner city area is highly covetable because there's a small amount of land, going back to Coolhouse, and that's where we develop and we develop up. And then around the border, the suburban border is we develop out because land is cheap there. And you can continue to sell this idea of living on the edge of the wilderness that I think is very much embedded with suburbia and the American dream. So these diagrams are taken from satellite imagery of several US cities of varying sizes. And basically what I've done here is pulled out the, just from looking at the satellite, you can see the darker, the sort of gray, white areas, that's where we've built. And then the green, it's very obvious when it isn't pocheted out, is where we haven't gotten to yet. And the patterns that this form are sort of fascinating and reveal themselves from the air, these sort of sprawling arteries, and then smaller and smaller residential streets being flung off of those. The question I've been asking for some time now is how long can the periphery expand when it's been going on for so long? And it's increasingly becoming harder to defend. So to take a bit of a closer look at the elements of suburbia, I would distill it down to these two things. On the right, we have commercial strips, the strip mall, and on the left, we have the residential roads. And what's important to note, I think that makes suburbia distinctly suburban, is that in the urban, there's always a grid, everything is connected in a number of ways. And in the suburban, you always have these commercial strips, and then off of them, you have these residential roads. So there's a distinct hierarchy here where you're moving farther and farther away from the commercial strip, which is always the zone of connection and commerce, and farther into the retreats of your house. And this is another abstracted diagram of how all these strip malls connect everything, and then simultaneously are the locus from which everything branches off of to become more and more insular and isolated. So on the left, we have sort of the elements of suburbia that I've talked about, and on the right, we have my the interpretation of them that we're going to be moving forward for with this project. So hierarchical road system turns into a proposal to condense the commercial strip, pulling all of those really far-flung roads back and layering on top of the strip. This idea of always living on the edge of the wilderness, being the next person to sort of lay foot on virgin land, becomes the reallocation of previously developed suburban land into agricultural and recreational lands, sort of fulfilling that ideal for everyone. And then the American desire to expand endlessly is allowed in some ways, but not allowed in the others. So I propose densifying along the commercial strip, but then pulling, using the urbanism of erasure from the very unsustainable, far-flung and insular aspects of suburbia. So this is a commercial strip. This one happens to be in Lake Charles, but I think it could be anywhere. And then this is the figure ground of that same strip. So what I find notable about this is just how much space this is. This is sort of the locus of suburbia, but it's very not dense. There's a lot of open space, and I think a lot of room with which to play. So the proposal involves subdividing this strip into infinite same-sized grid, much like how a suburban subdivision would be divided into infinite same-sized housing allocations, and then densifying within the grid to various degrees, sort of pulling back from the existing buildings, which could retain their program or host other programs. And you start to see the emergence of defined communal space around these existing buildings where previously there was none. So this is a 3D visualization of this. You can see how there's sort of been a forum inserted into the commercial strip, and then the development ebbs and flows around it as needed to fill the existing land. There's a sort of buffer, so everyone has this opportunity to live on the edge of the wilderness. And then beyond that, the former suburbia has been repurposed to meet agricultural or other productive needs for this new landscape. To take a closer look at that forum, I think here we can see the sort of suburban ideal of normalcy and fitting in, for lack of a better word, where everyone's unit sort of seems the same, but in the way that they've been densified, you now have these sort of benefits of urban living with the communal aspect of the street. And then at the same time, you also have the benefits of rural living where the sustenance needed for this development can come from right outside. And finally, this is my final image, westward across the continent, a new vision for sprawl, reimagined. The question I've sort of been sitting with for the past 4 months, I guess longer than that, is if the problem of suburbia and the American dream, both of which I see as in trouble in some way, if it's a chicken and the egg situation, and if so, is the solution of architecture an apt one, as I've sort of put forth here, or is it perhaps more of a marketing or ideological argument to sort of further the idea that this individualism that is so prevalent in American suburbia could be challenged? And that is where I'm going to leave it. Thank you all.
Thank you, James. Great presentation.
Thank you.
You can leave it with this image. It's so beautiful. The last one.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, congratulations, first of all. So really well-articulated project, really well presented, exquisite drawings, consistent research across the different phases. It looks you're into something big. No? It's like the theme of really a big theme of that many have been testing. And my only thing will be that when you start responding, which is great. I mean, this looks incredibly imaginative in a way and plausible. I wonder if you can test. It seems to me that you have tested the pixel, not the grid. And the grid is a big thing. It's a big artifact that can be interpreted at different scales. And the one you seem to have tested is the grid at the scale of the building, right? And I think next thing I would do is to test also the same grid at the scale of urban, right? The urban grid, and then test the grid at the scale of the agrarian. No? So they all have different responses, and I think you're moving into, and what I see in this image is the scale of the building and the scale of the agrarian, and you're kind of skipping the scale of the urban in a way, perhaps. I just think that it's a super architectural urban landscape theme, that one of the grid that can be played at different scales, and yet you have tested one that really looks innovative in many ways, and I think it's not yet the solution, I would say, because those things are complex, but I think there's a lot of potential on exploring these at different scales, and then having a dialogue with these different scales and seeing what some of these tests bring and what are the things that are missing. For example, here, the forest, the illusion of this forest, which is in French is lisière, no? Which is the edge of the forest in the outside is like thicker than inside, right? So you're creating a kind of mirage of forest without the forest itself. Right? It looks like a little bit, it can be stronger in a way. I think in the landscape, the grid of the landscape and the grid of the urban can be maybe more solid in the next steps. So you can feed your dream about the new American dream with more strength, I guess. But I think it's really, really interesting, powerful thesis, and anyways, congratulations.
So.
James, congratulations on a very provocative project, and you're trying to challenge the idea of suburbia, but I think like fundamentally you're also, as you said, you're also challenging the ideology of it. And at the beginning you were also pointing out to the idea of it's about community interaction and collectivity as kind of like you're challenging the opposite of what the American dream supposedly what's it embodied in it today, of individualism. But one thing that I'm struck also, and I'm wondering, because when you're talking about ideology, is that one thing that I think is also, to think about is that then what's really driving then suburbia, and what's driving the American dream, and then to subvert it, is that then, are you going to the root cause of it, or maybe some looking at the driver? Not to throw in something like big, but one of the big drivers of suburbia and the American dream is capitalism, and then like now also you can look at it also in terms of how neoliberalism is also becoming it's a big part of it, so much so that of it being exported in other parts of the world, it's very evident because of this sort of ideology. And I'm wondering then, because looking at the perspectives, they're very evocative. It actually reminds me also of some of the illustrations that Keith Kermwide had done in his books of like the Atlas of Another America, where he kind of combines, similarly to what you're doing, these old sort of older images, and then kind of juxtaposing it with newer kind of suburban imagery. But to go back to what I'm sort of wanting you to maybe to clarify is, because like looking at some of your perspectives, can you go back to the one that's more in the sort of like the street? And so how do you see then this sense of collectivity being manifested here? or how do you see integration and sense of community specifically? Because you mentioned it at the beginning, but I'm curious, like you didn't really quite explain it. How does it get manifested or expressed, or how does it operate here?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. I think I guess I hate to answer in this way because it feels like a cop-out, but my answer to that would be is that the physical form of it is so different from what suburbia is today. And I try to maintain sort of, I think, these elements of suburbia. Like some of the elements of the American dream, I think, are not innately harmful. Like the idea of wanting to be able to provide for yourself and your family, I think, is a very normal and human desire, and we should all be able to do that. But the way it's been manifested in the past few hundred years is one of deep rooted individualism and competition, like you said, capitalism. And these are all, I think, tied together in a way that makes them really difficult to separate out for me. The physical form of suburbia, the ideological battle of the American dream, and the specific strain of neoliberal capitalism that we have here. I think they're all woven together. So, being at the conclusion of like being trained as an architect, I guess my solution is to propose an architectural solution that will hopefully bring the other two things into the fold. And what I was saying about how the hierarchy embedded in suburbia, I think, is really important because that's not normal to an urban settlement. The idea that you can just retreat from the world, basically more and more far away, even so far as to a gated community, and then within that gated community to a very large house where you can even have your own couple rooms in the house. That to me, I think, is a very debilitating aspect of normalized American development and culture. And I would hope, I guess what I put forth is that, build it and they shall come. If this is the new environment, if this is the new suburbia, and people have sort of this urbanity, this density, and additionally, I think with suburbia, there's like a glut of public space, but no one's using it because it's not easy to get to so much. Everything is car based. So there's, lots of parks, there's lots of open space, there's lots of public space technically. And there's also a loss of distinction between what's public and what's private with these big lawns that sort of ooze the two together. So I'm rambling, but my hope is that by sort of carving out these public spaces and cramming people together, in a productive way, I think that could begin to sort of build a new normal of like American suburban living. I hope that gave you some answer to your question.
So yes and no. Yes,
okay.
That yes, in the sense that I see you're connecting densification as an approach to solve that the challenge of individualism. At the same time, again, because of the imagery that you're also showing, is that then you're creating the super blocks with also almost like, yes, like they might have and kind of like these pods or modules or whatever that may or may not talk about individualism. It may talk about still about individualism because then they are still isolated, or that they still have their own piece of land, maybe albeit in a kind of a box. But then at the same time, it could potentially be, yes, like you're subverting that sense of individualism by having open spaces. I guess like I'm trying to think about the possibilities of this approach, because then I'm thinking about you're talking about densification and I'm thinking about other examples outside the US, for example, Hong Kong, the densification of Hong Kong. It's also embedded in a very capitalist society, very neoliberal, and yet also you see these forms that talk about community individuality at the same time. And so again, you know, I'm kind of like thinking about here in your particular case about how do you do it? You know, how do you is this enough? You know, to be able to subvert that idea of individualism and to shift to collectivism by doing this, right? Like by your what you're proposing as an architectural solution. Can you solve it through architecture, or is it something that because it's ideological, then it's about kind of an ideological change, right? But then because if people are still going to argue for individualism, which is one of the rock bed, as you said, kind of the basis for why you want sort of individual houses with a lawn. And by the way, it's not suburbia doesn't just begin with Levittown. You know, it's much earlier. Really a much earlier sort of concept that is rooted on an idea of the English country house, and having that land around you. That's sort also one of the key ideas. That's why you have like all of these large lawns surrounding suburban houses, right? Because of an idea of you have your own turf. So again, as you said, you know, the sense of individualism. So I think like what you can also then consider further would be how are you going to change it ideologically by putting them in a dense area? Will that change it? Would that suffice? And I wonder if architecture would be enough, right? And again, you might not be able to answer it, but you know, because then if it's an ideological change, maybe architecture will not be able to solve it, or maybe architecture will not be able to subvert it. So you know, kind of thinking about then where does your solution or your intervention become like that sort of subversion and challenging the American dream, you know, if you wanted to do that. Because it seems like this solution might still be operating in the same ideology, and therefore you can't really then escape it, that sense of individualism. It's an ideological question, right? So, but you opened it up. So think about it also as in the kind of next steps, because you will be challenged with that idea, right? So be ready to defend your work if that ideology cannot be subverted, right? So what is then the role of architecture in that kind of situation?
Those are all, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, James.
I just, to respond quickly, those are all good points, some of which I've been struggling with myself for some time now, so I appreciate you for bringing them up. But I guess I would put forward that maybe a project like this almost starts to move away from architecture. You know, we don't make buildings, we make pictures of buildings. I forget who said that, but this to me almost, I would put it in the camp of being as much or more of like an ideological manifesto that's expressed through architecture than an architecture that has an ideological manifesto behind it, if that helps bring some clarity.
I think that would be an interesting way to put it, and then be clear at the beginning if that's the kind of goal, right? So, but it is provocative, and I think that's the success of your project, is that then you are making people think about like, then okay, what are the possibilities of reimagining suburbia? And I think you've done that, you know.
Just a few observations. I think in retrospect now, I think it seems quite logical that you should arrive a bit late, that you're speaking as the last student, because actually in retrospect it seems like a teaser, because it looks like we've seen so far, well, people presenting a thesis, a project, and some of which very good, and there was much to tell about each of them. But actually, my feeling is that you're not presenting us a thesis nor a project, but a sort of essay, actually, a graphic and a visual essay, but with ideas beyond the mere graphic art, and obviously you know what images are about and how to fill them with a meaningful sense. It's almost like a manifesto, and each image, it's funny to see that the succession of your images makes sense, but at the same time, each image seems like a chapter that opens that could be developed into a different direction. So I think it's a very interesting contribution, really, very much so. I want to congratulate you. We have, as critics, as a panel, we have also to make our brain shift a little bit, to change and adjust our critical approach. What I'm curious about is, I think it was said that the semester lasted for about 14 weeks. And so how did you use these 14 weeks, and how was your strategy over the time, one week after another, to arrive to this result? Because to me, you're sort of documenting something. And so how did you work, and how did your thoughts evolve and take shape to arrive to this result? How did you manage your time? I'm curious about that. And once again, congratulations. It's there's absolutely no bitterness in what I'm saying, quite on the contrary.
Thank you, Eve. I appreciate that. And I guess the short answer is I took a lot of wrong turns along the way. I mean, I started out, I think, a much smaller and ultimately less provocative scale, looking at existing suburban blocks and sort of the like a series of interventions that could be performed on the existing fabric, which I think, luckily so, was steered away from by Cordial and Amar. And then, I mean, I guess to summarize, I think what I would say is interesting about the trajectory this project took is that it took a long time, probably the first 6 or 7 weeks, to define where it was going. I guess the content was always there, but the specific narrative, and then even after that, the outcome of what was being produced didn't really emerge until later than that. I wonder if Cordial or Amar wants to chime in how they saw this evolve. But
well, it's a really great question, actually, and it's perfect for your proposal, James, because, you know, arguably your progress. I wouldn't say you took wrong turns, but it was a very slow process, because you took a lot of time thinking things through. And I think both Amar and I were, kind of trying to speed things up. But looking back at what you have delivered today, I'm glad that you did take the time and that it took so long, because I think the end product is, and I think Eve is absolutely right, it's less, I don't think you knew what you were working towards, right? So this is a documentation of your process, right? And your thoughts along the way. And, you know, building on it, right? Adding research and readings and information to that process, right? And really illustrating those steps along the way, right? So I think what we're looking at is less of a preconceived outcome, something you wanted to work towards, right? That you had in mind, and more like something that you arrived at as kind of an illustration or a documentation of that thought process.
Yeah, so, sometimes it does pay sometimes to go a long way, even if, from what you say, Cordelia, even if you didn't necessarily mean where you were heading to, provided that you had that feeling that you had to go that way, that there was something to dig up and capitalize on. Well, maybe you take some risks, but today they did pay well. And I think that your references go beyond people you mentioned. Like there's also, I recognize, I could see things like Constant or other people behind your drawings, and some books by also some images and the catalog of references like Hyperman and Kisnerick and others. It probably crossed your path, and you sort of digested them well, And I think it's an interesting contrast and option. Someday you will have to be more explicit about projects and stuff. But this stance and this way of putting your ideas and guts on the table, I think does pay today. And it's really an interesting alternative to the traditional approach. I'm sure that Cordelia and Amar and all the rest of the faculty would have been absolutely ruthless and pitiless if you had failed. But today what you produced does make sense, and I hope there will be a debate between all of you. There's one thing which I guess happened in the process of the semester, Cordelia and Amar. Today you have a panel of critics looking at one project one after another. But what is most interesting in a seminar and in a project studio is what happens between the students and mutual criticism. And so beyond, before the conclusion which you asked from us, Cordelia, it's not just about our opinion, but what happened between the different students and groups and how you could be one for another, like catalysts in the ideas and changes. And I think that the variety, the broad variety of productions which we have witnessed since yesterday is very enriching, and your contribution in that sense, James, is probably a very valuable one.
I have to say, I really enjoyed working with you on this project, and if you throughout the semester, and when you, as you mentioned earlier, you came with an idea. Your interest was very clear from the beginning, even if if the trajectory was not, which is a good place to start. And I think that the work that you achieved throughout the semester is just a step in the way, and I'm sure that this is a topic that you will be working on for many years to come, I hope. And this is the best outcome of a thesis project, is something that you're personally interested and invested in, and you test something, you have a limited time. And as it was mentioned today, I mean, it is political, it is ideological, and it relates to a lot of things. And we had multiple very interesting conversations about the industrial revolution and the relationship between suburbia and cars and consumption and all these things. And I liked your answer to Edson when you said it's not an architectural project, but it's something that is architecture is serving to advance some of these ideas. And I think that is a great way to think about this project, not from an architectural point of view or the architectural solutions, because the problem is much bigger than architecture, and architecture cannot solve this problem. But using architecture as a mean to advance the discourse is a really interesting position to take. And this is what you are trained to do. And this is what you know how to do. That would be fantastic. So just keep working at it and don't stop, because you're just at the beginning of something that could be really interesting.
You said, Amar, that you like James's response, but I would put it differently. What I like about his manifesto or his essays, that it's more to me like an open question, or more than responses, an open question or a series of open questions which we can grab and elaborate on, and then we can agree or disagree with him about the paths that he's suggesting and opening. But I like this sort of open question thing. Sorry, Margarita, about interrupting you.
No.
Again, I promise.
No worries. No, I think it's a super interesting conversation here, and I just wanted to counteract a little bit what has been said in terms of when you said that architecture is an image. I totally disagree. I think it's, of course, it's an image, and it's so architecture as a project helps or contributes, as Amar was saying, contributes to changing ideology. In that sense, it does a perfect job. So your thesis contributes, in my view, to potentially change ideologies. So if it's understood as a narrative. In that sense, you can even, as Eve has said, you can take one of these images and make chapters out of a book or photo survey and promote a different vision, like visually as another new suburbia, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a job that architects can do, but I think architects can do much more. And here is where I think all long-term projects in landscape architecture and urbanism need the narrative part. They need the narrative part as a point of as a avant-garde to push things further. But behind the avant-garde, behind the narrative, you have to have the project with its grid, the size of the grid, the size of agrarian grid, the size of the urban grid, the size of the architectural grid, and all how you intertwine those together to make inhabitation different formally. And I think that's something you have started in this design. You know, if we take out the photos and the images, you have a project already that is this kind of pixel into this urban strip. I think pushing that further in terms of the project can really make another contribution, which can be the second round of attack, right? That is behind, and that's core architecture, and it's core architecture, urbanism, and landscape architecture together, and it can include production of food, et cetera, et cetera. And here is where you need several disciplines to come with you, mobility, et cetera, et cetera. So I think doing one job on the avant-garde doesn't take you out of the responsibility of doing the second round of a job. But it's true that for a thesis, it might be, you know, because the second round needs more time, you kind of have the first round done, and that's fine. But to me, you're super talented, and don't stay comfortable in the idea, oh, architects just do images and that's it, because anyway, I will not bid. Never. We can take away from, you know, from capital dynamics. The design of the city needs to be done by architects and urbanists and not by people owning money, period.
But don't you agree, Margarita? You know, the architects can change things, but it is at a moment where there is, you know, some kind of social political moment where this is possible, and potentially a technological advances to some degree, and when all these elements coincide, architecture can manifest itself in a strong way. I mean, this is how modernism happened. You know, we can talk about, is modernism, the form of modernism, is what made the change, or modernism was used the political and technological advances to create what we know about modernism.
Mm-hmm. It's a chicken egg, no? Yeah. But my point will be just to make sure that students leave thinking that the architect's responsibility is not only the narrative, but it's also the project itself.
Right. I mean, that's where, you know, like arguably James's proposal, you know, it doesn't offer solutions necessarily, right? It's the narrative is embedded, right? And there's options for solutions that are offered, right? The seeds, but there's no clear solution. We had a lot of conversations about, you know, what the envisioned outcome here, you know, is in terms of a point of view, right? Is this positive or negative or an unavoidable future, or, you know, are we steering towards this without any control over it, you know? Right, but there is no, like, you know, like consciously, you know, there is no clear stance taken on that position yet, you know. But once we start getting into the details, right, and the resolution, right, then we would move, you know, or he would move as a next step, right, into laying out scenarios for solutions to the sets of questions that he's asking. Right now it's questions, right? It's offerings, you know, towards conversations.
I think there's no misunderstandings for students, Margarita. We shouldn't be afraid of that. I remember I did, and many of us did it, we asked over the past 2 days, sometimes we asked from students that they should go further or deeper in details when it comes to the architectural design, about shapes, about attitudes, etc. We just adjusted. Sometimes when we're unsatisfied with the level of thinking, if we thought that students hadn't been deep enough into the process when it was about designing things, we did it. It was clear in that case it wouldn't make sense. So we just tried to adjust to James's proposal, and I think it's no invitation for others to forget about architecture. I mean, we just tried, I think, to walk side by side with them and to try to take them further on their own path, and that's it. So I don't think they will misunderstand our satisfaction with James's work. It's just he made a step sideways. He went into another direction, so we followed him into that direction. But I trust Cordula Amar and Tulane in general to make sure that that they do the right thing at the right time, including when it comes to James becoming aware of the quality of his work if he was not aware of it yet, and if he's aware of it yet, to not be too satisfied with it, because there's always some space for progression.
It's out of our hands now, arguably. You know, James is on his own.
Completely.
Todd, not to put you on the spot. I don't know if you have any feedback on this work. I would love to hear what you have to say.
Well, from that part of the discussion, I feel like, isn't that really the goal of a thesis, is to have everyone to have a piece of this, right? More of this, maybe. So, because we were talking to some students about how do you push it forward, how do you push your projects, how do you push your work further, and not just be technical work. So I would love to see more of this, you know, at the beginning, that then can be overlaid or applied to the project, and that would help and kind of draw out more interesting and dynamic work, right? I'm thinking a lot about this in I don't know where James was thinking about when he is everywhere, but I think about it in Los Angeles. We're in a place where we're trying to fix kind of a city that was developed because of the car, and we didn't talk a lot about cars. But when I saw that diagram of a kind of a strip, right, almost like a strip mall, it's like Veterans Boulevard or something, and there's only about 30% of it is built, right there. Go back to that, to the one more. A couple more. Yeah, that one, right? I mean, most of that is parking lots and things that are related to cars. So if we lift that out and we're able to kind of reinsert or insert something new, and then to create that density that we're looking for, right? That was another thing I was thinking about, where I think post-COVID, in our neighborhoods in LA, people want to stay closer to where they are. So they're craving more density, really. And this is an opportunity to build that density in. Or I also think about cities like Detroit, where you have this kind of, you have vast empty spaces that are up against boulevards that could be dense, but you could open up and bring the natural world back into the city. So there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of places that he could overlay these ideas onto to see what would happen. But having that core thesis that really pushes it further and pushes it in a new place than if you were just taking on that project initially without those ideas. You know, I think that's the strength of a thesis. Right? When I got to SciArc, and as a graduate student, I had a teacher, Coy Howard. He said that Tulane is really the only school that does a real undergraduate thesis in the U.S. He thought, and I think it's because they really had both sides. The thesis and the concept and the idea, and then applying that and kind of making architecture out of it.
He's absolutely right, and today is that demonstration of that.
Yeah, yeah.
Great. I think this was a very good project to end the afternoon and the last day and a half on. partially because it sets itself apart a little bit from other projects, most of the other projects that we've seen. And partially it has enabled us, because it has enabled us to have this point of the discussion towards the end, which is an important one. James, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I think I feel good, and to I guess speak to all the comments, I think about the narrative versus the technicality, or where it did and didn't go. To Amar's comment about like this is the, or maybe Eve's comment about the trajectory of my career and the problems that have sort of been opened up by this. I think if this is the stuff that keeps me up at night. So I'm more than happy to spend the next however many years sort of figuring out and maybe getting more to the specifics of the problems that I've opened up here. I'm glad to have taken the time to do it over the past few months.
That's good.
You're at an age where you can stay up many nights
Right.
and think about this and work on it. It will be great. A lot of people will benefit from that.
Yes.
Thank you
and
all
maybe
for your
come up with some solutions.
Thank you, James. Very well done.
Great, thank you, James. Good, that concludes our afternoon and our thesis presentations.
Can't we have some, please? One more day? More projects? No?
More projects? I mean, we can try to pull something together for you, Eve. Are you already having withdrawal symptoms? You'll miss us as soon as you leave the Zoom room. Are there, I guess the question would be, are there any final comments? I know some of you have just seen this afternoon, Eve. I think Eve and Edson, certainly you benefited from being there yesterday as well. Any observations? Unfortunately, we don't have all the students here, but any observations that you can share?
No, I think I did it as I spoke about James' contribution. I enjoyed very much being with you for the umpteenth time, and I enjoyed the variety of things. It was very inspiring, sometimes in a positive way, sometimes in a less positive way, but it's always good, as I just said, one of you, to have one's brain sort of shaken, and that's very good. I will never invite students enough to be curious and peep over the other student's shoulder, see what they're doing, and be critical with themselves and with each other, as we are with you. I mean, it's not a one-way exercise. Look, learn from, and try to sharpen your critical eye while looking at the others, because it helps you to sharpen your critical eye over your own work and over life in general. And being critical is the best remedy, the best vaccine against becoming a sort of sheep, and being proactive in life. And I think that the teaching and learning experience is very much made of these back and forth things between the faculty and yourselves, between yourself and yourself, and between each other. And the critical eye must be a sort of 360 degrees one constantly. But I mean, I have no doubt that Cordula and Amar are running their studio in that way, but always ask for more confrontation with yourself and within yourselves. And that's the basis of good ideas, of proactive and productive thinking, and possibly fun too.
I'd like to also echo what Yves was saying. Having seen yesterday's reviews as well, and I think and seeing today, I did not see the morning session, but seeing also this afternoon session, I think what struck me is for one, the variety of ideas. I was really impressed about the variety of ideas, even though some of the sites were similar, but all of you were able to take on different aspects of those briefs, of those sites, and that you were able to make your own position. And I think that's what's critical with the thesis, is that having your own position and being able to back your position and be able to support your position. I was impressed with all of your with everyone's position, and that how determined and how passionate they were with those stances and those positions. So I'm really impressed with that, which then makes me feel great, because then I am hopeful and I'm very excited about the next generation of architects, and how I'm glad to see, and congratulations of course to Cordula and Amar about of helping you shape and this becomes your launching pad to the next phase of your career, which is fantastic. And I'm very optimistic that you're being set on a great path to being successful in the future. One thing to maybe also just to emphasize is that what I also appreciated is that, as Yves has also mentioned about being critical, is that I just love that you continue to question architecture, society, the world around you. And I would encourage you to continue questioning. I think it's by continuing to question what we see, what we experience, and what we what's around us, then we begin to also see the possibilities of, as Maddie, to take Maddie's a point, about the possibilities of maybe an architecture of liberation. So I think that's something that we could all work towards too. And I'm just really excited with all of your work, of all the possibilities, and that this future is bright and positive and promising. So congratulations on a fantastic semester.
About questioning, do remember the title of the autobiography of Maurice Lapidus. Too much is never enough. So leave Mies around from that point of view and stick to Maurice Lapidus. Too much questioning is never enough.
Yeah, that's really, it's a challenging time for everybody, because you're going from the top at school, the top thinkers, the top projects, right? The thesis and fifth year people, and then you're going off to work where you might be the lowest or the people are starting right in the office. So trying to remember what was the thing that really got you excited about your work, and this opportunity to write a thesis. What's your thinking about architecture that really you have a passion for, and how can you continue doing that through this new job, or through competitions, or working or continuing relationships with your colleagues and doing work together, trying to keep that spark alive, because it's a lot of it is grueling. A lot of going to work is grueling, hard work, and you're doing the hardest work in the office, and sometimes it's hard to be to find a place for that passion that you have right now. So I encourage you to look for a place to work that will appreciate that passion. You can take a job tomorrow, but you may be setting up groundwork for a job that you'll have in 2 years. Today you can, through LinkedIn and through social networking, you can build relationships with people that you aspire to work with or for over time that we couldn't do, that was harder to do 20 years, 25 years ago, 30 years
For sure,
ago.
yeah. Or, again, the recognition what your path or trajectory or interests specifically are, nurturing that, right? And keeping on identifying that, and then starting, like your own work, your own projects,
Yeah.
when the situation arises or when you're ready for it, that's certainly something that also is maybe more possible today than when I came out of architecture school. It's also more possible in this country than in some in other countries, but it's but that's always a great aspiration to have, you know, laying the groundwork for, you know, what you want to make out of it down the road.
Yeah, it's not the end, it's really a beginning, right? It's clearly the beginning.
Yeah, I had 2 points. One was about this passion and commitment, because the first one is the recognition of Cordula and Amar able to drive so many cuts with different directions. So the possibility or the capacity to you know, guide so many different projects. So that's impressive, first of all. And second, that when we've seen projects that have more or less passion, or I felt that they were having more or less passion from the inside out. And I think that is the main driver of any endeavor, and finding something you are passionate about, and of course, developing it and nourishing it. So I think hunger, keeping the hunger for knowledge and asking, and humbleness, I guess. So you're the top now, as has been said, of the undergrad, and now, as it has been said also, you will work in an office, and you have to try to keep remembering about your ambitions, and I think that's really critically important. Congratulations anyway. The work is quite impressive in the exposition, in the boards. We've seen that quite lashy. So,
thank you, everyone. Any feedback or comments from the students? I would like to open it to the students if you have any.
Yes.
Anything that you would like to share with us.
You know, I spoke yesterday as well, but I really appreciate all the feedback. It's different meeting everybody online than it is in person. So I do miss not being able to formally meet you all and introduce myself in that way, but I really appreciate everything. And I think all the comments were they weren't just critical. They really helped us, you know, think about our projects in a different way, and the other students' projects. Just learned a lot from everybody's work just because of the feedback that we got. So thank you. I really appreciate it. It was great.
Thank you, Alex.
Well, that's why it's important to listen to everybody's conversation in a way, right? Because there's so much to be extracted from, even if it's not pertaining specifically to your project, right? Or to your presentation. So I appreciate, you know, those of you that stuck around for the majority of these reviews. They can be long, but they're also very beneficial, you know, certainly because, you know, all the different aspects that were covered in all these different projects.
Yeah, I'd really just like to commend my peers, because, you know, it's been a challenging year, as we're all very well aware, and thesis is challenging already in and of itself. So starting the year, you know, fully virtual with the semi-new thesis program and curriculum as well has been trying and difficult, but hopefully rewarding. And yeah, we did it. So yay.
Yay.
Congratulations to everyone, and thank you for all the reviewers. Was great having you.
Yes, thank you very much. It was great working with all of you throughout this year and this semester.
Thank you, Cordula, for coordinating and working together on this.
Vice versa.
This task.
Vice versa. It was a long. It feels like it was a long path, but I think I can speak for both of us. We're very pleased with the outcomes, and very proud of the work that has been accomplished. So so should you be? You know, it really looked great both days. There's one more thing to do, which is submitting the document tomorrow. Otherwise, there won't be a final grade. So keep that in mind. And let us know if you have questions in regards to that.
As always.
Yes, as always. We're available 24/7. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. It was great to see all of you today and yesterday.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Be in touch.
Congratulations.
Sure.